everybody. Welcome to the show. I'd like to thank you for joining me today at the Watch Hangout. Let's get this show started. And before we get going, let's get a wristwatch check from everybody. What are we wearing today? What is on the wrist? All right. It's Friday. It's time to party. What's going on, everybody? Welcome to the show. We're doing a little early show on Friday. Hope you guys are doing well. I'm going to drop the link in the chat if anyone wants to come hang with me on this nice Friday. See what's going on. I'm going to drop this link here. Let's see if anyone wants to join me. Let's see. Well, today on the wrist, I know you can't see it, but I am actually wearing the no dates of the previous 40 mil version, which is my favorite. I find the bracelet a little more comfortable than the new one, so that's the one I wear. But let's run through the chat. We have a guest going to join us in a little bit. He's just on the telephone, a little surprise guest. Let's see, we got Marcelo Time in the house giving us some love. Marcelo Time, hop on, Marcelo. Let's chat. I know you were trying to come on yesterday, but I was in the middle of interviewing Nico. For those of you who missed it, that was actually Wednesday's show, not yesterday. Let's see. We got Marco in the chat. He upvoted. Good to see Marco. We got Genji hanging with us. Yes, Marco did do a very good video today. I'm actually going to drop that link if you guys want to watch it. Obviously not right now. Watch it later. He did the 5 most important independent watchmakers in the last 50 years. Of course, he had FP Journe in there, Max Busa from MB&F, and a few more maybe we'll get into a little bit. I don't want to spoil the whole video. So I will drop the link, though, if you guys want to cue that up and watch it later. It will be there. Let's see. We got Brian Toney in the house. Good to see you, my friend. We got my man Shonuff hanging with us. He says he's wearing the Omega JJ Master. Yeah, I want to get into a little bit of the Seamaster. I find the whole sub killer thing pretty funny. But it's a great watch. Don't get me wrong. I just I chuckle every time I see that. We got Seconds in the house. What's up, everyone? Good to see you. Brian's got his Casio GMW B5000 on the wrist. Good choice. I like it. I think we are all caught up for now. Very cool. Very cool. Let's see here. I want to find this article. I'll start off with it. Might as well start off where we began in the thumbnail. The new Omegas. I know they've been out a couple days. I know this is not breaking news, but let's get this up on the screen here. Now, I don't know. Are they calling one of these the Daniel Craig? Maybe someone can answer in the chat. I'm kind of newly catching up on this here, so I'll be learning with you all. Let's see here. What do we got? No shot. Those new Seamaster are sub killers. Stop that. Not bad watches, but nowhere near sub. Yeah, no, I agree. That's kind of was. It was. That was the sarcasm behind it, right? It's like every time a new, especially Seamaster. I noticed it with Seamaster, but a lot of dive watches, right? As soon as they come out, they're the sub killer, If you have to compare every watch to the Submariner, it's not the killer, right? That's just how I see it in my eyes. But they're interesting. Another reason why I kind of went with the whole like sub killer kind of thing, everyone's always comparing, is like it's taking some cues from Rolex, right? You got the Yachtmaster style bezel. Out of the two, I think I would go with the old school looking one, right? The black dial, wave dial with the black aluminum bezel, nice and flat. I guess that's a fun watch, but for the price point, I don't know. Let's see. What are we talking here? I think I would just go with a Tudor if I wanted aluminum bezel, kind of plain, right? Let's see if we can find a price point on these. I'm a little behind here, so don't mind me. Let me just scroll down to the bottom. We'll work our way back up. And I know this has a better movement than the Tudor, but to me, it's like not that big of a difference, right? Especially the new like Pelagos GMT, I think is pretty cool. That's got a, was it Costco and Meta certified? Plus, it's a little smaller than this. All right, let's get 6,500 US. All right, so it's not really that much more than a Tudor, but I don't know. What do you guys think in the chat? Let me know. Do you go here? Yeah, I agree with you, DP. It's a snooze fest. Let's see. What do we got here? Oh, we got the gangster in the house. Good to see Gary. What's going on, Gary? How are you? Yeah, getting another earlier stream in there for sure. Treble says thinner with the sword hands, and I might actually buy it. Yeah, I gotcha. If that black one had ceramic glossy bezel, maybe a touch of color on the seconds, it would be really nice. Yeah, I think that's the opposite of what they were going for, though. I think they tried to make this like the titanium No Time to Die kind of, I don't want to say it, but like a tribute, but they kind of copied the the bracelet styling and the aluminum bezel. I think they wanted that flat look. That was kind of the look they were going for, like a No Time to Die look. The other one, I don't know what they were going for. Maybe Yachtmaster look. I'm not really sure. DP says Omega releases are a snooze. Yeah, I could see that. Perry, yeah, I don't know. Marcelo only wants to hop on when Nico's on, right? When Nico Leonard comes on, all of a sudden Marcelo pops out of the woodwork. Now that nobody's on, no Marcelo. Interesting. We got my man, the Madman, in the house. He says, I'd go Tudor myself. That's a good debate. I just think Tudor's a better price point for what you're getting. It's a similar watch at a much better price point. Some people say, you can't compare. Omega's way better. I don't know. I don't really see them as way better. It's just not. On the other hand, though, Omega, the Speedmasters are where it's at. That's where it's at. The Seamasters are kind of a snooze fest for me. Always have been. I don't like the wart. I don't like it. Oh, they're speaking of the wart. Gary says, just can't like the wart on the side. Yeah, that's always a problem I've had with it. I don't like anything with warts. You know what I mean?
How are you?
How are you indeed? How are you indeed? Very good, very good. No time to buy. Yeah, I agree with that. Golden Baba is in the house. It says, yeah, I think they, I've heard people say like that's their signature look, like the Cyclops on the Submariner. I mean, is that really a justification? You don't need it. You don't need it. I mean, I don't know. I don't like it. It's not for me. Wildman says this is the closest we'll get to the military unit watch available to the public. Yeah. Okay. I guess. I don't really need mil-spec watches. If I was, maybe I would get. I mean, most of the military guys, at least in the U.S. military, like go for like a Submariner. If they're going for that type of watch. Most of them on combat wear G-Shocks, but that's besides the point. And we got GD in the house, our first super chat of the day. Thank you, GD. He says, hey, boo, get your lazy ass up here. I don't even have that clip set up. I got to ask Curly if he could send me that clip. I'm trying not to play too many clips. Starting the new year, strikes will be handed out. So, but I do have this one for you.
Buy the fucking Rolex.
So there you go. I could give you that one. That's the only John says he. Oh, is that Oh, I don't want to say. Never mind. Warts and all. Yeah. No, I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't think it needs that. I think they could fix that. Yes, the Heritage Seamaster. Now that's where it's at. That is where it's at. I see it was. Hey, Tickers, good to see you, my man. How are you doing? Hope you're doing well. Jimmy says, "What's the so-called bronze gold one? Fact or fiction?" I don't know that one. I'm not familiar with that. I didn't see that. That is a good question. That is a good question, Jimmy. I don't want any bronze watches. First of all, bronze stinks. I don't know if you ever noticed, but it's a smelly material, and it gets all patinaed. I don't like it. I'm team no patina, if you know what I mean. We got Mikey Casio in the house. We got Ryan Hofrey. Says, "Got to run errands, madman." Oh, he's talking to the madman. Are the titanium yacht masters still like hen's teeth? Well, more have come out, so I don't think they're as hard to get as they were, but yeah, they're still pretty tough to get. Still pretty tough. Any Rolex is still tough. A lot of them are still tough. So, you know how that goes. It's not easy. What's up, Andreas? Good to see you. I know Curly had a politics stream set up. We had our wires crossed, but he's going to be doing one later. Doing a little early show tonight. Oh, is this? No, I don't see the Browns one here. I did not see the Browns. Only these two. Not really my favorites. I got to be honest. And if I was going rubber, I don't know. This watch just doesn't do it for me. I'm sorry. There's not much excitement here. I think the no date kills this. You know, I know it's more money, but still. Maybe on the secondary, these will be cheap. I don't know. Jimmy says, ID guy was talking about it. It wasn't brown, so to speak, more like a bronze gold mix. Daniel 007 guy, Daniel Craig was wearing it. I think he's in the photo, wearing this one here. I'm not familiar with it. I know Tudor did that bronze gold shit before too. There's the watch GMT has. Mr. GMT. I like that one. That's a nice one. Notice the color match date wheel. That's the way to do it. Where's the one that he's wearing? Oh, there it is. Yeah. See, he's wearing the black one. That's Daniel Craig. I didn't see him wearing a gold one. I don't know about that one. That's news to me. I'll have to search around and see what's what. But I did not see that. Maybe there's another one. I'm not sure. Let's see. What else do we have here? What else is in? I'm winging it today, guys. I'm winging it today. Got a bunch of different watches that I want to pull up. We will get to them. Oh, what do we have here? We have some political speak. T and Ticker says some of the U.S. Secret Service have been issued Seamasters, and Famal says T and Tickers, it explains the performance in the last year. Jeez. Tough crowd. I've been watching some of that. I think there's more hearings with Dan Bongino. It's pretty he's been going off on those guys. But I don't think he wants the job. Who knows? To fix it, but I don't know. I guess we will see. Did you guys see that they made a gold-plated Zodiac, by the way? I'll just pull it up for a second because I don't really want to get too into this. But and I like Zodiac. I think the Super Seabowl is kind of nice, but yeah, I don't know. Do you really want an 18 karat gold plated? First of all, if you're gonna plate it, why would you make it 18 karat? Why don't you make it like 14? If you're trying to save, I don't know. What do we think about this? How did the Timex release go? Which one did they release? I'm still trying to get the Snoopy one, the Q. That one you could just never get. I'm not sure what other Timex release there was. I have to see. I have to take a look, but this thing I think is terrible. And I like the Super Seawolves. I just don't like the gold-plated look. At least not on this. Let's see if I can find new Timex release. I don't know which one that was. New Timex release. Let's take a peek. I don't see any. I don't see anything in particular. You know, I was looking at this. I'm actually going to pull that watch up because when Nico was on Wednesday, he was wearing it. He has one already. It's expensive, man. It's expensive. I don't know. The IFL collabs are always a little expensive, but it was cool looking. I just don't know. Let's see if I can find it. Where is it? I saw it yesterday. Here we go. Is this it? Yeah, the Manhattan graffiti. Let's share the screen. Here we go. Oh, they're going to show it? Oh, here it is. I don't know. Do you really want to pay $12.50 for it? You think it's worth did you sell the seed? No, not yet. Billy Jeans, are you interested? Let me know. It is available. I like the watch. I like the shape of it. Nico was wearing it. It looked pretty cool. I don't know. I just don't know if I would wear this. It's a weird look. I can't tell if I like it or not. I would have to see it in person. Yeah, Banksy watch. Yeah, right. Kind of it's just a graffiti watch. I think it's cool if it was like $500 maybe. I don't know. $12.50 seems like a lot. Seems like a lot for this watch. What do the regular ones go for? Let's see what the Maen Manhattan 37. Let's see what the regular ones go for. $780. All right, so they go for. So they're charging you almost $500 to graffiti the dial. I don't know, man. I think I would just get this one. What do you guys think in the chat? You want IFL graffiti for $12.50 or this one for $780? Do you think it's worth $450, $480, whatever it is? Showing up says it looks like the Cubitus. Yeah, I think I would pass on it. I don't know. I'd rather, if I was going to get the main watch, I think I would just get this one. Oh, I just realized the other one is no date too, right? Yep, no date. So you lose a function and you pay an extra $500. I don't know, man. I've never got really behind any of the IFL stuff. Not that I dislike it. It's just I don't want to pay all that extra money for the dial. I don't know. Oh, the $1 Timex. That's what you're talking about? Sold out in minutes. I had one in my cart and a message there was a 32-minute time queue before I could check out. Then after 15 minutes, I went to sold out. Yeah, those go quick, right? For $1. Can't get anything for $1 nowadays. Yeah, the regular one is cool. I don't think I could wear the graffiti one. I don't know. It's not my style. Main 39 has to take a look. Let's see. Where's the 39? Ultra thin. All right, here we go. Meet the upgraded big brother. Okay. Let's see. What do we have here? Ultra thin, 39 mil case coming in at 6.9 thin. Pretty good. Only one color. Are these only one color each? Blue and then green for this one? Oh, no. Here we go. Yeah. See, I'd rather spend the money on the ultra thin and get a larger watch, 39 mil. I think this is more Which one would you guys get? What color? The bright blue one, I guess, or the dark blue? I don't know. I wonder how this looks in person. I bet it's more ice blue. Yeah. This is actually pretty nice. What does it say? A rare ETA movement? Okay. Kind of like this one. Well, it's manually wound, so I guess they get away with it being thin. It's pretty nice. What do you guys think? The dark blue? Chielsky says dark blue. Okay. Let's go back. Let's take a look at the dark blue in person here. What do we got going here? Yeah, I think the dark blue is probably the move. Let's see this movement. They got a regular picture of it. Nope, doesn't want to go. Why doesn't it want to get bigger? Yeah, it's pretty nice. I dig it. You want the red Milgauss, man? Those Timex $1,170 anniversary watch is now on eBay for $750. I'm not sure which one those are. I haven't had a Timex in ages. No, I don't think I'm buying it, Brian. I was just looking at it, just checking it out. It's nice. It's nice looking. I might wear one if, like, I don't know. They sent me one to wear, but I'm not looking to buy this right now. I don't see anything wrong with it. I don't really need it in the collection, you know? Trouble says light blue. Chielsky knows the bugger all. Hey, we got Robert Wood in the chat. He says, Happy Friday. Thank you, Robert. Appreciate the super chat. Thank you very much. Hope you're doing well, my friend. Let's give Robert a little heart there. There you go. Thank you. I got to give one. Who else sent the super chat before? Oh, GD. The Peso Cannon. The Peso Cannon. Got to give him a little heart too there. Thank you, sir. Yeah, the graffiti watches are not really my thing. I don't know. It did look good on Nico's wrist, though. I got to say. I did like the way it looked, for sure. That was a cool one. So what are you guys wearing? Let's hear in the chat. What do you guys have on the wrist today? I am wearing my No Date sub. I was doing some moving around before. To me, that's a good watch for it's a good watch for I hate to say beater, but just daily wearing. Oh, here's some better pictures of that Maen watch. Some professional photos. Let's pull this up. Let's see what we got here. We got Shown Off with a $10 super chat. Thank you, Shown Off. Appreciate that. Says, thank God you're on this early. SI Expressway is Viking parking lot on this nasty rainy Friday, and this is the only thing keeping me sane. Well, Shown Off will keep you company, man. Nobody wants to join me. I'm just chatting away by myself, but hey, I like interacting with the chat. That's fine. We'll have a nice, relaxed chat in with the group. That's all. Just me and the guys. We'll do our own. We'll go solo. Taking this solo, baby. Solo act. Glad to keep you company, Shown Off. Hope we'll make you. You're doing good, JJ. This one, see, for me, it feels odd because there's like nobody to bounce the ideas off of. I feel like it's boring. I'm just talking to myself. But if you guys are liking it, cool. It's cool, man. It's cool. I'll just read from the chat. Me and you guys are hanging. We got Mikey. Mikey says it's Friday. Absolutely, it is. It is Friday. I think I was going to do one later, but I just I have something to take care of later, and I wanted to get a show in for Friday. So, you know, here we are. We got some super chats rolling in fast and furious here. We got Madman with $10 super chat. He says, hey, JJ, should I pull the trigger on a carbon PRX lightweight summer fun or wait until a Zenith ceramic Defy blue, black, or white hits the secondary locally. Big price difference. 2 scratched, similar itch. Oh man, Madman, I will have to pull these up before I can give you a. Before I can give you a. I just want to look at them. I know what they both look like. I'm very familiar, but I just want to look at them before I could say. The PRX Carbon is probably going to be, if you buy that obviously on the secondary, you're going to get a good deal. I just want to see what we're talking about. It's about 1,000, right? I think. Let me see. Who's it? Oh, we got ABC. Hey, man.
Hey, JJ, how's it going?
Would you have some pity on me, ABC? You said, let me show you some mercy and come on.
No, I just thought, normally you have so many people on your panel. I thought, let me grab my chance and get take an opportunity to catch up, see how you're doing.
Hold on one second. I think you're, yeah, try again. I don't know. You sound like you're underwater a little bit.
Oh, no, it's always happens. Hold on, let me try.
Yeah, you might have to come back in.
Is that better? How's that?
No, same. Oh, I lost ABC. All right, he'll be back. In the meantime, let's get Madman's question up here. All right, I'm just going to move this so people could see for a second. I like this. I do like it. It's $1,000. I'm going to bet you could pick this up for probably 700 by the time you're ready. Very nice. I do like it. I personally think out of the bunch, best looking is going to be the Zenith ceramic Defy in blue. Let's see, what are those going for nowadays? Zenith Defy ceramic. I like the blue, so I'm going to search for the blue. Mr. Blue. Where's the cat? Mr. Blue. All right. So I see one on, I mean, these are about $5,000, I'm going to say. I don't want the discount. Is this the one, Madman? Just let me know in the chat. Regular chat. Is this the one you're talking about? I'm assuming this is the one. Yes, we do love our ABC. Maybe it'll, maybe Luxy cursed you, ABC. I don't know. Maybe try again. Maybe it'll work. Did ABC drop? Oh, man. Oh, wait a minute. I'm not even showing the screen. Thought I was showing the screen. Man, what a fool. What a buffoon. I thought I had it on the screen. I thought I had it on there. Here we go. I think this is it. Let me try another phone. How many phones you got? And the VC's got it's got 2 phones. You know what they say? You guys are 2 phones. Pulling some maneuvers. Is this the one, Madman? I like this one. If you could get this under $5,000, I would get this, to be honest. I think this is a much more fun watch. I know it's 5 times the price, probably 6 times the price on the used market. But yeah, I would go with them. You know what? Let's do some shopping. Let's do some Chrono 24. Let's see what they say. Yeah, I like that watch a lot. I know it's more money. What is this? Yeah, whatever. Zenith Defy ceramic. All right. Oh, I spelled ceramic wrong. Here we go. Come on, get out of here with this thing. Why is it bothering me? All right. Let's go low to high. They always try to trick you with that relevance, right? Meanwhile, they're all the same watch. All right, so you could pick up 4,300 from Japan. Japan's where you want to buy, Madman. I'm telling you, that's where you get the best deal. Even with the little bit of import, it's still worth it. Look at this, 4,300, and here's the black one. I don't know if you like the black one, but that's a steal of a deal, I think. Make it, There is no offer thing. Sometimes they have offers, so you could offer $4,000. I always thought this was a cool watch, and the good part is you could, like, let's say you want to put white rubber straps or blue rubber straps, you could buy a different strap and attach it. Yeah, this is just a better watch, I think. Obviously, it's a better watch, but I would get this over the PRX. I think you'd enjoy it more. I don't think you'd wear the other one as much. Let me see if I go back. It's gonna mess me up here. Okay. See, then they start to get like a lot more expensive, right? 4,300 is a good deal for that one. It's a good price. Yeah, these are gonna start paying higher, 6,000, 6,300, which is more in line. If you like the black one, that's a good deal. 4,300. I would get that. One phone for Karen, the other phone for Janice. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Strap Monster. JJ, is it possible for Madman and ABC to get a blue wrench here? Do they not have? Madman doesn't have? ABC, I will make a moderator as soon as he joins. Yeah. Apartment 4A. Janice Rossi is a whore. But I haven't seen that movie in a while. All right. I'll make ABC a moderator too. Maybe he'll come back. ABC, come back. Hopefully they don't ban everyone. Blue ceramic AP competition. Big cash, big cash. Where does Janice Rossi live? Apartment 4 what? Who knows? Come on. 4A? What is it? I can't remember anymore. Oh, let's see if they have the PR. I doubt they're going to have the PRX on here, right? Probably. Maybe. So, PRX carbon. You know what sucks about this? It doesn't, like, if you make a mistake, it'll never find it. Well, they do have some. Okay, let's see. 1,500, 1,400. Why are these over retail? Are these hard to get? Fuck. I gotta go low to high. Stupid relevance. Yeah, these are going like over retail. That's weird. I would grab that black one for 4,300 from Japan. What are they going to charge you? They're not going to charge you that much. A couple $100. All right, moving on. Hopefully that helped. We got a few more super chats I got to get to. The Gangster, £5 super chat. Thank you, Gary. He says, "I will race Robert." Hey, look, we got some racers going here. We got a few peeps. Tobster McDonkey says, "You got to get a rubber B strap for your no date sub. I just got one for mine and it uses the factory clasp. So awesome. It's like getting a new watch." What color did you get? It looks kind of like a Yachty white gold now. I'm guessing you got a black strap. Oh, I think we got ABC.
Okay, I hope this is better, but this might be just as bad.
It's pretty bad. I'm not gonna lie, it's pretty bad. I would love to chat with you, but it stinks. We got Chielski with £5. He says, "I will join the race as well today. Today is the day." You know what? I gotta get this set up here, man. Man, it is zooming along here. Let me get let's see, what do we want to race today? Let's see. I'm gonna race something good. Let's race something fun for you guys. Today we will race. I'm just looking through. Do we want to race dragons? Do we want to swim? Canoes? How about a bird race? We'll do a bird race. I think we had a hard time with the bird race last time. All right. Let me add you guys on. We still got plenty of time, but we start catching up now. All right, so far we got GD, Robert Wood, Shown enough. Who else? Madman, Gangsta Gary, and Chielsky. All right, you guys are in. I got 6-way race going on. Perfect. Good. Tissot has... Yeah, but I don't understand. Why is it going for more money? I just don't get it. Why is it going over retail? Wistful Ignorance says, ABC, I think you spent all your internet money on watches. Oh, man. Possibly. I don't know what happened. It's the... yeah, they're tapping your phones. You got your phone tapped. What you gonna do? That's all. All right, let's see here. I'm gonna send the link out on the bat phone to a few people. See if anyone will come and join. See who wants to talk to me. Oh, I got someone I'm gonna send to right now. Let's see if I get her on. Oh, look at this. Coming to save the day, we got Mike the Snake in the house. Hey, man.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing excellent. Good to see you, Mikey. Haven't seen you in a little bit. Hope you're doing well.
Yeah, thanks. I'm curious. I'm a little worried about our friend.
Which one?
Archie. He took a few days off or something.
Oh, I don't know. I thought you were talking about ABC because he was underwater.
Oh, well, I'm damn near underwater here. It's rained like 10, 12 inches in the last 2 days. Record rains at my place.
Oh, wow.
In Sonoma County.
That's a lot of rain.
Yeah, I'm wearing a collared shirt with cool airplanes.
Oh, nice. I like it.
Going out to dinner with my mom and my brother.
Oh, cool. Where you going? Anywhere good?
Just to a restaurant in town. But my brother's having to pick us up in his big 4x4 because there's flooding across the roads and stuff.
Oh, nice. Chinese tonight or something different?
I don't know what kind of food it is.
Oh.
Honestly, didn't ask.
I don't think your mic is hooked up, Mikey. It sounds fine, but it just sounds like a little far away. I don't know. Either way is good.
I got you covered. Hold on one second.
Yeah, while you do that, I'm going to pull up Brian's chat here. He says, Mike, Archie is in Japan on a break. You didn't know?
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, I think he went to eat at Marcelo's restaurant, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, good. I'm glad he made it over there. Let me see if I can find... Where's my settings? Is that better? Fuck.
I mean, it sounds fine. It just sounds a little far away.
StreamYard has been defaulting to my webcam, and I got to go into settings every time I log on, and switch it over to my headset, and it's not showing any settings now. I might have to log off and jump back on.
Yeah, if not, you can leave it like that. It's fine. It's no rush, no worries. It sounds good to me. So your mom. Confused investor wants to know about the Porsche. Is the Porsche okay from the flooding?
Oh yeah.
Oh, good. He's selling the Porsche now, right? I think. Or no?
Well, it's listed, but it's not necessarily selling.
Yeah, well, you know how that goes. It's a specialty item. That you got to be a little patient with those. You got to wait for the right person to come along.
I'm not crazy hardcore to sell it either. It's just concluded it's not my forever car, so might as well get to listing it, and not waste any time.
Oh yeah, for sure. Look at this. We got Keslowitz in the house. You know Keslowitz, Mikey?
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah.
He's real fun in person. I recommend you hang out with him in person. He's a good time.
Cool. I'd love to get a chance to.
Yeah, you guys are both in California. You guys got to get together. Maybe go for a little dinner, a little nosh.
Yeah. Well, it depends on what part of California. I'm in Northern California. He might be in Southern California. That's a different state.
Yeah, the only problem with him is the fucker don't eat meat, Mikey. He doesn't eat any meat.
I'm fine. I'm fine with eating vegetarian. I was vegetarian for about 5 years.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's all good.
What made you do that? Anything in particular?
I was racing bicycles back in the time, and my roommate was hardcore vegetarian, and I honestly used to just catch so much shit from him when I cooked something meaty and stinky that I just gave up fighting him and just started eating the way he ate, and it was just as good. So,
right,
I went for that.
Yeah, when you're in that scene in the bicycle world, right, that kind of goes hand in hand with it, eating that type of way.
Well, not necessarily, but you definitely complex carbs, and you carb up because you burn so many calories per day, and so a lot of pasta, a lot of tofu, a lot of seitan they call it, veggie meat, and lots of different things you can eat that are meat-like.
Yeah, what is that? Beyond? Remember that? Was that Beyond Meat or something?
I don't know.
You know, I got Keselowitz to eat a little bit of meat in New York. I don't really know if I should tell anybody, but
well, here, try this.
I told him it was lentils, but it wasn't.
That's terrible to do something.
No, I'm only teasing. We were at the steakhouse. I think he just wanted a little tasty. I know. It was a little off. I want to ask you, what do you think of this watch that's coming out Monday, Mike? And Nico was on the other day. You know Nico Leonard, right? And he was wearing it. They gave him a preview. They did a graffiti style. What do you think of this watch?
The Zenith Defy?
No, this is a Maen Manhattan, it's called. And they did a collaboration with a company called IFL, who does like custom dials. They paint them. So they did like a graffiti style.
It was definitely Genta-esque.
Yeah.
In looks, it looks very Genta designed. I kind of like the graffiti dial.
You like it?
The bracelet is okay. I like it.
It looked pretty cool when Nico was wearing it.
Yeah, I like that. Is it like 40 millimeters or so?
37.
A little small for me.
Yeah.
But it's also kind of squarish, so it might be measured a little differently and may wear bigger.
Yeah, it wore pretty good on his wrist. So here we go. We got Keselowitz chiming in, Mikey. He says, I was vegan for several years, then vegetarian, then pescatarian. But since trying the Brazilian steakhouse, I'm back to being a carnivore. See, Mike,
there you go.
We gave him a couple of pieces of meat in New York, and he flipped the switch.
Give him some Kobe beef, and he converted him back.
Yeah. Impossible Burger. That's what Marcelo eats when he has an echo. Possible. He says, I've been missing out for years. Kessler's very disciplined, Oh, we got Al in the house. Good to see Al. Yeah, I went live a little early. Oh, look who we got here, Mr. GMT in the house. Good to see Mr. GMT.
What's going on, boys? How's it going?
Look at this. I got two celebrities on with me. I got Mike the Snake and GMT. Look at this.
Listen, you got the biggest celebrity, Mike the Snake, mate. He's a fucking legend.
Yeah.
What's going on, boys?
I love when Mikey joins us. It's one of my favorite episodes when Mike comes on.
It is. Definitely makes the show. What's happening, boys? How's things?
We're just hanging. What are you doing? You driving the Audi TT?
Sure am. I'm going to a car meetup sort of in the morning. It's like a car and coffee sort of thing. They're just doing one just nearby, so I thought I'd just go for a quick drive and see what it's all about. Yeah. But since I'm driving, I thought I'd jump on and say a quick hello.
Oh, nice. Yeah, take us on a ride with you over there. You know what I like, GMT? When you shift gears, you flex your tricep.
Get fucked.
Yeah, I see you doing that. You flexing that tricep.
I didn't even know I was doing it, mate.
Mike, you saw him, Mikey, right? He's doing a little extra flex of the tricep when he's.
Oh yeah, I see that there. Yeah.
Get out of here! Get out of here!
I knew it.
Is it too noisy, or just let me know because I've got the roof down? So
no,
is it a bit noisy?
I'm going to log off and log back on real quick, okay?
All right, try it out. GMT, I'm putting you big screen.
No, don't put me big screen. Leave me small. I like being small.
How about just like that, halfway?
Listen, now everyone's going to be looking at my tricep the whole time.
No, I'm looking at it. It's a cool look. You got a great angle right here. We see the car seat, the sky. This is nice. You know, it's 35 degrees Fahrenheit and pouring raining over here. So
here's the opposite to what you are. That's
yeah, I'm enjoying it. And we got ABC with us. Hey, ABC.
It's unlucky.
Oh man, ABC's on the water. I think I could almost make out what he's saying. I think he said, "Oh fuck," but yeah, 35 Fahrenheit. Yes, not Celsius. I don't know what that is in Celsius. How do you do it? What is it? 40 degrees or something difference?
I don't know, man. I haven't been.
Something like that. I don't remember.
I know, but I know that when you say certain, now I know the difference. Like as in when you say your temperature, I know what it is now. Because I've been around you boys for a while now, so you know.
Right.
I know
All you need to know is
winter,
it's cold. Hey, Mike.
Yes.
Hey, okay, now I'm actually, there's no delay. Let me see if I can find my settings.
Okay. Okay, Mikey.
See, what I did was so you get
Watch this.
sound. I put my Bluetooth headphones on. I didn't use the car Bluetooth.
Mhm.
That way, you get better sound while I'm driving. I was just worried about the air noise from the roof being down.
Is that better?
Yeah, yeah, it sounds good, I think. Let me see.
Yeah.
There we go. Just gonna raise your volume up a little. All right, there we go. Yeah, GMT, I don't hear any background noise at all. I can barely hear you.
None at all. My phone does the same
that's-
thing. If I'm using my phone, it won't pick up the engine noise in my car, but it will pick up talking.
Oh, okay. Are you eating, Mike?
No, I have medicine under my tongue for another minute or two. Sorry.
That's all right. No, don't be sorry. I wondering what you're going to be eating.
It's Friday night. He's dissolving the Viagra under his tongue. You know, getting ready.
Man knows what he's got to do.
It's one of my heart pills.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can call it whatever you like.
It definitely does something to the heart, right?
Yes. It's anti-rejection and also helps regulate my heartbeat.
Nice. Speaking of regulating heartbeats, we got the Cap in the house. Hello, Captain.
Hey, what's up, JJ? Sorry I'm late.
No worries.
My dear Captain.
We're watching GMT hit the road. This is great.
Nice.
I wish he could do this every stream, right? Just take off with the top
What
down.
are you driving?
It's the Audi, maybe.
Oh, little Audi.
My Audi that I restored.
Yeah, TT?
Yeah.
Yep.
One.
Drop
Oh,
top.
very, very cool. You know, those are based off the Golf platform.
It is. You are right there. Mikey, you are right there.
Oh, really?
That's for
I
sure.
didn't know
Yeah.
Yep.
But you get the all-wheel drive ones, and they're respectable.
that. Yeah.
That
GMT
thing is
really likes
insane.
TTs.
GMT, tell Mike, what's up, Mike? Good to see you or hear
Hey,
you.
Cap.
Anyway. What's going on, buddy?
Rain right now.
Yeah.
We
We're
got
getting rain, too.
7 inches overnight 2 nights ago.
Ooh.
Like 5 inches last night. It's
Damn,
flooding. It's flooding everywhere.
Hmm.
It's fucking crazy.
Wait, did you say 7 inches you got the other night and 5 inches you got last night?
Of rain, yes, of rain.
That's a very small amount of rain, JJ. Very small.
Well, when it happens overnight, it's quite
That's
a
a
bit.
lot of rain, of course. No, in all seriousness, you could have mudslides and all that kind of stuff, right? I don't know what's happening over there. GMT,
Yo.
tell Mike and everybody how much work you put in, love and care into that beautiful automobile with the top
It
down.
was actually quite a lot of work.
You
cost me
mentioned
an arm and a leg.
you restored it, right?
I restored it. What I did was I replaced nearly every single panel internally because in our weather here in the sun and that, it actually cracks it all. It makes it very brittle. So I had to actually replace nearly every single panel in the interior, and I redid the seats. So I got Napa leather. I redid my seats. What I'll do is I'll park up because I'm here now, but it's only small. It doesn't look like there's a lot of people. It doesn't matter. But it's still early. But what I was going to say is I replaced my.
Love your Monaco, by the way.
Oh, thank you, my man. Yeah, I wore the Monaco, you know.
Got Monaco. You got Randolph going on, right? Your aviators?
No, these are Tom Fords.
Oh, okay. So you stepped down to Tom Ford, huh?
Yeah, I stepped down to Tom Ford.
Wow.
But so what I was going to say is, so I got Napa leather. I got it made in Sydney, custom leather seats out of Napa leather. I got them sent up here, and I got them got them done up here, so installed up here. The bodywork, then there was a bit of rust in that. I had to get certain panels resprayed. I got ceramic coating on it. All the rims on the actual were all scraped on the gutters and stuff, so they've got a rash.
Okay, got those cleaned up. Got all the rash cleaned up.
Yeah, because they're BBSs, so they're pretty expensive, right?
Oh yeah, no, I've had BBSs.
Yeah. So I got them restored. The actual center caps of the actual BBSs were missing, so I had to replace those. That cost me a couple of $100 just to buy those ones, genuine ones again.
Did you spend more to restore it than you did to buy the actual vehicle, or no?
Yes, yeah. To buy the actual vehicle cost me about $7,000 US, and then to actually restore it, it possibly cost me double that.
Yeah.
So yeah, so
that's kind of I'm in the same position with my Porsche, basically. You know, I kind of bought it in haste and was planning on hitting the track with it, and I got it home, and the old man and I got it from passed away, so I didn't have any really history on it, and so I don't trust anything about it unless I've gone through it and rebuilt every little bit of it myself. Then I'll take it on the racetrack, which is $50,000 or more later. So I've just decided, nope, we'll just drive it on the street and sell it, and I'll get something different.
What happened? Everyone on cameras off? What happened? We had full view here.
Listen, GMT is the
I'll turn my camera back on.
GMT is the sexiest man alive, so I'm not competing with that, JJ. I have to know.
Come
my
on,
role.
man. Come on,
Cap. Play second fiddle, Cap. Just play second fiddle. That's all.
That's all you need. You should put him full screen with that bad boy with that weather you got.
So what I did mechanically, what I did was I had to.
Nike's back. There we go.
Is it back again?
ABC, can we hear you? Hold on, I want to see if we can hear ABC.
Okay, I've plugged in a headset.
Oh no! It's your settings. It's something to do with your settings. You might have.
No, that's me. That's me and my problems.
Hold on.
Now, what happened was I was having the same problem. Right? So it's something to do with the settings. So what they've done is, if you haven't been on StreamYard for a while, they've done something. They've updated their settings. So you've got to go into
I've changed my mic settings again.
Yeah, mic settings.
There you go. Sounds a little better.
Listen, GMT is also coming in a little bit. I'm hearing clicks on his voice. I don't know if you are.
See, that's what I mean. It's pretty fucked.
Yeah, but he's driving.
Hold on. So you can actually hear me now?
Holy crap!
I can hear you.
A little better. You're clicking, but definitely better.
Streamer has definitely changed for me because I used to set my in settings my default to my headphone microphone, and now every time I log on, it defaults to my webcam, and I have to go into settings and switch it back over to my headphone microphone every time. Which I always forget to do, so I'll log on. I'll be like, "Hey, everybody! You can barely hear me, but I'm here. It's really nice to see you all."
Hey, everybody! Don't forget to upvote.
Don't forget to upvote.
Doesn't take more than
I'm gonna jump off in a minute, and I'll come back on with a different view so you can see the cars and stuff.
Yeah, we want to see.
Mr. Jim T, is your car turbocharged? You got a turbo on?
Of course it is. Yeah, of course. Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Very cool.
It's turbocharged.
It's
all-wheel drive. It's turbocharged.
All-wheel drive. Sweet. Nice.
It's got all the goodies, mate. It's got everything. So it's good. It's
very
good.
Cool.
I'll be back. I'll be back soon. Okay, boys.
Nice.
All right.
Ciao.
So I thought Australians had bad internet, so it looks like it's come to us Brits now.
It's actually
you
sound pretty
good.
good. Do you
Oh,
think
really?
Yeah, it's better now.
Well,
Okay.
after
Yeah, I've
lo-
had to jump in and jump out of changing mics, as I think Gen G in the chat said as well.
Yeah, jumping out and jumping back on fixed mine. It went back to normal, and I found settings in the normal place, and I was able to readjust the audio. Originally, when I logged on, there was a delay. Like when I say something, it wouldn't happen immediately on the screen. So something was up. Something was amiss. So that's why I logged off and logged back on. Now I can see everything happen like in real time. And my settings icons are available to me at the bottom. And so I think if you log off and log back on, you'll find it should hopefully go back to normal.
Yeah, sounds pretty good right now, though.
Right. So, JJ, how are you doing?
I'm doing well, man. I'm doing well.
Oh, JJ,
Yes.
end of this month, in a month, roughly,
Right.
I'm hopefully going to be shopping for a watch. And I'm thinking, I've started my collection over 2 or 3 times, having lost it once in the fire and then having sold it all off to get my car, and
Right.
you always got to restart. And
Yeah.
that always seems to be with a Submariner, it's just like every
Not a
watch
Not a
collection.
bad way to start.
No, but to me, in my book, like most collections start with like, Submariner, Speedy, and you move on from there. And I'm not one to usually have a lot of money, so I've gotten watches when I've had the money. That's why I bought at the top of the bubble when I got my expensive watches. But yeah, I'm thinking of getting just a 41 millimeter sub, no date. So I got my hopes up for that right around the end of this month.
I think that's a great choice.
I do too, and I'm trying to think of like, okay, what else? For the same roughly 10 grand or so.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that about what the
Yeah.
sub notices are going for? There is that Glashut original Pano inverse that I just really fucking love to death, but
Right.
it's not sports watch. It's not much
If you-
me.
If you're starting over, Mikey, and I think I'd like to hear what Cap and ABC would give you advice on this, but if you're starting fresh, you gotta go with something that you could wear all rounder.
Yeah.
And I would go with this. As much as you like another watch or think it's cool, I think you should start with a basic, a really nice.
Hey,
basic
Mike, how
watch.
about a pink gold JLC chronograph?
No, the other watch I was thinking about was the Omega Seamaster 300 Heritage, which I like very much.
That's a good choice.
And it looks very much like a Submariner. And then there's also that Tudor Submariner. I think it's the Black Bay Black.
Monochrome, is it called?
It's not a Black Bay 58, which I absolutely like. I don't like them.
Is it called the monochrome?
I'm not sure.
That's the monochrome
Yeah,
they
the
came
monochrome.
out with. Yeah, this year. That was
Hey,
Black
Captain,
Bay.
by the way. Good
Yeah,
stuff.
I thought that was
ABC.
really
Good
sharp
period.
looking watch. I thought that
I like that watch. That's going to be a lot cheaper too, the monochrome, than the sub. Well, Mike, I just got rid of my 41 sub no date.
Oh, now that's my kind of car right there. That's a Studebaker, if I'm not mistaken, or some old truck, but it's got a 671 blower, maybe an 871. Can't tell for sure. It's on a big block. You can tell by the size of the valve covers. So it's on a big block. It's probably an 871 blower, which is big. That's a fucking monster engine right there, boy. Wow.
Yeah, GMT is taking us on a nice tour.
It's hanging out of the bonnet as well. This fucking engine, man. It's crazy.
I love
This
the
is-
way they brush the metal. It's
yeah,
all,
they brush the metal. They they let it all brush. It's all brushed, and it's
yeah,
pretty
and then
cool
they
the way
clear
they're done.
coated it so
It's
it won't
different.
rust.
Yeah, that's right.
That's cool as shit.
Yeah.
And
There's not
it
much
is-
cars here, but I thought I'd show you what there is because it's still early in the morning. So not
That is a
everyone's showing up.
Studebaker. It is a Studebaker, right?
I think so. I'm not sure. I'll look. I don't want to lie to you. But have a look here. Look, it's got the.
What does it say in the back there?
No, it's a
It doesn't say
Chevrolet.
anything.
It's
It's
a
a
Chevy.
Chevy.
It's a Chevy.
Yeah.
Chevy Studebaker.
No, definitely not that.
No.
It says,
Look, he's got a fan in there because he hasn't got an aircon. Look at
it
that.
says, don't,
It's got
don't
air
talk-
conditioning.
don't talk to my
Nah.
license plate. That's what it says.
See, now I'll show you an Australian version of what you just saw there. So this is an Australian ute. They call
Oh,
it a ute.
Australian
Why-
utes are
like-
so cool.
The two
This is a
utes.
one tonner.
Yeah,
They call
two utes.
they call them one tonners. That's what
What's
they
a
call
ute?
these.
What's a ute?
Wow.
Exactly what you're looking at now. It's like a truck, but a lower truck. So it's like a
It's like an El
they call it a
Camino,
ute.
but this
Pickup.
is a full size truck.
But he's put a different back end on it. So these are,
Yeah.
they don't come out with this
He's
tradition.
put a full size truck bed on the
Yeah,
back of a
yeah.
ute.
Yeah, you could
Yeah.
put some lumber, haul some lumber in that thing, right? In the back,
Utes-
put some
utes
lumber
are-
in there.
Yeah, exactly. Utes are a little more akin to an El Camino, where the
See-
body's kind
see,
of
this is a-
incorporated.
A
This is
ute
an
is
old
a
Holden.
utility vehicle, by the way.
Yeah,
Exactly. Yes,
It's like
that's
a
exactly
pickup
right.
truck, basically.
Mm.
Pickup
Yeah,
truck.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yes. See, this
Pickup,
here is an
pickup
old,
truck
old
with the
Ford.
height of a car, right?
Yes, that's right.
Huh.
That it's a height of not a truck. It's height of a normal vehicle, normal car. Yeah. So this is these are all old Holden. This is the Ford. This is an old Ford, Australian Ford Ute. This is another Ute, as they say.
Hmm.
But
is that a
back in
Ford
the day.
Fairlane? That's an old Ford Fairlane. Or
Oh,
no,
Ford.
that's not an El Camino. That's a Ranchero.
Remember-
Yeah, so
In
this
remember
is-
the movie
America,
Ford
in America, this would be a Ford Ranchero.
But they didn't come out in a Ute, did they? They didn't come out like this. They came
Yeah,
out
they
as like this is a pickup, like this.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay.
Absolutely. Look up Ford Ranchero. Just type it up in your phone. It'll pull up that car right there, like a
Oh, okay.
old Ford Ranchero. I don't know the
Hmm.
year, but Rancheros and El Caminos were both like your Utes you have over there. They're little,
Yeah, yeah.
like small. They're like a Chevelle
Small.
front end,
Yep.
with a back cut off and then a truck bed in the back, kind of made into the body. Wow, look at that! It's got two intakes. Are those like?
Look at
Oh, it's turbo or something. It doesn't have a V,
that. It's a turbo.
can't-
Yeah, it is turbo. Yeah, it is. The turbo's over there.
but
It's
it's
just
not
a-
it's an inline 6 or something. An inline
It's
4.
something. It's not a prop. Yeah, I don't know what
It's not a
is.
V8.
It's a good. No, it's not a V8, which it should have been originally. I don't know what's going on there. But
Yeah,
no, actually, they
whatever it
would have
is.
came out. Was it V6 or V8? They came out. I'm
Look at
not
the
sure.
size of that intercooler on the front of that thing. You know that thing's making some fucking
Yeah,
boost.
yeah, man, it's crazy. Then we got
That's-
a JDM car, which is a
Oh,
nice
cool.
RX-7. So it's a bit of
Oh.
a mixture here, which is good. It's
Right.
quite nice too.
Yeah. Is that Tiffany blue or Robin's egg blue? That other one.
This
That's
this
a great
version
question.
of the RX-7
It
is the most
Interesting
beautiful
paint.
version that
I agree.
Mazda
I
ever made.
agree.
I like that. Look at the headlights that
My
pop
These
up.
cars,
I do.
these cars needed nothing in the way of like they didn't need cooler wheels or tires or a wing or anything extra to just be fucking perfect right out the showroom floor.
Exactly. They're the best.
they
They were the
just-
best.
They were fucking great, and the only problem is the rotary motor. You had to run a can of 2-stroke oil per tank full to keep the seals, the apex seals from scoring. So they smoked a little bit, and they weren't known to last horribly long, but they sure did perform. Is that,
Yeah,
an old
for sure.
Is that a Vega, Chevy Vega?
No, this is Tirana. They call him a Holden Tirana. This is an Australian vehicle. So
Now,
this is that I make obviously.
Holden is Chevrolet, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, okay.
so yeah, this is an old Tirana. This thing's fucking a machine. I'm telling you right now.
Another
They're
film in there.
fucking
Yeah, no,
nuts.
no way seeing
Yeah.
any of these cars, huh?
That blue car
Yeah, you wouldn't
reminds
see
me of
this.
this. I wanna.
Wow.
Look at this thing. Look at this thing here.
I love the way
It's
they
crazy.
molded the cowling area. I don't know if they have a hood to go over that or not, but without
I'm
it,
not sure either.
they've done it up really clean. See the edges
it's
of
very
there?
nice.
Wow.
Mike, do you ever bring your Porsche to the Cars and Coffee events or no?
I brought it to a what do they call it? Ride and shine or whatever on a Saturday here in town, where you just pull up and hang out next to your car, and people come up and talk about it.
GMT, I have a serious question. Can I ask you about the Ute?
Oh, it's a big thunder
Yes.
chicken.
Yep, here we go. This is American muscle here.
Yeah, big thunder chicken. Yeah.
I guess not, Cap.
Yeah, it's all right. I'll pass.
Wait, hold on, GMT. Cap wants to ask you a question.
It wasn't a serious question anyway, JJ.
No,
Oh.
sorry. No. Sorry.
I didn't mean to
No, it's
interrupt
okay.
Go.
No.
Go, Cap.
Please.
Go.
It's a ridiculous question, man.
I want to hear it now. Now I want to hear it even more.
I'm ashamed to ask it. I was going to ask how many koala bears could fit in that Ute trunk, in that Ute.
Oh, man.
Sorry, dude.
In which one? In which Ute are you talking about?
In the Ute. Anyway, what's this? What do we got? What do we got here? Let's get back to car
I don't know.
talk.
What is this? What is this? I don't even know. You guys know. This is your kind of
It's a
vehicle.
grill. It looks like a grill.
This is a Thunderbird or thunder chicken, as we jokingly call them. Made by Ford. They're famous cars.
We got a $2 super chat from JT. Thank you, JT. He says, "Happy birthday month quarter, Marcelo." Yes, happy birthday to Marcelo.
Oh, jeez.
He is 52 and 3 months old. We appreciate that. And Shonuff says, "Speaking of watches and cars and chrono, you still owe me a drink. You can run, but you can't hide."
That's right. We know where it is.
You know what
This is
I love so
beautiful,
much
this thing.
I loved about these old cars is when you look in the interior, you see all of the trim detail, the
Yeah,
little chrome,
look at this,
the little
man.
chrome
Look at
strips
this.
around the seat, the little chrome strips around the steering wheel, the back seat area. See there, the center thing that pulls
Yeah,
down.
right there.
There's little chrome strips everywhere, all around everything, and it just like the Dodge Barracuda was the same way. It had just the coolest interior trim. It was all chrome, done up really cool.
A lot of attention. To
I just
detail.
really appreciate this vintage of cars, this
Oh,
era.
this one's cool right here.
Well,
This
here,
a
these
little
guys
hot
look like
rod.
they started
Yes,
a gang in the
it's an old
60s.
tea bucket.
Little tea
Yes,
bucket.
that's what it is. Yeah, the good old tea bucket.
Yeah.
This is what's it called? Not the Addams Family. What's the other show that was called back in the 70s? What was it?
The Munsters.
The Monsters. Yeah, the Monsters.
Yeah,
I
they had
remember
a
that
crazy hot rod.
Yeah.
Are these guys friends with T-Dubs?
Should we ask him? Should we ask him?
No, I don't want to
Well,
interact.
look at that header. It's like each tube breaks into two each. Look at that. Each it's a four exhaust, but then they split into two each. Or no, those are struts, like to maybe to keep you from getting burnt.
There's exhaust. Yeah, there's exhaust in two different episodes. Anyway.
Yeah.
They're just they're, in case you bump into it, they're
this
like
thing.
heat protectors.
This is cool.
Look at this thing.
Oh, cool.
What is that?
I got no idea what it is. I got no idea. It's an English vehicle, and I don't have much.
A little
That's all I
Cortina?
know.
Is it a
ABC
Cortina?
Is it Cortina? What does it say on the front there? I can't make it. It's a
It's
Suzuki.
It's
It's a
Isuzu. Isuzu.
Yeah.
Very, very cool.
What does that plate
Where
say?
is it?
Stinky?
What does it say?
No, in the front. No, yeah,
wait.
on the inside it says Stinky. I thought
I don't know. Where we're looking?
on the hood, the inside of the hood.
Oh, yeah. Oh, you got good.
Stinky.
Stinky.
Oh shit!
Yeah.
Nice, good pickup there.
Good pickup, man. I didn't even see it.
Right.
That's really unique. I love cars. Especially love old
What
cars.
the fuck is that thing? Is that a shade? I never saw anything like that before. What is that?
What's that? Wait,
It's like a little
this is shade.
brim.
Yeah, this is an English thing in Australia. We used to have them as well. They used to put these things on the actual vehicles for shade and stuff. So I don't know how
Yeah.
much shade you get with that.
And 40s cars used to have them too, like the old Lake Speedsters or Lake Speedsters. They had the chrome cover just like that, but it was made of chrome and it kind of covered, made shade for you.
You see
Jock
this
says,
here?
"Is this the bargain bucket?"
I love the
couch?"
patina on this thing.
Yeah. Oh, patina. Yeah. It's a good word for
This has
that.
definitely got patina. This one's worth a lot of money because it's got so much patina.
Yeah, no, it actually probably is worth more.
Hey, this
as
is a
it
this
sits
is a
now.
Valiant. You know what a
You know,
Valiant is?
oh, absolutely, 100% Plymouth Valiant.
Yeah, this is a Valiant. Yeah.
I think now, man, I think that car needs to be, I don't know,
Junk.
scrapped. Yeah, pretty much.
This is like the antique.
Not at
Roadshow.
all. That
No.
thing is gorgeous.
I would strip it down. I would repaint it, Mike. I don't know. I mean, I think it needs a new shiny coat of
GMT,
paint.
do you have the newest
Yeah,
car
of
here?
course. No, there is some other ones. I'll take you down the other end. There's another end where there's a few more cars.
Yeah,
Not many,
no
but a few
rush.
more.
Just curious if you have the newest. We got to do a good presentation of your TT, actually, too.
Yeah, we'll go there. We'll have it.
Show us
But
all
I
the
thought I'd
work
show
you did.
everyone else's.
Yeah. No rush. I was just curious.
This is
if I had
this is
newer
an
cars.
old Holden. This is an old Holden SS.
Oh, cool.
It looks like the
this is
Pontiac GTO.
Now this was sold as the GTO in America.
Oh, it
Yeah,
is. All right.
exactly.
Yeah, it was, right? Like,
It is, yeah.
like early
It is,
2000s,
because the
right?
GTO, the GTO and the Holdens were the same. That's it. It's
Yeah,
just,
except the GTO was a 2-door, and
Yes.
but it still had the LS whatever engine.
Well, that had the GTO model in Australia too, but they
Okay.
also made a family version, which you see right now. But that's got a
see.
V8 in it. It's worked up.
But
This is an
yeah,
old version of what you just saw there. So this is the really old version. This was made in the late 70s, early 80s. This version
but it's got
that
a
you see right here.
big ass fucking LS V8 in it. This
Yeah,
is
here,
Holden.
yeah.
This is Holden,
This is
as,
Holden
well?
as well. Yeah, this is
Holden
what
Caulfield?
you just saw. This is what you just saw now, the older version. This one over here.
Yeah.
This is the older
I'm
version.
just
again.
looking at the engine. It's got one of the newer LS engines that have the spark plugs. I think go through the. I'm not
But
sure.
these are very rare, and they're quite collectible and not cheap to buy either in Australia. So, they're
Very
pretty
cool. I like
He's
how
done it up quite nice, actually. Even the interior has done it up, kept it genuine, which is
in
quite
America, like if it's got 4 doors, it's basically like out of the running.
nice. Yeah,
That's-
well, that's the difference
but-
in Australia, because we're so family.
Yeah,
orientated,
everything's
they
got
tried-
4 doors, and but what was the car that Mad Max drove? Wasn't it called the Avenger or Interceptor? Yeah. That was something along the lines of a Ford Torino, if I'm not mistaken, in America.
I'm not
But
sure.
It was specific to Australia. It was a body that was never sold in America, like that exact body style.
I need a step ladder to get into this thing. I'm that short.
Oh, this
Like
looks
it's got a step there.
This looks like an international harvester.
Yeah, it probably is. Isn't
What does it say on the side there of the fender? International. Yeah, that was right.
There you go. You're right. Yeah. And then we'll go to this fucking piece of shit right here.
Oh yeah, there we go.
Okay, that's what we're here for.
Audi TT.
This is the
These things,
GMT
all-wheel drive
refurb.
with the turbos, man. They're respectable on the street for sure.
I've done all the exterior, all the rims were like I've restored everything pretty much. It's pretty much restored.
Did anyone walk over to look at your
sharp
car
looking
yet?
wheels?
No, I'm far away, so I didn't. I did that on purpose. I don't want people touching my car.
I like
That
your
not-
little. Did the TT come with those little roll barettes?
Yes, they came with it. This because it's a convertible. It has to be by law.
Yeah,
made 'em
yeah,
by-
very cool.
See
You know
these
what?
things here? I put them in because I struggled to get my my seatbelt, so it was pissing me off. So I put these in here. So,
You know what car I liked was the Pontiac, and the Saturn made an exact version. It was like, but it was that little sports car looking thing. It was made by Pontiac, and
Is that a custom plate, GMT, or did you?
yes, it is. No, it's a custom plate. It's
It's
custom.
almost like you don't even have a plate, right? If nobody knew any better.
Nice.
The guy that originally I got the funny thing about this car, I've been part of this car's life pretty much as soon as it got to Darwin, because my friend purchased this car back in 2001 off a doctor. He only had it for about 4 months, and he got it sent up from Melbourne, and he had it for about 15 years, and then he sold it to his uncle for his daughter. She had it for whatever, and then I bought it and restored it. So I've been part of this car's life from the beginning. I've known the whole history of the car. So,
Super chat, JJ.
Yes, sir. I just wanted to let GMT finish his spiel over there. I don't want to interrupt him, make him feel. Hey, we got Saber in the house. Good to see my man Al. Saber 6869 with a very generous $17 super chat. He says first super chat ever.
Oh,
So,
nice.
Glad to get you started up. We're going to get you involved in today's race. We got 8 people racing so far, so chances are good.
I might not be around for that. I'm going out to dinner with my mother and my brother, hopefully, if we're not flooded out in a few minutes here. So.
Yeah, no worries. You're welcome to stay as long as you want. When you got to go, you just
go.
You gotta go. You gotta go.
Yeah, exactly.
Are you going to bring us back any leftovers, Mikey? That's what I want to know. What's the question? That's the question.
Possible. We'll see.
We're very hungry over here.
I'm not even sure what kind of restaurant we're going to. My brother's picked it and has just told me where it is. And,
I'm gonna jump off again, boys, and I'm gonna jump back in the car and I'll come back on again.
All right,
yeah.
Cool. Yeah, we want to go.
Very cool. Thanks for showing us all this stuff, man.
My pleasure,
I'm such a car nut. I'm a car nut before. I mean, if you look at tiers, it goes Motorhead, then watches, and then like other stuff.
I'm the same.
You know, like
take care, boys. I'll talk to you soon.
All right.
See ya. Stay sexy. But yeah, I'm a Motorhead before. That's why I was, had no problems, selling my watches to get my Porsche. And the Porsche is everything. Everything I thought it was when I bought it. It just turns out, like after getting it home, I realized that it's more of a long-term project, more than I want to tackle in my garage, on the floor, at home. And Porsches are just really, really expensive. And so long-term,
you bit off a bit more than you could chew.
Exactly. And so I am enjoying it. It is registered and smogged, and I'm driving it on the street and loving the shit out of it. But at the same time, it's not my forever car, so it's listed. And I hope to get what I have in it back out of it. That's all I'm hoping to do. And then probably not do anything after that. Probably hold off on buying anything.
Yeah, why not? You just wait it out. Cap's got a Porsche too. Cap loves his Porsche.
Yeah, no, I love Porsches, but I'm not like a hardcore diehard Porsche guy. I like all things cool. So honestly, like I would really, really love to have a pro street car like that truck with the big blower, in the front. And it obviously in the back it probably had rear tires that are like this wide each on each side. I like pro street, and so I would definitely rock one of those going down the road as well. But I'm also a road race driver, so I really like road racing cars. That's why I got the Porsche. But there's lots of other candidates for taking. I live really close to a real famous racetrack, so. It's kind of a sin not to own a race car being so close to the racetrack.
Yeah.
In my opinion. So who knows what'll happen? We'll see.
So Cap, any advice for Mikey about the no date sub? Should he get something else? Should he get what do you think he should get second? Do you want to chime in on this, on his watch collection?
Yeah, so we were talking about, Mikey, before we had the car show with GMT, I sold my 41 sub, and only because I had too many watches and I was looking to consolidate and then reload, so to speak. But I do miss it. And when I see people with the 41 sub or a 30 sub, and it was a no date as well. And I got around 10,000. I got a little bit less than that, but it was a pretty quick sale. And it was, pretty mint condition. But it's it's hard to go wrong. And every time I see it, I miss it because it was always, you could have, I don't know, 5, 10, 20 watches, and none of them are like I consider an ultimate daily. Then that sub. It's like if you don't know, if you don't want to make any decision about what watch you should wear, or I want to match the watch with what I'm wearing, whatever, all that shit, you just grab the sub and go. So I mean, it's hard for me to argue, but I did get rid of it. So listen, I mean, you can go vintage sub too. You can get like, for around 10, you can go into like the I think it's the 14060. You can go in that direction. You seem like a vintage type of guy as well with your Porsche.
Oh, I've owned countless pre ceramic subs and sea dwellers. And
I think you should do 2 watches, Mikey. No date sub, and then I would go Vacheron Blue Dial overseas once you sell the Porsche.
Yeah, well, no, I mean that's my grail, but it's going to be
right there.
the money
look at
aspect for that watch.
Boom, there you go, Mikey.
Oh yeah, that's my grail right there, hands down. If I got that watch, I could get a Submariner and then just stop collecting altogether.
That's pretty much all you need. I agree. I totally agree.
4500 blue 300 version 3 and a sub no date 41 millimeter or sub date, either way. Those 2 watches, and I can just stop collecting.
And what's beautiful about it is the this watch in particular has dropped tremendously in terms of where it was peak COVID.
Oh yeah, they were up to about 60 grand during COVID, and now they're down to around 20, 25, 24.
Yeah. Which one are we talking about? Sorry guys, I'm trying to figure out what
talking about the Vacheron 4500. I love the bracelet.
Yeah, they're beautiful.
The bracelet is what makes it for me on this watch. It's got those little unique cutouts that kind of follow suit with the Maltese cross kind of theme of the whole watch.
But the only problem with that watch is it's a scratch magnet, don't you boys think?
Quick release. And then you could throw it on the rubber mic, and if you ever want to use the leather, you could do that too. They give you 3 straps.
Cool.
I know you love. I agree. Get the blue, but I always recommend if you want to if you're indifferent and let's say you want one watch, and you don't care if it's blue or black. I mean, they do a lacquered black dial, and that's even like 5,000 cheaper than this, which I think is just.
Yeah, but man, tell me if that blue is not the deepest, darkest blue that you've almost ever seen. I've seen 1 or 2 other blues that compare or surpass it, but they've been on some really crazy watches. Whereas this one, the blue on this is like almost untouchable on the 4500. It's amazing. The blue is just you fall into it,
It is amazing, and people who know nothing about watches, right? So if I go to the dry cleaner and there's a nice woman there who's at the counter, she's like, "What do you have? What is that?" They see the blue, like this blue.
They know it's special.
They like, "What is that?" Because it pops, and it plays with the light, and it's like a sunburst.
Yeah.
But then inside it can get darker. So.
Yeah.
I mean, I've never had that happen with almost all the other watches that I wear. This is the one that people who know nothing just love the dial.
That's what makes it, in my opinion, what I fell in love with.
It's probably got the nicest dial out of all watches anyway.
Listen, I've seen that Fijourne, that Chronomet blue, and I know it's made a little differently. I think it's the same manufacturer of the dial, but I think maybe they do different coating or more coating.
It's got a different procedure, yeah.
I've seen some really awesome looking dials from Moser too.
Yeah, sure.
There's a number of really just off the hook dials out there, But
We
the
got some super chats
Vacheron,
here. Hang on one second. We
Nice.
got Madman with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Madman. Appreciate the support. He says, I'm getting Darwin and Suvla withdrawals. Seeing Mr. GMT on the stream.
nice.
Yeah, man. I would love
Miss you,
to
brother.
go
I
see Mr.
miss you, brother.
GMT.
I'd love a Suvla right now.
But
Yeah.
boys, seriously, man, if you can organize a trip, please organize a trip and come. I'm telling you,
I'm just gonna show
won't
up.
you won't regret it.
That would be
I will
awesome.
make this
Yeah.
promise to you. If I ever make my way over to Australia, I will make a point of taking a flight over or whatever it takes, and I'm going to stop by and have a meal at your restaurant
There
and
you
say
go.
hi and introduce myself and meet you in person,
Mate,
Mr.
I tell you
GMT.
what, if you come to Darwin, I will host you. I'll pick you up from the airport. You will have a great time, Mikey. I promise you that. I will look after you, my friend.
Ah,
we-
well, not
gotta go
necessarily,
to-
but yeah, I'd love it. I'd love to spend time with you. I think you're one of the coolest people in the whole Archieverse.
Thank you,
And,
my man. Appreciate your comments.
We got a super chat from ABC, $5. Thank you, ABC. Appreciate that. Thanks for the wrench and for putting up with my audio. No problem, ABC. I wish we got to talk a little more. Hopefully you could get back on. I might stream a little bit longer. We'll see how it goes. He says, Mike, try a Planet Ocean. They have 44 millimeters, which is a beast. Great movement and wipes the floor with Tudor. There you
yeah,
go.
but
Actually,
if
I've
I'm going to
got
go
one. I've got one. It's
44,
beautiful.
I'll just get another James Cameron.
How about a Speedy, Mike? I think you mentioned that.
I already
Just
have
a
a
regular-
Speedy.
Oh, so you don't need one.
The-
Now
the-
that's a
the
daily.
Planet Ocean. The only good thing about the Planet Ocean is it's good value for money. That's the
The
difference.
Speedy's a daily, Mike. You have a daily.
Yeah, unfortunately, we had it is fire season here, and we had a fire scare, so I packed all my valuables up and I moved them, and they're packed away at my brother's house. And so I've been rocking my Orange Monster for quite a while now, and I do miss my Speedy. I loved it. It was super highly accurate for a hand winder, or just a mechanical. As is this this Orange Monster. I don't need to set it, but once I'd knock it back or forward a minute every maybe 3 weeks, wearing it daily. It's like that accurate.
Wow.
It's crazy.
That's pretty good there, Mikey.
Yeah, it's better than a lot of other watches of a lot more value, or cost.
What's the Orange
This is a
Monster,
good
Mike?
question here.
What is
Does
that?
anyone know the answer to this question?
Well, what about there's the Seamaster 300 Heritage that I do like. There's the 50 Fathoms that I like a lot. What else is in that area? There's that new Tudor that looks like a Submariner that I saw somewhere earlier.
Pelagos? The GMT Pelagos?
No. If I'm gonna get a Pelagos, I'm gonna get a
you're talking
version
about the
one like I had
monochrome.
before.
The
Yeah,
talking about the
black
monochrome.
the
Yeah,
monochrome. I just saw a picture of it in a quick discussion
I'll
about it.
pull it
But
up.
if it's the right size and everything, I really like the look of it. It kind of looked like a Submariner, basically, with no crown guards, if I'm not
See,
mistaken.
that's why I just buy the Submariner, because your money's pretty safe in it. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Until you want to get rid of it.
Yep.
Yeah, it's more money, but your money's kind of safe.
Yeah, unless you're like me, which I'm a professional in this, so kids, don't do this at home. But I always buy, at the most worst time, highest part of the bubble, and I always sell at the lowest part of the bubble and lose as much money as I possibly can. And it's just the way things go with me, unfortunately.
Archie taught you well.
That's a beautiful
See, I
watch.
love this watch.
Yeah, it is.
The kind of snowflake hand is kind of easy enough to overlook, and otherwise, this thing is gorgeous.
I say you save up to 10 grand, Mikey. You buy the Submariner. That's what you really want.
That's what I'm gonna get. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. And you know what? When you want to sell it, you'll probably get 10 grand back, more or less.
Yep.
Yeah.
And again, because I did liquidate, I'm having basically to start from scratch. So sub is kind of the first one in order to get. I'm day dates and date just don't really. I don't. The style's a little leaning a
Nah,
little
that's not you.
too much
That's
to
not
the
you.
dress
That's not
to the
you.
dress
That's
side.
not you.
Screw that, Mikey. You get the no date sub, then you save up until you get 22,000, 24,000, whatever it is, and you get the blue Vacheron.
Yeah,
overseas.
there you go.
By the way, I
And
want to just
that's
do a quick shout out to our man Steve from Leaf Cigars. Steve's website is White Glove Cigars. He does support the channel sponsor. So I dropped his link. Make sure you go give him check it out. He's always updating. He got a lot of cool stuff.
White
We have
Glove
our own
Cigars.
Yeah, we have our own group with our own discount codes for the Watch Hangout. So check it out over there. Appreciate you, Steve. And of course, we like to give a shout out to our other sponsor, Watch.Marco on Instagram, and Birdeen's Jewelry. Make sure you check him out. Marco just dropped a new video today. We're going to drop the link for that as well. Big shout out to our sponsors. Thank you guys. Appreciate that. Marco did a video on the top 5 modern independents made in the last 50 years. Of course, F. Pigeon was on the list. And a few other people. I don't want to give away his video, but I'll drop the link if you guys want to check that out a little later after the show. It's in the chat.
Very cool.
Yeah,
I love
Marco's doing some big
independents.
things
They're
over
they're usually so far out of my ability to purchase because they're so expensive. But yeah, you know.
And if you guys are enjoying today's show, you give us an upvote. It's free to do. We do appreciate that. Also, we're three of five. We're 3 of 5 on our way to our goal here. If we hit 2 more, we're gonna stream even longer. We'll see.
I just hit 1. I just upvoted because I forgot to do so in the first place. So now you only need 1.
There we go. No, our goal is of our super chat goal. If we hit 2 more teal super chats, we stream even longer. If the guys want to keep the streams going, yeah, we give the option to keep the streams going.
72 Chevy C10 thoughts. Very cool truck. Yes.
We got 31 minutes to hit the goal. It should be a layup. It should be a layup. Let's go, guys.
Sorry, what were you saying there, Mikey? You love it? You want it? You have one? What
I never had a Chevy C10. I did have an old Ford truck, but
see how GMT flexes the triceps?
Yeah, the Chevy C10 is a cool truck.
What are you talking about?
He was working them this morning. That's why.
Oh yeah. So,
oh yeah.
Oh, we got the Magpie in the house. Good to see Magpie. £2 super chat. He says he upvoted. Thank you. We appreciate the upvotes, guys. They're free to do. Hey, Mikey, you ever hear the guy telling people how to upvote? You know that one?
Oh, you mean the guy who just got this little meat stall that says, "I pity the fool who does not upvote." God damn it, upvote, motherfuckers! You must upvote. You must help. You must help, JJ. Upvote. It helps with the algorithm. It helps with everybody. And just do it. Just do it like Nike, like Michael Jordan. Do it. Hey, everybody. It's time to upvote.
There you go. You like that clip, Mike?
Yeah. That one was kind of embarrassing a little bit.
Wow, what do you mean? That was good. Your mouth is Perry, you just noticed? Yes. Here we go. Your friend Mikey, £5 super chat, $5 super chat. We are 4 of 5. He says, Car Talk. What watch streaming am I watching? Go with the sub 40 millimeter. Yeah, there's only so much watch talk a man can do. You know, we're just hanging with the boys. We're going to talk about
40 millimeter sub would be just fine as well. That'd be like pre-ceramic. And
no, you could get a ceramic 40 mil. I have a ceramic 40 mil, and the prices are much better than the 41.
Oh, you're right. They did make ceramics before they came out with the 41. You're right. But what I don't like is the maxi case. So it'd have to be a ceramic with the non-maxi case. I think they made them. Or I think maybe the first version of ceramic was the maxi case. I'm not sure.
I think it was the maxi case.
And I don't like the maxi case. I don't like the way the lugs are fat and they don't transition into the bracelet very gracefully. And unlike the pre-ceramic where the lugs are flawless and they just taper so gracefully right into the bracelet. And the 41 millimeter sub, they kind of basically did the same thing. They hogged out from the inside 1 millimeter from each side of the lugs and widened the bracelet a little bit and returned that graceful transition from the lugs to the bracelet, which made it appropriate, in my opinion. So yeah, 41 millimeter subs probably gonna be my, and hopefully around Christmas time I think gonna be able to swing it.
Yeah, the clasp is a little bit thick on the 41, so they
that's
did
what I
make
don't
it
like
thick.
about it.
And you, JJ, when you said that, I started noticing it more and more on my wrist, and I was like, "Fuck, man!" I was like, "This really is pain." Like now I notice it even more. This thing is chunky, and that was a factor in me saying, "You know what? I'm out of here."
Is that why you sold it, Cap?
That's why I got the 40 mil.
Not
Plus
the
it's much
only
cheaper.
reason, but yeah, I was thinking if I ever wanted it back, I could always go 40, even though I have the 40 sub. But I'm actually, if I ever got another sub or added, probably 5512 or 5513, and just kind of go all the way back. Go back in time.
Now, don't you have to kind of worry about getting a Franken watch? I mean, like, I know I could set my
Now when I buy
my
from
jeweler.
Marco at Berdine's Jewelry,
That's right.
There you
Shout
go.
out to,
Yeah,
shout out to
yeah.
Marco.
recommend.
Shout
I've
out
got
to
a
Marco,
jeweler I can set on the hunt, and he'll get me exactly what I want. And
I know where he lives, man. I could find him and shake him down if he fucks me over.
Nice.
No,
Marco
you know what?
can get you a good deal too, Mikey. If you need, let me know.
Yeah.
I'll put you in contact with him. I'm sure he'd love to hook you up if he can. Or
Very cool.
if you got a guy, whatever, no pressure. I'm just saying, if you need a hand, let me know. Be glad to
Yeah.
help.
Ooh, Mikey.
We got
well,
we met our goal. No
Yeah,
biggie,
yeah,
Sal.
baby.
$5
Yes,
super chat. He
Sal.
says, keep it rolling, fellas. Great
Yes,
panel.
Sal.
Enjoying the car and watch talk. Thank you very much. No biggie, Sal. Appreciate you. We love hitting our goals. Yeah, we're gonna keep it rolling. We're gonna keep a little extra watch talk, a little extra chatting. Why not? Fuck it.
so
Why not?
Rock it to the wheels fall off.
Does anybody have a dream car that they'd love to be able to own someday?
Oh yeah, I do. I want. You know what I want, Mikey? I'm gonna pull it. Actually, does anyone want to go first while I pull mine up?
Mine would be a '62 split window Corvette C2.
Got to give this a little thought because I was going to say maybe a GT3, a GT3 RS.
Yeah,
right?
those are off the hook, and they're also like 300-400 grand.
But you know what, Mikey? I don't know because let's say my dream car when I was a kid, I always loved, those classic Ferrari and/or a Lamborghini in black though. Like I think it's so stealthy cool. Like when I grew up, the red was always a red Ferrari, but then I saw like this mean ass, probably 90s, like 90s era Lamborghini, and I was like, holy shit, in black, the black with the yellow or whatever.
That's back when they used to do proper paint jobs, like with no orange peel, and they were color sanded down to where they were mirror smooth, and they just had proper paint jobs.
Yeah, that's pretty sweet. I would take that.
Here we go. This is it. This is what I want.
Yeah.
Oh, you want this too? Oh, in Miami blue.
I would
Miami
take
blue.
this.
It has to be Miami blue. Yeah.
I would probably take this over that vintage Corvette I was referring to. But the vintage Corvette I'm referring to is still obtainable. It's
but I'm thinking this is obtainable. Like I'm not picking out like a crazy Ferrari or Lamborghini. $1 million guy, something like that.
GT3 RS. I mean, they're a couple $100 grand, aren't they?
This up for under 200. This one sold for 182.
Yeah, see that I'm never going to be able to save up that much money ever. Yeah. Whereas I can get a split window, 62.
You never know, Mikey.
Window, that's going to be up over 100. But they made that C2 Corvette in convertible and hardtop versions. That wasn't a split window, and they're in the 40s and 50s and 60s, and that's like an area that I can play in.
What you got to do is you got to start doing a dungeon and getting 50% of the profits. And then you could buy one.
When we started talking about money with Archie, he got kind of different, and then he said something that just made me like just reverse my direction in my tracks, because he said, "This will change everything, Mike. If I'm going to be paying you, this changes everything." And I was like,
Excuse me.
You got a Harley there driving by or something?
Yeah, that was sorry.
Anyways, when Archie said this will change everything, I was like, well, I don't want it to change everything, and so I said, fuck it, I don't want any pay, because
Gay for pay.
I just didn't. Yeah, I didn't want things to change really between Archie and I, and so, but yeah, maybe running a dungeon or something. That's a different story. We were just talking about general pay for showing up on his show, which I don't know. I mean, I have been on the show for like 5 years now. I think maybe 4 or 5 years every day, damn near.
Definitely full. Definitely
GMT's
full.
tricep.
I just some people had kind of convinced me that I should ask for pay, and I did so a couple of times, and then the joke was on me, and so I'm done with that. I'll get my money other ways.
That's all right, Mikey. We'll set you up with a show, and you get a percentage. What do you think? Cap's the attorney, so you got to ask him. He's the
Jimmy.
man.
Yeah, we can
Jimmy,
negotiate
one
that.
of my favorite people here says, Mike, let me explain how a real job works. You need to show up on time every day, so you are out. Well, Jimmy, I hate to break your, burst your bubble, but I have had many over the table jobs. I've worked most of my life over the table. I've had many a job. I know how it goes, but I've also spent the majority of my time working for myself.
Sorry about that.
Look at this. We got a Porsche
So,
here,
Mikey, a little glimpse.
Yeah.
997.1, 2000, circa 2005. Arctic
Nice.
silver,
My favorite year.
convertible.
So that's a
Silver Fox,
cabriolet.
baby.
That's
Yes,
a
sir.
cabriolet.
Yeah, it's a S. It's a Carrera S.
Yeah.
So it's got a pretty nice engine in there.
Aside from being the cabriolet, is that yours?
Yeah.
Oh, very cool.
Thank
I'm
Well,
not
you
a
told
big
me it was the
fan
next
of.
door neighbors.
Yeah, I'm just
I'm just not
broke
a
into
big fan of
somebody's
the
house.
cabriolets. I like the coupe. I like the
Yeah.
hardtops.
It's a tough call. I had the hardtop as my daily driver, so I went with it. It's really a spring summer car, Mike. So I like it. It's fun to drive, but I hear you. Like, you can't really track. I guess you could maybe track it. I don't, but
Oh, you could.
it's not the same thing. So yeah, I could hear where you're coming from, and I like the look too of the hardtops. You like the Targas at all? Are you a fan of those?
In terms of favoritism, the cab would be at the bottom, the Targa would be one step up, and then the top would be just the straight regular coupe.
So you hate my car, is what
I've
you're
got.
saying, basically. You
No, I
just
love your car.
trashed
It's
it, man.
cool. It's just preference-wise, model-wise, on the 911s.
Okay.
The Targas are cool, especially the newer Targas. Like on the brand new cars, they're a whole different ball game of Targa. But the ones with the metal sail, the Targa sail on each side, and I believe.
I don't know. Targas are a pain in the balls, man. I don't want to take take that top off, and it's like you got to lift it off and take it off. I'm gonna vote. I'm gonna vote my car. Well, I'll tell you what. I got my car at the low end of the depreciation curve, right? And I don't have that issue with that they have. I forgot what it's even called. With a lot of the 996s and some of the 997s, they have that the issue with
the main bearings.
The bearings. Yep.
And then
mine does not have that.
The newer ones have issues with cylinder scoring.
Yeah, bore scoring, and then that bearing issue.
The bearing issue was on the first version of the water pumper when it first came out, and they like had to address it and they did. So it's kind of a non-issue. But what I've heard is the brand newer ones have bore scoring issues, and that because they run a Nicosil coating on the cylinder. They don't have like a steel sleeve or anything. If you scratch it, basically it's toast. You have to just get a new cylinder. You can't hone it out and fix it, or go 10 over and bore it out and put bigger pistons in it. You just have to replace. And that's just something I heard that the newer Porsche engines was going on with them, but I don't think it's like an across the board things. It's just like, you know, when you're reading forums and stuff, you hear about the 1% of people that have problems that actually bother to post. You know, so you get an inflated uh, uh, version of like the problem. You know, like, you know what I'm saying?
Jimmy says, I'm sorry, not Jimmy. Your friend Mikey says, I saw two hot blondes driving in Munich in a Targa and loved that car ever since.
Okay.
Do you think
Nice.
Porsche is the #1 chick magnet, or what do you think? I
Yeah,
don't think it's Corvette. I think Corvette is for, like, you know, I like the Corvette. I think it's cool, but I think women see that as the over the hill man's car to buy when they retire.
it's a man's car. You know what I mean? The Corvette.
Well,
The
the
Porsche,
newer
you
ones.
know, women warm up to the women a little bit easier. You know?
And my 930s, 79 930 is like the most iconic Porsche probably ever made. Like when you go around the world and you say the word Porsche, the car that pops into their head is that one with the big giant fender flares and the big giant whale tail, and you know, the turbo car.
The one off Bad Boys.
I
Yeah,
want this one right here, Miami blue. That's what, you know what other color is really nice?
No,
Chalk.
this is
I love
beyond
chalk. Chalk is great.
Yeah,
chalk.
those are my two favorite colors. Oh,
I
chalk
think
is like,
I think chalk's #1.
it looks
for me.
like cocaine.
Yeah,
Oh
it's a
wow!
great color,
You
man.
know what color I really love are the new gray flat. It's kind of like primer gray color, but it's smooth. It's not flat or matte. But let's see a lot of cars coming out of this new gray.
Yeah,
That
this is
is
gray.
just
It's like a light gray chalk.
beautiful looking,
Hold
beautiful
on.
color.
Oh, this fuck. Hold on, let me get a better
happened?
picture. I had a good picture, but it won't get bigger. It's kind of weird.
I have a question for
So
Mike.
she said-
So
did
Mike,
say
you're
that.
right. You're right about the rabbit hole because I went down it with the IMS bearing and whether my car had, you know, they had modified and fixed that and made it like a fixed bearing. I forgot exactly, but I was deep down that rabbit hole and I was like freaking out about it until I had to like have somebody get me the exact number of the engine and then research it. But
That's
you're
true.
right; it's an overblown issue, but it can destroy a car's engine.
Oh,
from what
yeah.
I read. And so let me ask you that. And then people fix it, and they call it like I forgot which company does like a bypass or a fix to it, and it costs a lot of money to like do
Oh yeah,
that.
no, I
fix.
believe they have to take the
Mhm.
engine out and split it open, and the engine construction is totally different than the old style air cooled engines.
Yeah,
And the crankshaft is kind of held in this retainer block that bolts together and holds the crank, and then that unit fits into the main engine block. It's a really weird construction for an engine, but then they also have you know, this counter shaft down below, and I think that's where the bearing issues were coming from.
Mhm. And the
what-
turbos, the turbos didn't have that issue. They supposedly because they were who was the designer of that turbo. It's a kind of a special engine, and I forgot the name of the guy who they said. Oh, if you have it's with an M, I think. What's the engine and the turbos back from '90s? You know, back in the older versions.
I can't think of it.
I'll Google it. I'll Google it. Do you know? Have you heard of Darren Pfister out in
Oh
California?
yeah, absolutely.
So I always went back and forth, Mike, because I kept mine. It's stock. You know, I didn't put any new head unit in it, or you know, I kept the original rims on it. Everything's original. But they have this Pfister exhaust that I thought about, which people, you know, they like. You know, you send in your old exhaust, and then he'll refurbish it and send it back, and it just has a better exhaust sound.
These newer water pumper Porsche engines can have just about the most beautiful note that exists. I mean, better than V12s, better than V10s. if with the right exhaust on them, they just sing the most beautiful tune. You hear them singing by on track, and you hear a V12 Ferrari go by, and then you hear one of these go by, and yes,
Mhm.
it's not wanged out, you know, like high pitch like a V10 or V12, but just the song that it sings is so gorgeous. With the right exhaust, they're epic. Porsche has their
Yeah.
shit really
So
together.
I thought about doing that. I haven't done it yet, but it's a guy out in California, that guy Darren Pfister, and he's like
Yeah.
very, very well known.
Well, one of the things I really want to do is make my own
Law
headers.
offices of
Excuse me
Morgan
for a sec.
Morgan. Mike's got the old school ringtone, right? That's like the straight from the 80s.
That was, yes.
That's Archie calling him.
Yeah, it is.
Archie, why are you on someone else's live stream, Mike? You're supposed to be on my live stream. Oh man, Mike's bad phone is ringing. What do you think of the conversation is right now? Mike, do you want to eat pizza or Chinese tonight? Pizza. I think he said pizza.
Oh, it's the Metzger engine.
Metzger?
Mesger. Yeah, it was used in the 996 and 997 turbos.
Nice.
Those are supposedly very, very solid, and they don't have any bearing issue.
Hello, Mike. It's me, Lux. You're fired. Oh, man. Yes, that's right. Let him know, Jimmy. We love upvotes.
Oh, so JJ, I'm working a deal. I don't have. It's not solid yet, but I will. If I do this transaction, and it'll happen probably next week, there'll be an unbox shortly thereafter. So probably around 2 weeks.
Cap? What are you thinking?
I don't want to spoil it.
Or can we get like a hint?
No.
Is it a shitter or is it expensive?
No.
Is it expensive or shitter?
No, it'll be about a $30,000 watch.
It's good. It's a good number.
Gary wants to know, where is GMT driving to? It's a good question.
God knows. I wish I knew. I'm just driving around down. I've got no location. It's just driving. Just
Cruising?
enjoy my car.
Hey, with that beautiful weather, I'd be cruising too. Is there any way you could go fast?
Nah, I don't want to go fast.
No, I'm not saying you should go fast, right? I'm just saying, is there a place you can go, like if you wanted to rip it?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, but I got to get down the track.
Is there any place you can make a right turn?
Yes, there is. I could do it right now if you want. I could go down the road and turn right if you want.
People don't believe that you could do it right. The simulation only makes lefts.
Well, actually, when I turn, so if I turn this way, that's left. Is that left to you guys?
I guess. I don't know. By the way, I put up a new goal. Let's see how long we could stream. Imagine this turns into like a 24-hour stream. Every goal, we just got to keep going. I'm trying to keep them reasonable with only
Jerry Lewis marathon stream.
Yeah. See how long we could keep this party going, you know?
Is Mike frozen right now?
No,
he's not.
Look what I can do.
You know what? I'm lucky.
Yikes.
Mikey, was that the dinner call? What's the story?
That was the final plans, and because of the rains, it was just who's going to pick up who and where we're going to meet and what time and stuff.
Rain boots, etc.
So I've got a few more minutes here with you guys, and then I got to hit the road in about 15.
Yeah, man.
But yeah, taking mom out to dinner with my brother and his I guess his wife's father. And Gary's a really cool guy, and I see my mother every day now. I've stopped working basically to care for her and see her every day and spend time with her, because her time is very limited with us at this point. Another 6 months or so, 12 months at the max. She's been responding really well to chemo, so we're happy about that. Buys us a little more time.
As you're talking about your mom, an ambulance goes past.
You know what? As far as Corvettes go, the new mid-engine Corvette, I would take in a heartbeat. I'm in love with those things. They're gorgeous.
The rear on it kind of bothers me, right? It looks a little like the Camaro. I wish they would have just did a little differently. I don't know, maybe like the oval tail lights like they used to do, something like that.
Yeah, the rear end on Corvettes, even the previous Corvettes, the front engine, well, they're all mid-engine, but the driver's placed behind the engine. But the Corvettes have always had this big like wall of a rear end, and when you push on it, it's all just like plastic, so you can literally like push in on the body, and it like moves. It's weird. The way they construct new cars today is just so different. They're designed to crumple and crunch in when you get hit, so they absorb the energy.
Yeah, they
And
take all
it's
the
also a
impact.
lot easier just to make a frame underneath and then build a one-piece plastic thing that just snaps on, and then you have your car, basically. Whereas before, everything was, you had a frame and then a subframe and then, all the little tabs and mounts to hold the fenders on, and it was these days it's all plastic and push pins that hold the front ends of cars together. That's why you take a new car and you bomb out of a parking lot really hard and you crash the front end, as you pull out of a parking lot, you have just then destroyed the front end of that car. Right then and there, that one time, it broke every push pin there is and probably broke a lot of the plastic infrastructure that holds the fenders on, radiator, all that shit. After bombing out of a parking lot really hard, you can stop, go out to the front of the car and lift up on the front from underneath the bumper, and the whole front of the car will lift up because
My
it
car is
just
on
shattered
a
it.
frame. My new it's a new car and it's on a frame. It's hard to find nowadays, though, right? Well, it's a
What kind of car is
SUV,
it?
a Forerunner.
Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's still more of the traditional style of construction. Is that a
Cat, what do
cigar?
you got
A
there?
cigar?
I'm trying to angle the. Oh no, the other side's better. Where Mike is. Oh, you want to go full? Okay. I'm trying to point this towards
somewhat
the
full.
leaf. I'm trying
Cool
to point this towards the
box.
leaf.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
I'm,
from
I'm
Steve.
giving a shout out to the leaf. Yeah, he had a special box. I think he might have another box incoming. I'm not sure. Don't quote me on that. But
Wow,
this
that's
is some
sweet.
sort of special Padron 60th anniversary. I think it's a Maduro wrapper. But look at how cool is that box? It's individually wrapped. I have two of these.
Oh, very
And
nice. That's awesome.
yeah, the box sold out, so I just wanted to give Steve over at Leaf a shout out for getting me and some other folks some of these bad boy Padron special. You can
Wow.
gift these to us. You can gift this to like a cigar lover, and they're not inexpensive for one cigar, but they're special, right?
Right.
So
Yeah, very cool.
I think that's pretty cool. And then he has other stuff on his site, right? The some lighters and some, I think, ST DuPont stuff and cutters. I also got something.
Yeah, he has a bunch of the cutters
Yeah.
and stuff, DuPont lighters.
Oh, check this out from from Reza, from Ali. So he had this thing. I actually thought this was a knife. Okay.
Yeah, that's what I thought you were going to pull it.
Well, when I purchased it, I thought it was a knife, and it turns out, it's kind of a knife.
That's not a knife.
It's Damascus.
This is a knife.
Oh, nice. Beautiful.
Check this thing out. It's a cutter.
Oh, like a sheep's foot cutter?
It's whatever sheep's
Sheep's foot is like the blade shape.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's cool. I like that. Sheep's foot.
I used to work at a company called Begg Knives, or Todd Begg Knives, and we built pocket knives like that were $3,500 on average, and I built many a knife out of Damascus and Timemascus, which is titanium done up the same way they do the steel here, and so you get that different patterns in the metal out of titanium, and that is one ultra cool knife though. That is sexy as all get out.
So you So you put the cigar the when you're cutting it.
Oh, neat.
Right in here, and then you go
and it cuts it for you. Oh, how cool is
Yeah,
that?
just make sure you don't put something else that you shouldn't be putting in there because you can easily cut it.
Keep this away from GMT.
That's one of
Mine
those
would fit in there.
stick your finger here.
Yeah, exactly. Imagine I cut my finger off on live StreamYard on a live show.
Fuck.
That'd be good.
I really don't want to
Super chat, guys. Super chat for Cap to cut his finger off. Let's go.
How much is super chat, Cap?
Millions.
Millions.
For a finger. Remember when we did that? Like, how much would you cut off your finger for? Like, and people actually were pricing it. Like,
I wouldn't put a price on anything, man. I wouldn't even price that.
No, you can't mutilate your own body. That's wrong. And we don't advocate for that at all. Anyhow, yeah, this is very, very cool, right? So I thought it was a knife, but I still could carry this, right, JJ? Is this legal in?
Yeah, they don't. The rules are out the window now. You could carry a pocket knife with a lock.
Okay,
they changed everything. Lock, even New York City.
There's no lock. There's no lock.
There's no lock. It's even more legal.
Yeah, I think it's mainly just blade length.
Yeah. 3.5 or 3.5 inches, I think, in Jersey.
I've got to watch
when they pull me when they try to pull me over and say, "Hey, what are you carrying?" So I'll say, "Listen, JJ said this was legal." So I mean,
well, New York they changed the law. You used to not be able to carry any pocket knife with a lock. Now you can. You just can't show it.
Oh, I have one more. Still, since I'm stuck on full screen here.
No, we can take you off.
No, stay.
No,
we'll get all this.
Right
we'll do this all.
Stay.
For like a week. So also from the Reza, I picked up this.
Nice!
This cool looking
lighter.
Yeah, I paid for it, but yeah, I mean, it's a nice,
super cool
thing. What is this thing? I even forgot.
There's a name for it. I forget the name of that style lighter.
DuPont.
This is not a DuPont. No, this is a
Fupont.
I can't think of the name of it either. My grandmother had those.
It's not a Cohiba either. It's someone's gonna know it in the chat. It's
I'm not sure.
Come on, guys. Davidoff, maybe Dunhill.
Dunhill. That's
Mikey.
it.
Of course, Mikey knows it. Mikey knows.
No,
everything.
I got it off your friend Mikey.
No, that's what I mean. I meant that Mikey, not you, Mikey.
Oh, okay.
Both of you probably knew it. I'm sure you did. Dunhill.
I didn't. I was searching.
I just bought it, and I don't know what it is, but
Osino was close.
The design reminds me of is the striations on the meteorite dial. Yeah, the dial kind of looks. We did some inlays on our knives at big knives out of meteorite, and it had the same kind of striations looking through it. Like here's if you go full screen, here's one of the knives I used to make. Which is pretty cool.
Flint lighter. It's a flint lighter. So it's
very cool.
Yeah, not a torch.
This is called what's the name of this? This is called the Ostia, which means grudge. This happened after the two brothers fell out, and so it went from Todd Beg knives to Beg knives, and this was the model to come out after this. This is titanium scales and rubber carbon fiber inlays, and then a blade that's been bead blasted here, but the upper portion here has been polished and then line sanded. And I did all the finishing and stuff at the shop, so I was the handy. They called me the short order cook there because there wasn't anything I didn't do. Anything anybody needed, I was there to do it. And so I made these cool. They're called flippers. You use your finger here, and you just and they snap out just like that. And here's another really cool one that we sold. I love this. Is my favorite one out of the bunch.
Nice. How many bag knives do you have?
1, 2, 3. I gave one each to my brothers, so I have 3 right now. The third one is super crazy. You want to see it? It's
I think I saw the one. It's Timekeeping or something.
Boys, I'm gonna jump off this end of the road for me. Thank you for having me. We'll talk again soon, boys.
All right,
Right on.
GMT, thanks for
See you,
coming
man.
on, buddy.
Bye, GMT.
Stay sexy.
Give him
Hey,
some.
Gary. Don't worry, we got Gary to replace you. We got
Yeah,
a better
yeah.
replacement. Thanks.
Yeah,
Oh, right.
JJ, I
What
think
is that
you've seen my other knife. It's blue and it's got the Damascus blade on it.
Yeah, I think I've seen that one before, but I'll look at it again. I like looking at some knives.
All right, I'll run and go grab it really quick.
Oh, I think you had it over there. You don't have to. That's
It's
up to you. Oh, okay, I guess he's getting it. Hey, Gary, welcome.
Hi, guys. Just thought I would join for the car talk.
Yeah, you're just in time. We're about to see some knives. Actually, we're swapping over to knife talk.
Oh, shit. I'm too late for the car talk.
Oh no, we could always circle back. We could do whatever.
No,
we
tell you
want.
what it was funny. I was watching. There's a guy in the UK has a YouTube channel, Harry's. Something
Oh,
or
should
other,
we mess with
Harry's-
Mike and all go
Harry-
backstage?
Harry's Garage or something like that. It's called, and it was. Thought it was
Hold on,
really
let's all go
interesting.
backstage, Gary. Let's hide. Let's hide. He's gonna freak out.
Are you there? Did everybody bail?
We're here, Mikey. We're here. I just,
Got-
just having
gotcha.
a little fun.
That was funny.
Taking the piss.
Yeah,
Yeah.
taking the piss.
So there's the box with the emblem, and then let's see what remember how to open the fucking box.
When you're a short order cook, you got to that opening boxes is one of the
No, it's
requirements.
got magnets. There we go. There we go. It's so this knife here is titanium, but I anodized it blue after
Yes, I
polish.
remember
I
this.
polished everything. I got 20 hours of polishing on the inlays, which are made of zirconium.
Mhm.
And one aspect of zirconium is when you heat it up white hot and let it cool and then buff it, it turns jet black. And
Yep.
so the inlays on this are jet black. And it's blue titanium scales. And then I got this this Damascus blade from Todd Begg himself out of his personal collection.
Nice.
I don't know if you can see the design. It's pretty cool. It's kind of bird's eye.
Have you ever thought about selling these, or you would never? Sell them?
Yeah, no, I'll sell them. I'm not really too much of a knife guy. I was more of a machinist at the shop, and I
Right.
built these out of seconds. And when like a part of it, when one half of like they make the scales in pairs, right? And if a pair doesn't match up or a mistake happens, you know, I would grab it and throw it in the corner of my bench. And when I'd saved up enough seconds, parts that we were literally throwing out, I would fix it and build a knife for myself. So I built a few for myself. I gave one each to my brothers, and I have a couple for myself. I paid my bosses for all the parts and stuff.
Oh, they charge you for the seconds?
Yes,
Oh, man.
absolutely. 100%. I got a good deal on it all, but this was like my coup de grace, my swan song knife. It took me 2.5 years to build this because I was waiting on them to come across when they were going to make this model again, and to have the blade made, ground down before I could sharpen it and polish it out and all that. And then I had to acid dip the blade in hydrochloric and then another acid to bring out the design in the blade, which you can barely see there. See the bird's eye?
Yeah.
It's really cool. But I wanted kind of a low key knife that didn't have a lot of it's just polished to a mirror finish everywhere. I usually wear white gloves when I handle this because it's just a showpiece. It'll never get used. But yeah, this would probably be like $4,000. If somebody were purchasing it outright. Because there's so much custom stuff done to it, like 15,
Right.
20 hours of polishing is kind of crazy. But That's what we did there. We only pumped out about 19 or 20 knives a month, customs, and they're just so complex and so many little idiosyncrasies about the knife. The design's wonderful, but very, very, very time consuming and intricate to make. But
Gary's big
I
into knives,
enjoyed
you know
working
that,
there.
right, Gary?
Gary?
Yeah.
I'm not in. Unfortunately, anything remotely like the knives that Mike is
Mhm.
showing there would lead you straight to a jail cell here.
Oh, we got it.
You wouldn't be allowed to
Yeah, Gary's
leave the house with anything remotely like that.
We got a super chat here from Madman, $5. He says, I got 3 custom bodegas and 2 custom glimpses, all about 4 to
Nice.
7 years old. I think I like the glimpse model better. Did you work on my knives, Mike? I had a bodega once. That's the only knife I know from Todd Bag.
Bodega's just a little big for a pocket knife. I found it does when you put it in your left pocket and you let the belt clip do its thing. It does situate the knife right in the back of your pocket, so it doesn't
Be right back.
run.
One
It
second.
doesn't interfere with your pocket, even though it's large. The glimpse is a smaller version of the bodega, if I'm not mistaken. It's just a smaller knife in general. And I really like that model. But you know, we kind of like pounded the bodega into the ground. They were just so popular. We just kept making them without coming out with a new model, and then found ourselves like, you know, kind of old news. You know, like. So then they came out with the Osteo and another one with a curved blade, but by then the thing, you know, the economy and COVID and everything, and kind of shit canned everything. So now they are no longer making customs. So hence why I don't work there anymore. But while I was there, it was great, man, because I love intricate stuff. I love running lathes and Bridgeports and you know, hand finishing stuff. That's just right up my alley.
So Gary. Good to see you, Gary.
Cap.
Hey Gary, remember when I said I didn't think I would surpass our I don't know if it was a 4 a.m. night on Watch Time New York of last year, that epic 4 a.m.
Yeah, I actually wondered what became of the what you all did on the Saturday night this year. Did you go partying or what happened?
Well, it was a little private, little covert, but let's just say I ended up beating. Not only did I match what happened last year, I surpassed it by like an hour, I think.
Excellent.
Yeah. Well,
but there was no. I think there was no live streams of the events that took place, or
took me like here's a Chris Reeves, Mike.
Wow, beautiful.
Left hand. Yep. Plain Jane, but yeah, I love this. This knife is awesome. I keep waiting for the small Sebenza. This is the Sebenza. This is the regular size or large, but I'm left-handed. They don't come out. They don't have many. And
yeah, not too many people make. If it is asymmetrical, they don't make left-handed versions of it.
Yep.
Like the bodega and all of these knives are designed to be like unlocked with your right thumb right here.
Mm-hmm.
And you unlock it and then it closes.
Yeah.
And one way we checked to make sure the bearings were good and the adjustment was right is you push the lock open and it's supposed to just like dangle like there's no resistance at all. And then you let go of the lock and it's now pressing against the blade and you'll hear the tick when
it's all about the angle of the dangle, Mikey.
But when they fire, it's just like they have a spring on them, you know? So it, you know, I can just whoop, bang and it's out, you know, and this is pretty long. This is a pretty big knife, but it's all, you know, it's a California company making knives in California. It's obviously going to be of legal length.
Yeah. We got a $2 super chat from Mitchell Halpern. Thank you, Mitch. He says, just got home. Did you miss me?
Oh yeah, you missed him like so bad.
We always miss you, Mitch. We always miss
Can you guys then just walk about the streets with those sort of knives in your pockets without any
Depends what
any
state you're
hassle?
in. Nah,
Depends what
depends what
state.
state you're in. It's every state is different. Like New York, they changed the law. You used to not be able to have a locking knife at all. I think that's pretty much the same way in UK. Now they changed the law. You can have it, but you can't show it. So like if you have that pocket clip attached to your like your jeans like front pocket or something, and it's visible, you could see the clip.
Oh
They could
really?
they could bother you for that. Yeah.
Because here in California, if you have it all the way in your pocket, and let's say they're rolling you for something else, well, they could also tack on possession of a concealed weapon, right? But whereas if you left it on your seat of your car, or you had the belt clip hanging out the side of your pocket, you could just say, "I've got a knife in my pocket. It's in my left pocket, officer. Here you go." But if it's all the way in your pocket, completely concealed, they look at that a little differently.
No, here you're allowed to have a locking knife. It has to be under 4 inches folding.
Yep. 4 inches
But
is the.
you cannot display it. That's the catch.
Yeah,
Duco
well,
says
we
we are
wouldn't be
only
allowed to
allowed
even
swords
carry
here.
anything like that. If if you were stopped in the street by the police and you had that, you would be you'd be in big difficulty, big trouble.
Right.
Yeah.
It's every place has they have different laws. We got a member chat from Mossy, member for 39 months. Thank you, Mossy. Greatly appreciate the continued support. He says, finishing up the workday, just tuning in. Happy Friday, gents. Have a great weekend. Thank you, Mossy. Greatly appreciate that. And
This is
Jefferson Exotic says, how much of a super chat for Mike to stop talking for 10 minutes?
I'll do you one better.
No, wait, hold on, Mikey. Wait a second. I know what you're gonna say, but don't tell him. $20, Jefferson. $20.
Okay, yeah, $20, and I'm gone.
Oh, we have Ali joining us. Welcome, Ali. Welcome to the panel.
Hello. I saw that there was a distinguished guest on the panel, and that I guess
Love it.
that other channel let him out of his cage. What's happening?
Love it.
We're rocking and rolling.
They
We
released.
didn't even mention them. We got Mikey rolling here. Mikey's getting ready for dinner. He's hanging with us until he goes for dinner.
Yeah.
That's all.
You got your hair pulled back in a ponytail, Mikey?
What's that?
You got your hair pulled back in a ponytail?
I do. I finally, it's long enough to where I can pull it back into a real ponytail that's all the way in the back of my head. I'm not one of those guys that wears those ponytails at the top of their head, because their hair's not long enough. So I just waited it out, and now I have a full ponytail. I can pull it all back nice and tight. It looks nice and clean.
So who's the lucky gal or girl you're going to dinner with? All dressed up and.
Oh, I'm going with my mother and my brother, and my brother's
family dinner,
father-in-law. I guess you'd call it. Yeah, it's kind of a family gathering dinner, just kind of impromptu. But I got invited, and in about 5 minutes I need to hit it because I got to pick my mother up and take her to it.
Ali, you've just jumped on at the right moment. I was going to bring something up, but just it was about, because we've been talking about cars and that earlier on, that I was saying there's a channel in the UK, pretty big car channel on YouTube, Harry's Garage, I believe it's called. And I seen something the other day on it, and I thought it was interesting to say the least, that apparently some Porsche models had to be, well, Porsche stopped selling them, or I don't know exactly what the situation was, how, what exactly was done about it, but apparently they had to remove a few models because they couldn't guarantee that the ECU or whatever on it couldn't be hacked. In other words, there was fear that they couldn't prevent that somebody could actually hack your car and take over the control of it, accelerator or whatever else.
Yeah.
And it named that whatever the models were that this happened to, that Porsche had to withdraw them. But I don't know what actually happened, with people that already have these cars and that are out driving about in them. But I thought it was really interesting. It brought up a really serious sort of thought that, what the hell happens with all these cars now having, everything basically being controlled by electronics rather than by cables or,
fly by wire.
Yeah.
I mean, if you just look at like the built-in LiDAR systems and those type of detection systems, if you knock some of those off, a ton of different cars, people won't even know how to park anymore.
Yeah.
Right? Like, so it's definitely, and you have the whole, the Kia boys, right, which they take advantage of the poor security of the electronic locks to steal those cars.
Well, the
I think
best theft deterrent these days is a manual transmission.
But the other thing is
that's
actually, and it was something that I hadn't been aware of, but before, almost all, in fact, all cars now, whenever they're made, nothing has actual mechanical connection, from the steering to the steering wheel. Everything is done basically by wire now.
Drive by wire.
Yeah,
they call
but
it.
apparently the reason that it's come in now, I don't know what to say in America, but certainly in Europe now, all new cars over the coming years have to have all these crash avoidance systems, where obviously the actual steering is taken control of by the electronics and by computers rather than you, the driver. So apparently that's the reason why, you see all these things people are always complaining about. You don't get the same feel now when you're driving your new M3 compared to what you got with the original M3 or whatever else. But basically what they're saying is that's why, obviously they can't make a car that it can steer itself mechanically, but they can make a car that can steer itself electrically, and that's why everything is going down that route. But it's just that it makes me wonder, and I thought, Ali, you're the man here who'd be most well equipped to know, like how high, what is the level of danger that someone at some point could actually do something where they can take control of your car while you're driving?
So the difference in the Porsche situation, the difference in a couple of different situations are the telemetry that's allowed to be sent over the air.
Yes.
So the over-the-air telemetry, it wasn't necessarily the auxiliary control units or power units or anything like that. It was that you could send telemetry over the air to actually change navigation information or performance information. And in some cases, the changes can be really subtle. So there was a controversy with Tesla a few years ago where you could the maps and the heads-up display. So you have the maps say that a highway or a given road have these features, this speed limit, this driving behavior. Then you have a heads-up display that I can actually read signs and see that there is let's say a road construction sign and the speed has been changed to 60. If you send information over the air that says, well, the cruise rate here is, instead of 45, right, it's 70, you could cause rapid acceleration into the back of another car, for example, if it isn't calibrated properly for distance, right? 3 cars distance, 2 cars distance, 1 car distance. There's those type of risks where things causing fairly basic accidents, right, are entirely possible. Then there's another class of risks which are, at least currently, not, they're fictional, which is like over-the-air changes to turn off somebody's brakes. Like that's not something that is sent over the air right now, right? Then there's a whole other set of potential problems, which is, so there's a ton of read-only diagnostics with that port that you have to the lower left-hand side, the ODDB port, there's a whole bunch of read-only diagnostics. Some of the newer standards of that port also allow you to write information in without going into a diagnostics mode, and in theory, write information in while you're driving, right? That hasn't been readily adopted by the industry, but there's some theories that people will continue to adopt, or say insurance companies will ask you to plug something in there, and that those will become what they call a side channel vulnerability, because those will have less the same type of stringent controls that, say, the NTSB or any regulatory agency want to have. So those could be a side channel to inject information into your car while you're driving. At the moment,
it is pretty standard for a hot rodder to take as his stock car and have the ECU cracked and rewritten.
But that's not what Gary's talking about, right? There are people who voluntarily do things that may be dangerous. But the question is, over the air in-flight changes to cause accidents or danger. That's
scary as fuck.
Currently, Gary, most of it's theory crafting, and most of it is fairly. There are more than a couple non-trivial steps to make it happen, right? But the more vendors that are introduced, the more side channels that are introduced, and the more newer car manufacturers that are introduced without experience in those type of things, the more likely you're going to run into it. So there was a EV manufacturer. I think they've already closed up shop, actually.
Ali, can you just check the private chat for a second? And sorry to interrupt.
Oh, yeah, no problem.
Yeah, you can
Guys,
continue.
I gotta go. I gotta go to dinner.
Later,
It's been a
Mikey. Thanks
pleasure.
for coming on.
Yeah, I can take over.
Thank you
I
for
can take
having
over
me on.
controls if people want to stay on for a little while.
See you,
Goodbye.
Mike. See you, Mike.
Have a great day.
Later.
All right,
Mikey.
Bye,
You
Mike.
too, Mike. See ya.
Bye.
Bye.
What's up, Duco?
What's up, boys?
The flannel and the
Duco.
fire.
Yeah.
So yeah, Gary, we're getting to a point where Fisker was the name. So Fisker kind of had a very bad launch for their EV, and really, really bad software. And one of the things that people raised a concern about was like this terrible software introduced poor over-the-air controls, poor over-the-air like repudiation controls to make sure that you couldn't write firmware that was not supposed to be written. The more of those type of manufacturers we have that have less experience, the more likely these type of things will become a reality.
Well, the Porsches that were affected were, I think, they were the 718 models, which is what used to be called the Boxster. But
Yeah.
as I said, I don't know. It just on this particular YouTube video, it just said that these couple of particular models had to be withdrawn basically because they were unable to guarantee that they couldn't be hacked.
I don't
Obviously,
remember.
It doesn't affect all other Porsche models. It only seemed to be these two particular, I don't know whether it was a model year or a certain batch of, 718 Porsches that had
It was a few model years. It was a few model years, and I don't remember it being a. So I think I don't know what Harry's Garage put it at. It's not like they can't guarantee it being hacked because nobody's guaranteeing any of these from being hacked. Like every single one of these, once you have hands-on to the diagnostics port, the ability to hack them and rewrite firmware of certain components is a guarantee. It's not even so nobody's guaranteeing that. The question
so
was,
these ones were
could it
maybe
take
too.
over
It
the
was maybe too
air?
easy to be able to hack them. Is
Yeah, the
maybe
question was,
what the
I think for
concern
those
was.
models, and there were a couple other car makers, they voluntarily pulled them back. They weren't forced to be pulled back. Like NTSB didn't tell them you cannot deliver them to the United States. It was the over-the-air instructions could be injected to cause them to rapidly accelerate. That was the problem with those particular Porsche models. Right. So
I wonder what your model that was, because I had I had the 718 Cayman. It was a 2022? No, 2021.
Honestly, I don't know. I don't know whether you can just by Googling it, whether you can find anything. I'll happily nosy and see if I can actually.
I don't have it anymore, so it's the next guy's problem, I guess.
Well, everything's
Work out.
kind of the next guy's problem at this point.
Yeah.
That's a nice little fire pit you got back there, buddy.
It's just Amazon.
Well, I have
Propane.
never seen it on air before. Oh, it's propane too. Okay.
Yeah, it's just propane.
So it has the little like glass rocks.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Nothing fancy. We don't get to use it much because it doesn't really get cold here that much. So it's nice that it's actually cold.
Yeah, you and I are both in the middle of a cold front, right? They're expecting it tomorrow to get down to 30s into freezing.
Yep.
It
It's
is
kinda
funny
rare.
to watch people in Florida lose their shit when that happens. Like really lose their shit.
Yeah.
So what did I miss in the show, guys?
What is it? I found something here if I can share it.
We had so I missed the first part. I think it was 45 minutes in when I joined. And then we had GMT give us a tour of a parking lot or some lot that had some old vintage, what are those, Utes, and some other cars, some old Fords. He was showing us his refurbished TT Audi, his Audi TT convertible cabriolet that he completely refurbished. So that was cool. That was cool to see. He spent a lot of money.
See that there? That's just what I found. Just with a quick Google there, Ali.
Yeah, so it's the EU. So they must be talking about, I think it's its regulation, is it 150, one double nickel, 155? Is that what they're talking about? That must be what they're talking about.
Porsche's discontinued the gas powered 718 Boxster and Cayman in Europe due to new cybersecurity regulations. Since the 718 Boxster and Cayman were discontinued in Europe in July 2024, production of the internal combustion models is expected to end mid-2025. While
thought
Okay,
they-
it
cars
is.
digital.
Okay, it is. Okay, so so regulation 155, and do go and like Ari will know exactly what I'm about to say. So it's a specific regulation, and one part of the regulation, now I know exactly what you're talking about with Porsche, had to do with repeatable builds, being able to prove that the firmware delivered on the device was the actual firmware you put there, and they didn't have that information stored during the development of the 718 to be able to prove that the firmware that was delivered was the firmware that they actually delivered. And there was no secondary module, like a trusted, I don't want to call it a trusted compute module, but that would be the equivalent that could verify it. So they had
a locked module that
like
would
what's
have
on
a
the iPhones and
proprietary-
on the
yeah.
Androids, right? To make sure that the firmware that was loaded was digitally signed by. So that's a specific regulation in the EU. It has nothing to do with the NTSB. That's so they voluntarily then pulled it back in the United States as well.
So I heard, okay, so I follow the car market, and I heard the reason they're actually doing it is because of the CAFE standards and the EU gas standards. And they're basically, Porsche's going completely electric except for one model of the 911. And it had more to, like, that was used as an excuse to do it. But the reality is they're doing it because they're being forced to do it.
It wouldn't surprise me if that's the case, since a lot of
That's what
manufacturers
most
go
of the
that route.
American YouTube channels are saying. Like, they don't want to get rid of the 718 gas, but they're being forced to because of the CAFE stand. Well, in America, that's probably going to be completely ripped out. Whether you agree with it or not, I don't want to get political, but in Europe, they have no choice. They're being forced to
Well,
go
no,
all
I think
electric.
I think in Europe it's going to be significantly delayed.
Yeah.
as
Well, certainly in the UK, I think it was moved back from 2030 to 2035 recently. But at one stage there in 2030, that in the UK, they weren't going to be allowed to sell any petrol or diesel vehicles, not even hybrids. They would only be allowed to sell fully electric cars. Now it's been pushed back now to 2035 rather than 2030. And I think they have brought in that you can still sell them, but there's a huge fine. So I think I think Aston Martin or some of those companies have actually said that they aren't going to make electric cars. You know, they've abandoned electric, and they will just basically add the fine onto the price of each car, and you'll still be able to buy petrol cars. But
Yeah,
I think that's the latest position in the UK.
I think that's all. I think it's all speculation, right? I think tons of this is going to change. It has nothing to do with the current U.S. elections. I think it is a global, like, people are starting to realize the difficulty of making some of these changes. But in any case, I don't want to get too far off on that unless there's. Well, we have AMG in the house, which we haven't seen AMG in a while. AMG, hello. JJ is stepped away just for a moment, but I'm sure he will be happy to see you. So, Cap, we covered lots of cards today. Then, Cap, you were giving me the recap, and it sounds like there were lots of car talk today.
Yeah, it's preliminary, a lot of car talk. And Gary, you were watching too, so feel free to chime in. And then there was some knife talk and a lot of Mike the Snake talk, because we had Mike on, and he knew a lot about. He knew a little
Everything.
or a lot about a lot of things. Yes, about every car. So it was basically, Mike talking about all the cars GMT was seeing, and then machining and knives. He showed us some of his knife collection. What else, Gary?
Well, the show did start off talking about watches.
Okay, yeah, that's what I missed that. Did they talk about the Omega?
What is that?
Did they talk about the Omega?
Well, before I was on, obviously, but at the start of the show, there was a bit of talk about the new Omega release.
I must be in the minority. Everybody hates the abort on the Seamaster. I really don't hate it. I like the asymmetry of the. Really, the only thing I don't like about the Seamaster is the bracelet. I like the hands on the Seamaster. The wart doesn't bother me.
I don't like the wart. I have to put my hands up and say I don't like it. I don't like anything that sort of ruins to me the symmetry of a watch. I either like it just to have the winder in the traditional place on the right hand side. Because that's actually the one thing that I don't like about your new watch, Ali. Everything else everything else I absolutely love about it. But to me, I want the winder where it's always been on the right hand side of the watch as I look at it. And one of the things that even put me off,
it's going to drive you crazy then, because it's not just that. The whole watch is asymmetric.
Yeah, and the other thing that would have, I don't mind again when you have a chrono and then obviously everything is sort of looks the part, to me again the way it should be. But at one point I had the dual time overseas, and even it bugged me, because again it was like, it just it didn't have the symmetry, because you had the dual time controller is below the position of the winder, but there's nothing to sort of match it then above it, which again, obviously it's all about personal preference. And
yeah, I actually prefer asymmetry, right? But it has to be executed properly. So like Breguet and their new Type 21s and stuff, I think the asymmetry was executed terribly. So I mean, the Gautier obviously it has the crown placement in a different place, and the whole dial is asymmetric. I mean, it is offset vertically, right? And I actually like that about this particular design. I do like the way AP handles asymmetry in a lot of their designs. Actually, I like it the way Patek in some of their specifically complicated Nautiluses handle some of their design.
I love the dial on your watch, and I love how the rubber strap is integrated into it.
Oh, I
as
love
I say,
that.
everything about your watch, absolutely love. If only the winder was.
Yeah,
in
no,
there.
I hear you. Yeah, I totally understand. But the
Yeah, I mean, I think
Inlux,
your watch. If we go back to your watch, Ali, I think that asymmetrical, like it's the small seconds, it actually makes the crown placement symmetrical in a way, to the eye.
Yeah,
like I see almost. I don't know if you drew a line, if it would be exact, but it makes it to me like it was carefully thought through. When they're saying we're going to move the crown up, but then we're going to offset this seconds, and it's going to align.
Okay, so to be clear, it was very carefully thought through, and like if you go back to the C videos, like every little thing about it was super thought through for what he wanted to achieve, and like from astronomical bases, from engineering bases. But yeah, I generally, I'm in the same boat as Gary, that there are a lot of. It's more common to have a 4 or 5 o'clock placement of the crown than those 2 o'clock placements, right? And I generally don't like that. I mean, Vermont did that a lot, and I generally don't like it. It has to work differently. I just like it in this particular execution. So I'm with Gary broadly. Like, so the Project Possible, okay, hold on, is, which I have to go way down to find that, because that's.
I have a good one. I have a good one for you, because I was looking at this today. Is the Zeitwerk, where they place their crown. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, the Zeitwerk.
Let me go pull up a current Zeitwerk. Longest Zeitwerk. No, that's also 2 o'clock.
At 2 o'clock, right? At 2 o'clock.
So,
are you looking for something that's at the bottom position?
Yeah, and because I know the Vermont that I have is, and I'm just trying to see a picture that actually shows it right. But all my pictures, it kind of cuts off the crown. You can't quite see.
Gary,
that's weird.
do you like Lange? Sorry, Gary, do you like Lange watches? A particular one that draws you in, or that you're aesthetically drawn to? No.
I like the finishing. I like when I see the the rear view, let's say, of any of the Langes.
Yeah.
But I'm not a big fan of.
Gangster Gary is a meat and potatoes kind of guy, right?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
That's okay. I get it.
I like the technology, like the big data things they got there, and when you see some of the really trick, things that they can do, I appreciate that. But
you're not going to buy one.
No, that's pretty much it. No,
I don't. I think I would a Zeitwerk, and only a Zeitwerk, if I was going to get something from their line.
Pretty.
But I'm a time only type of person. For me, it's time only, or you have to go up into the really complicated realm, right? So perpetuals and minute repeaters and tourbillons. All the tourbillon is not a complication, but I want more time only options. That's another reason why I like the new Seamasters. Is Rolex is one time only option. Well, not one, but they have one that fits me well. They have the Explorer, obviously, as well.
So let me ask, because I don't know. This came up yesterday when that watch dropped. I'm assuming and I shouldn't assume anything, but that Omega's just adding to their Seamaster lineup, the Seamaster 300. In other words, the Great White's going to stay, you know, the traditional or typical wave pattern with all the ceramic versions are staying. And now they're adding these, aluminum bezel versions? Or some of them are aluminum?
Yeah, well, it's their version of the no date sub, unless they also plan on revamping the old Seamaster 300s, 300Ms, which they may. It may be time to revamp them in 6 months to a year, because they've been out for quite a while. So this may be the precursor to the date Seamaster getting revamped, possibly.
So this is an aluminum bezel? Yeah.
Yeah. Yes.
I only saw the
new
pictures.
one.
I didn't.
I'm kind of wondering, does anyone know why they did that?
Aluminum bezel? Who knows?
Yeah.
Cost? I guess maybe it's...
They wanted it to look more mil-spec, like the No Time to Die, but with regular materials.
You know that you say that, it also kind of reminds me of the Tudor monochrome, because Tudor went like, let's take all the color out, all the you just make it 2 colors, and they kind of did the same thing. They took the reds out, they took any kind of, it's just black and white. Which
I like it.
Good.
I do think it looks good. I like it.
By the way,
there's a super chat there waiting.
Yeah, I see it, and I'm intentionally ignoring it until.
Yeah.
All right, we have super chat checker $7.99. Archie's not happy with you, JJ, stealing like the snake. He's pissing and moaning about it on his live streams now.
Yeah, he's been messaging me, but I don't really respond to him.
JJ, you got me bumped. I was on my way to getting banned, and now all of a sudden you bumped me out. It was supposed to be my turn this week, JJ.
You were hugging the spotlight, Shirley. I had to take it back.
I got my wrench taken away. Bear gummy watches timed me out. I was this close to being banned, and all of a sudden the Mike the Snake JJ hat thing came up. Jeez, JJ, you stole my thunder. Good afternoon, boys.
How do I steal
What's up, Curly?
I was this close to being banned. I was this close, JJ, and all of a sudden, Mike the Snake and the JJ hat came up.
You know, you want to see a portion of the message? I could send it to Ali. Maybe he can.
Oh God. Okay.
I just got to be careful. Hold on. I don't want to. All right. I know what to do. All right. I'm gonna have to trim it a little bit because I don't want to get in any.
That's what she said.
All right. Sorry.
I had this. It was supposed to be my turn, JJ. You had last week. It was supposed to be my turn this week. I mean, he got me on the morning show. He was pissed. Main show, Luxy Poo, and all of you bumped me. Brooklyn JJ bumped me because of a hat and Mike the Snake. Oh my God.
I sent Ali my the text that he sent me and my response. If you want to pull it up.
All right. Let me just double check. There's no doxing.
I can't believe you actually communicate with him.
No, you'll see. I didn't really communicate with him.
Hold on. You really want me to pull this up?
Yeah, I trimmed it. The picture's worth 1,000 words.
Yep, it's definitely trimmed.
Yeah.
And ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, without even a super chat, here you go.
That was my response to him. The whole shebang, though. Do you see what he says? What a cunt act. You stole Mike. How did I steal him? The guy came on. What do you want me to do? Zara, you can't come on. Archie owns you.
Oh, JD, did he? I know they tied me out for 86,000 seconds. Did he officially ban me? Gee, and I was just about to send a super chat.
that was my official response to him. You can go fuck yourself.
That's hilarious.
What? I don't understand why he's so worked up about Mike showing up for a few minutes.
He's not. He's getting no super chats, so he's trying to use me as
Oh no, he reached out to Mike and he asked Mike to come on and why he isn't coming on. And Mike says, "Well, you're my number one, Archie, but I'm going out to dinner with moms."
Leave the poor guy alone. He wants to come on for a few minutes before.
That's what I'm thinking. Leave Mike alone. What did he do?
Dude, everybody's been getting the loyalty test. Jamie Opulence, Tommy just got one because he appeared on my stream. You know what? It's fantastic.
First he wants to ruin Marcelo's restaurant. Now it's Mike the Snake. Come on, stop picking on everyone. This guy is such a bully. Like he's really got to stop.
His inner circle advisors now have changed to
JJ. I'll have to ask you this now, JJ. You said earlier on at the early part of the show when you were on your own that you were going to send out messages asking people to join. Did you send one to Mike?
No, I didn't send. I sent it to Blondie. Remember, I said her. I sent it to Blondie.
I didn't know, but I was just.
No, I said I sent it to her. Let's see if she comes on. I said if you go back and listen to it. It was to Blondie.
It's kind of funny. I mean, you got Mikey. Mikey comes here, and Ross Rachel Brady is a regular on Tim's stream now.
Oh, is
he really?
Holy shit, man!
Oh man, the world has flipped on its
head.
head.
It has. Wow, that's breaking news to me.
Well, hey, I mean, what can you do?
Curly.
I'd like to get Ross on the Whack Pack show. Why not?
And you have Opus and Time now, Curly, making some cameos.
That's the Colonel Sanders guy, right?
Yeah. I sent Mo a couple of clips. I don't know. It's up to him. Might do a little pillow one, Curly.
That guy's actually pretty funny. I would love to know where he gets his watch prices at, but
yeah, he picks them up out of thin air. He picks the lowest price, Curly, and he goes $2,000 or $3,000.
He works. He works for a gray market guy in Miami, right? In the Seabolt building.
I had a suspicion that he's somehow connected, obviously, in the industry, right? But I didn't know exactly. But that's kind of interesting there.
Watch Eric called him out, but he didn't call him out by name.
Right.
But he called him out, because he did the floating upside down in the pool. He goes, you know what, dude? He goes, stop bullshitting people. I know exactly who your guy is. And I know exactly what you're doing. And actually now he's I don't know if you caught that, but he has he's formed a watch group, kind of like a la Watch Reporter.
Oh, Watch
Yeah,
Reporter.
a subscription watch group. So
Watch Reporter, I don't even want to get into that. What's going on? He's got some sort of penny stock that he talks about, right?
Yeah,
I don't know what that is. And he's got some sort of auction thing going on too. I saw.
Yeah.
But, I saw he's got a face group. I'm not joining it. Whatever his Opus's group, not because it's not a good group, just because we're in a lot of groups.
Yeah, I don't know if they do it by, it's like a data drag and then they sell the leads to these watch dealers or whatever. I see that there's a new guy now that's going after Federico really hard too. For some reason, I got to recommend it to me. But the guy's only got like 300 subs, but he's been doing all Federico negative stuff on Federico, and he gets like 10,000 views per video.
Okay, that could be some material. Franchise club material.
He's an Italian guy that's hooked up with. He always brings up that the TGV guy. I guess.
Yeah.
I don't know what the history is, but I guess TGV and Federico had a falling out.
Yeah, they used to be real close. They did videos together. They were. Yeah.
So somehow this guy's always positive spin on TGV, negative on Federico. But I mean. The soap opera in the watch world, right? That's all it is. But
I wonder if that's the guy who stole my thumbnail from Watch Time New York. He had very low amount of subs.
let me see if because I did watch it. I don't remember what account I used to watch it. Let me see if I find it.
Pan sent it to me that the guy stole my thumbnail.
He kind of looks like Watch Eric. He's got a beard. He looks like if he put on sunglasses, he would look just like
much watch content. The only thing he really had was Watch Time New York, so I didn't even bother. I thought that was going to say anything anyway. I mean, I don't care. It would have been cool if he gave me a little shout out, though. I mean, for using my thumbnail.
Yeah.
I'm not even subbed to the guy. They recommended it. And it was kind of weird because it was like, wait a minute, what the fuck? What is this? Let me see if it shows up.
What's in the cup?
It is a wine called Fit Vine.
Oh, by the way, everybody in the chat who sent the message that Archie's pissed, You could relay a message on his show that I'm live right now on the air. He's welcome to come on and discuss it on my show if you'd like.
There you go.
Yeah, he brought it up because of a super chat.
Cemento.
Poor Archie. He's having a tough go of it, huh?
Not really. Doesn't seem like it. I mean, he blames everybody under the sun except the fat tub of shit that's his partner that seems to put it in his ear that all his problems are caused by me, JJ, Marcelo, and now Tommy. So the list keeps getting longer.
He's very upset he didn't get a free steak from Marcelo.
Marcelo's in the chat.
JJ, check your WhatsApp, JJ.
You know, the funny thing is he actually, if you go back, and I mean, I don't even want to bother because it's such low value content, but he said it from the very beginning that he wasn't going to Marcelo because it was too far away and nobody was going to pay for his train rides there and back. And he did the same thing with Watch Time New York. You had nothing to do with it. He admitted he wasn't going to go no matter what. I mean, they paid. Everything was paid for. He's just too lazy to go. He didn't want to go. I mean, I don't know why somebody else has got to be the brunt of the. You know, the thing is it's who gives a fuck what he says? It's the retards that he enables that then go off the reservation and do the stupidest shit. Okay, here it is, JJ. He's called. I don't know if this is the guy you're talking about, but Constant Time, CONSTAN time.
So Marcelo sent me a clip of Archie threatening Mike the Snake. Real
yeah,
nice
he did.
guy.
He did.
Also, he messaged me back, very classy, you nasty crippled fuck.
Damn.
With that, speaking of nasty crippled fucks, I will read this super chat. I'm the nasty crippled fuck, not Brody. Brody, the bronze god, $2. E-beggar's gonna e-complain. Thank you very much, Brody. I'll have to come up with a fat nasty crippled way of reading things.
This guy can't even tie his shoes. He should never call anyone crippled.
Jesus Christ, everybody's streaming, JJ. You got Timmy, you got Ocean. They're all lame too, man. They're dead in the water lame. It's all complaint department about something or other. I needed a place with some positivity and some decency. It is like fucking grift central out there, man.
It's getting ugly. It's getting ugly out there, man. I mean, look, everything follows the watch market has been shit for a while. So,
yeah,
you know what I'm saying? Like, this is when it gets really
well.
tough. It gets
you know
tough.
what? You got a point. You got a point. Oh, Jesus Christ! I was going to say pit boss. You got a point, Cap. But you know what's
pit boss.
You know what's crazy is lying and trying to insult people. Oh man, who is it? Duco,
Look at this.
Oh my God,
Hey,
this is wood envy. It's wood envy. Duco's doing wood envy. I'm in the Christmas spirit myself. We got our first snowfall, but it was like the best snowfall ever. Self-cleaning. Morning time, there was 3 inches of snow on the ground. By the afternoon, it was all gone and clean.
Oh, dude, my girls went crazy with the decorations. They went nuts.
It's the best time of the year, right? You got the 3 big holidays in America. I love it, man.
I want to spin my camera around. I'll show you all.
My wife was doing retail therapy with my goddaughter and her godmother. Nice treat, Duco.
You know why I sent that reply to Archie, by the way? Because you know how he always pulls up people's private chats? Like, he can't pull that up, and that's the only response he's going to get from now on.
That's true. It's a good move. You're right.
Yeah.
Your friend Mikey, $2. Anyone know where I can find chowder reviews?
Loaded with chowder.
I was wandering the whole island of Ireland.
My wife
Ireland
is
volumes 2, 3, and 4.
My wife took the 2 cans of San Francisco chowder that Mo sent me, and she's got it locked up in her little safe. I'm dying to try it. I don't like chowder at all, but that I will try for sure. So what's happening, man? Hey, how do we get Eddie?
I don't know, but I already offered Mike pay for play to do a show in the morning. I'm recruiting him. Let's get Eddie too. Fuck it, we take all our
Dude, I'm telling you, I don't know why. I don't know why they put the clamps on Eddie, but Eddie, you know, he's a little risky because he gets a little crazy.
Mhm.
But Eddie is an untapped source in the right hands, man. That guy could be hilarious. He could be hilarious.
Who's
You
Eddie?
just-
I don't know who Eddie is. Is he a new guy?
Man,
It's the
Eddie,
hacker, man.
man.
It's the hacker, man. The guy with the little monkey, man.
His prison mate was Russia, man.
Yeah, yeah. This is.
Is,
I'm gonna
There's no
fix my
possible
own.
way to catch you up shortly, Duco. You really like it. Would
is he
take
on
a-
Archie's channel? Is that whose channel he's on?
Yeah, he's a
Yes.
whack packer. He's a whack packer, to put it quickly.
I
What?
fixed my
A
own
whack
Daytona,
packer?
man. I'm gonna fix the crown pulled out of my Daytona. It's real, man. This is
Okay.
Russia's. Russia gave me his chick and his Daytona, man.
Yeah, you
Is
know
he
how
like
Howard
the-
Stern had a whack pack, like Ross Rachel Brady. It's like the
Is he
whack-
like the dude?
not in a good way.
Fuck, who could we compare? Who could we compare him to? All right, you know the gay guy that on what was that? What was that? That series that was on? The guy was a hitman. There was a Russia bald gay guy.
Barry.
Barry, yeah. So he reminds me of the Russian bald gay guy, except he's not gay.
Yeah, that's a very very good. I forgot the guy's name. I'm gonna hop back on the other thing. I'll be right back.
Hey, do y'all remember back in the good old days when JJ actually had a camera? Remember those days?
I don't remember. It's been a long time.
That's a long time ago.
You know the thing is, I'm getting used to the Avatar. When he comes back, he better have one.
That
hell of a
avatar
setup.
freaks me out. That
Yeah, it does
avatar
kinda freak me
absolutely
out.
fucking freaks me
Angry
out.
JJ. It's like frozen angry JJ. Look at that. Like he's serious. I don't know.
I'm expecting a big studio remodel. I mean, I hope it's not the same studio when he starts turning his camera on.
Exactly.
I know remodeling is a it's a big pain in the ass, but
What's
I'm
wrong
expecting-
with Cartoon JJ? Cartoon JJ is good.
it just doesn't suit you, man. Look at the look. It's like I don't even know how to describe it. It's like it looks
What was that?
scared.
You remember Fat Albert?
You look tired.
It was like that. It's that. type
Yeah,
of
tired,
cartoon.
scared. It looks like he's waiting for a train to hit him.
I've seen guys knocking houses down and rebuilding them quicker than what JJ's getting this renovation done, but
No, everything's done. It's just the basement has all leftover stuff.
How's mom? She okay with the renovation?
Yeah, she likes it, but she don't like me living up there. She wants me going back to the basement.
Figures.
and you
In
know
this
that
economy,
there is
it's a tough
some-
economy,
there
man.
will be
You gotta do what
somebody
you gotta do.
watching that is actually believing that, JJ.
People do believe it. I'm telling you. I was driving somewhere and I was visiting my mother. I was like, yeah, I got quite a bit of a ride. I could talk. Like, I thought you lived upstairs and you were in the basement.
I wish somebody would have told my wife it's a tough economy. Jesus Christ.
Tough economy, boys. What's she buying? Did she buy something good?
Dude, I actually had fun, but I mean, it was all, it's stuff that you can't buy over the internet for Christmas gifts. It was shoes, a leather jacket, some Chotsky, candle stuff. It was just, I was with 4 women.
Ooh.
And it was actually the thing that was fun is they said it's an outdoor mall, so it's not indoors. All the stores you got to walk in and out of the stores, but it was beautiful. I mean, they made they really set up the nativity scene. We were used to going downtown when they had Marshall Fields, and they used to have a competition that all the stores down there would set up the nativity scenes and stuff, and they used to really go all out. But Macy's bought Marshall Fields, and they're kind of like generic. It kind of lost its luster going downtown. Even like in Daily Plaza, they used to have German. They used to have different nationality Christmases. So one year would be German, and they would set up a little German village, and it's all gone. I mean, it's just it's kind of lame. I'm surprised they still do the big tree.
We got a super chat from Vimal, $2 super chat. He says, "Ma, the meatloaf." What is she do? What is she doing? I never know what she's doing.
Did I just hear Marcelo? What's up, Marcelo?
Good. I don't know how long I can stay here because, we don't allow to come to JJ to have fun,
Yeah, it's part of the band program. You can't come on me or Curly's streams. It upsets Fat Boy to have a little competition. It kills him. Imagine
Marcelo will be looking at $1,000 for coming on this stream for 5 minutes.
Look, if somebody kick me out for for money for JJ, I think it's okay. But I'm afraid to get a phone call. I mean, I'm a little bit scared.
Yeah, we're gonna add some flavor to today. So if you want to get Marcelo off the stream, it's $10. If you want to get him off this stream and onto Archie's stream, it's $30. There's somebody out there going, I want to give $30 to see what happens.
Yeah. It's always available, the old boot.
Mutant boot. It's a business model.
Yeah,
when
it
it comes
sure
to
is.
Marcelo.
Oh no.
There you go. What was his name, JJ? That's funny.
Yeah, I don't know this character.
Oh, there's nothing funnier than a Russian gay mobster. That's what that guy was. He was pretty funny until he got killed.
Yeah, I imagine he's pretty tough. You got to be pretty tough to be all that.
That was actually one of the last things that me and my wife watched till we killed fucking cable service. Hank, was his name Hank? Is that what it was, Brody?
What do they say?
Yeah, that was him. No Ho Hank.
No Ho Hank. That's right.
Hank just. Oh, what does this guy want? Do a show. Stop talking to me.
So Curly,
weirdo.
You cut the cord. Did you go with like Hulu or something or YouTube?
No, we just it was just basically we didn't have time to do any of it. Even my wife I don't even think she's got Netflix anymore. She just like does either YouTube or some other sites that she does. I only watch YouTube really for this stuff, a little bit of this stuff, and then basically DIY videos. That's about it.
I've always I've been fascinated by people that'll take I put new head gaskets on one of my older Jeeps, and I watched a guy do a DIY on a 95 TJ, and he filmed this thing for 3 hours. It wasn't 3 hours, 2 hours, and I'm glad he did it, but who takes the time to do that? I always who takes the time to do these DIY videos of these amazing things? And
you know what, Duco? Believe it or not, I actually, if those people had a way that you could super chat them, or I had a guy, he didn't even have a Patreon. I had a guy that did a 1 hour, a straight 1 hour video on how to fix sunroofs on Ford, the panoramic sunroofs.
Mm-hmm.
Both, I had my wife's Expedition at that time, my daughter's Explorer that she had just as they came out of warranty, because here both of those vehicles at the time we had to park them outside, so you go through the winter summer cycle. Mm-hmm. So the whole winter the sunroof basically stays closed, and on the first nice day you go to open it, and I never knew that you have to do maintenance on a sunroof. You have to spray silicone on the gaskets and stuff so it sticks. So she it was, I think on my wife's Expedition, it was out of warranty 30 days. She goes to open it. There's a clunk, and then it opened a little bit, and then you couldn't close it. You couldn't do anything. So there's a little plastic arm on each side that the cables go in. It broke. So now you have to take and you have to open up the whole back of the truck to get to the cable box. And then you got to turn it manually with a socket to reclose the sunroof.
Mm-hmm.
And now it's broke. And they wanted $3,000, over $3,000. And they literally sell the kit on Rock Auto to rebuild it for $85. But it's all labor. You got to take the interior apart. You got to take the headliner apart. So I'm like, You know what? I'm not doing that. I'm just leave it closed. Don't use it. And then my wife kept bugging me. But then it happens to my daughter's Explorer. So I watched this video of this guy, and I'm looking at it, and I'm like, this guy literally filmed the whole thing. He did it in an hour, uncut. But you got to take the whole interior out. You got to take the headliner out. You got to disconnect the airbags. I did both of them in one day. I wanted to send this guy money because he saved me. I mean, I bought the two kits, $85
saved you
each.
$6,000. Yeah.
Well, the Explorer was a little cheaper, but it still would have been about 48, $100, $5,000.
Yeah. Yeah. It's amazing what people will do, and just out of the kindness of their own heart, because they know they're never going to get anything for it.
I've rebuilt and done the heads on my bike. I never in a million years would have had enough confidence to port the heads because I got Screaming
It's
Eagle
probably
heads.
it's probably the most useful thing that YouTube has ever actually done.
It is. I mean,
even if it's only changing a headlight bulb or something, I know there was one of the cars my wife had one time, and it was absolutely impossible to even see what the hell you were meant to do, how you could get the bulb out. Go onto YouTube for 5 minutes, and it's it's the old story, when you know how it's simple.
Yeah. I've reset all the tire pressure sensors on the other vehicle that we had. It's amazing all the little hacks that are on the.
Yesterday I watched a video on how to take other people's panelists, and look, today I already got one. Fucking great, man.
How to steal the leads.
Did you super chat? Did you super chat that video guy had the how to?
Yes, I did send him a super thanks. Absolutely.
You know what? Hey, JJ, you know what? That would be pretty funny making a video on how to steal the leads.
You know what? Wow. That is a great idea. That is. How to steal the leads, baby. We got
Dude, I was feeling pretty good because he was so upset at me. He even included me on one of his Japan videos. It wasn't even on the live stream, and I was like,
hey, I got it. I want to see that thumbnail. That thumbnail is excellent. Go up like 3. It's like a yellow. It has yellow writing, I think. How to steal the client. That's it. The yellow and black. How to steal your competitors' clients.
You could just superimpose your head on it and make it a thumbnail.
I should just become the ultimate troll. Why not? Fuck it. People are so crazy. What do you think it's the desperation of not getting a lot of super chats that's making these guys insane, or
no? No. It's the complete opposite. Okay, it's the complete opposite, JJ. When he was trying to do Watch Talk, Jay Anthony and this new guy Matt Watches or whatever, and they do straight Watch Talk, they get no super chats at all. When he does this, I call it the washing machine drama, where he's vaporized, where he's using the vaporize either with me or you or Marcelo, Tommy, whatever. He's getting some super chats, the Peak Cleanse, the SD43, even Narc super chats. So it's you should know it best. It's like the soy wars. It's like diet soy wars.
Right. Diet soy wars.
Yeah, because when he does the straight up Watch Talk, it's like the only person that super chats is Tan.
And the 3 names that you just named there have a maximum monthly super chat allowance of about $5.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
By the way, Eli, you went to the tree tower Sky Tower. That thing is actually 20 minutes away from my shop.
Yeah, but you didn't offer him a free steak.
Marcelo, when you were walking along the river and you were talking about the Boom Boom Hotel? Yeah, he dropped one of those videos. He's near your restaurant. I'm sure he's going to show up because I know Tan paid him. Tan paid for him to go to Tokyo. So
I heard Marcelo's going to put some X-Lax in his
Dude, put X-Lax in his food and Visine in his drink.
Oh my God. We don't recommend doing that here on the show. That is not a good idea.
Funny.
No,
Believe it or not, I thought it was a myth, but that Visine in the drink actually works. I don't know why it turns into a crazy.
What does it
laxative.
do? Oh, is that what it does? It makes you shit.
Shit, have you seen the news about Thailand and about Bangkok. The
Yes, with those people
number
where
of
they're drinking
tourists who,
menthol. Was it menthol?
yeah, no, methanol.
Methanol.
What
Yeah.
is that? What is it?
It killed.
Usually is in the drinks. Usually on the
Six
drinks.
tourists so far.
Oh wow!
Two girls. One was on the news today was because there was two young, I think they were British girls, and they died within a day of each other. Apparently, some of these bars make their own beer,
hooch. Yeah.
and they somewhere apparently it only takes some like 15 milliliters of methanol in a pint is enough to kill you. And there has been, I think there's been 6 people so far that have died. They're all youngsters, all sort of young backpackers and that sort of thing. Some guy has been arrested out of some backpackers hostel.
This is very common in cheap bars. That's why you need to be careful with your drinks. This is especially in Thailand, China. You need to be careful.
You ever do that to anyone, Marcelo? Tell the truth.
Internet? I don't even know what it is.
Just checking. Where's Ross when you need someone to say yes?
Yes.
Yes.
So he's no longer Ross. He is officially the Ross Rachel Brady Network, and that's how he wants to be referred to.
Nice.
We need to get Ross on
Global
here.
News Channel, the next CNN. But so let me ask you this: was about this methanol thing? Was it somebody, not the bartender? It was just some basically maniac who was going around in hostels and putting this in drinks and bars? Is that what?
No, they were making their own liquor.
No. This is.
Yeah. They were making their own liquor.
Drinks,
okay.
Yeah,
so
I
they
think
didn't
they
intentionally try to kill people, but they did.
Yeah, I think from what I read, and I could be completely wrong, but the bar was making their own liquor because it was cheaper than buying it from a distributor.
Yeah.
Oh shit. That's fucking.
And they messed it up.
That's insane.
And it's been hushed up because apparently the first deaths were some like 7 weeks ago or something, and there's been nothing about it. And it's only now because these 2 or 3 British ones died. There's Nana Backpackers Hostel. That's where the guy's been arrested from.
Jeez.
Wow.
So maybe it wasn't the bar. I don't know. I heard a snippet on it real quick.
Yikes.
It's sad
Apparently
though.
it's a hostel.
Hostile environment.
That's insanity.
Good one, JJ.
But by the way, this does appear in a lot of cheap drinks. The thing is the quantity that it appears. So I mean, there's a quantity that don't kill you immediately, but it seems they put too much.
Wow. Remember that movie Hostel? I forgot who was was that? I don't know
Is that the one they eat the leg?
Yeah, that's that.
Yeah, they just.
Why would they be putting methanol into that at all? Or was it maybe an ingredient that was in something else?
I don't know what is the science behind it, but there is a way that you need to use it to make a cheaper drink. You probably replace something. I don't know.
Well, that's like in Prohibition when they used to
how
make
the
bathtub
bootleggers.
gin. Yeah.
Yeah, that's how the bootleggers would make alcohol back when it was illegal.
Yeah, it's a substitute for grain alcohol, right, Duco, or something like that.
Yeah, but if you put too much, it'll blind you or kill you.
Yeah, that was always the talk we talked about in college when they're like, "Oh, we're getting grain alcohol for this party, but it could blind you." Like it was a big
Marcelo,
deal
you have an echo.
to try to get grain. Duco, are you making any moonshine? What are you doing over there?
Hell no.
That's how my mother used to make limoncello, orangecello liquor. Ooh. She used to make liquor with grain alcohol and then either lemon peels, orange peels. She used to use almonds and hazelnuts.
Actually sounds pretty good.
Well, it's that's the way you do it without distilling something, right? I mean, or else you'd have to make it. You'd have to distill it like in like with a still and stuff. So.
What's that stuff, Curly? That has like you could put apricot flavor, and it's not grappa, but it's like really strong. It's not called grappa though. They used to make it at this northern Italian restaurant in Manhattan, and they'd bring it out after dinner.
Apricots. Ooh,
apricot. Oh, it was really, really. I mean, it was strong, but it was not grappa. It was like an apricot. I gotta get the name of this thing.
I don't know.
Grappa's
My mother used to love making making coffee liqueur. That's what her favorite was after after dinner. She used to
You're
make
not talking
homemade
about
coffee
snaps, right? You're not talking about
No,
snaps.
no, no,
not
no,
schnapps.
no, schnapps.
Snaps.
Grappa to me, I don't know how anybody likes grappa. Grappa to me tastes like fucking grain alcohol.
You know what? This
It
could have
doesn't even
been
taste like that,
grappa,
dude.
though.
It's got to be something you use for like stripping paint. It is
Maybe
the
this
most
was
horrid stuff in existence.
maybe I'm thinking of apricot grappa. Is that possible?
I thought they make grappa
No.
with the skin of
Yeah,
grapes.
the skin of grapes.
That's not.
Skin of grapes.
Yeah,
That's not
that's.
it.
I don't.
Okay.
I mean, possible.
No,
I shouldn't say it's not possible, but it doesn't sound right.
I don't think that's it. I'm just not getting the name. Meanwhile, Trump nominated, he's going to nominate this Wall Street investor, Scott Bessent, as Treasury Secretary. Anyway,
Is that good or bad?
I don't know. It sounds good. He's a billionaire that worked under Soros.
Under Soros.
Yeah,
What
I
could
know.
go
I know.
wrong?
Yeah, exactly. No, he was one of his key advisors, though. He's a former protege of Soros, and he ran a hedge fund, T Square Group, and he's a billionaire. And he emerged from obscurity to become one of Trump's favorite advisors on the trail.
Oh man, I don't know if I like that. We got Ducky in the house with his watch on his duck. I like that. The last thing I saw, I don't want to get into a full politics thing, but the last thing I saw was what's his name? Gates withdrew himself, and now his first lawyer, female lady, Pam Bondi. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
This is going to be the
this guy is talking about Trump's
Attorney General.
tax cuts and looser regulations on U.S. businesses.
Yeah, forget that. Well, what else would a billionaire businessman want?
That's true.
So, I'm not saying it's good or bad. I'm just saying it's typical. Is what
I'm looking, Captain. I know that they make Armoretto is made with apricot pit. But let me see.
I'm looking the armpit of the apricot.
Yeah, Armoretto is made with the pit of an apricot.
The armpit of the apricot.
You can drink apricot brandy. No. Amora. Amoral. Grappa
okay, so Cap might be right because there is apricot liqueur that is spiked with grappa.
Yeah, I see that apricot liqueur with grappa. I don't know. This literally had a grappa, like an apricot in it, an apricot in the whatever the liquor is, and it was
like
just
the full apricot.
The physical apricot was in there.
Wow, with a big glass in, huh?
Yeah, it was very big and very high proof. Anyway,
I don't even know what a grappa is.
Well, they got the Amora.
It's not brandy.
Amora. That's like a bitter, strong grappa type drink that's made with, but that's also made with the technically considered a type of Amora.
I don't know, but Jimmy. Beverage. I think Jimmy's lying. He says no curly grappa. Correctly, no. I think Jimmy's lying to us.
I've never tasted smooth. I'm not saying Jimmy's lying, but I've never tasted smooth grappa anywhere.
I've only had grappa. I think twice. It's like fucking. It's like drinking fucking.
It's paint stripper, dude.
Turpentine.
Yeah, that's what this was. Then this was basically apricot flavored grappa.
Apricot flavored paint thinner.
It was turpentine, and it could put hair on your chest. You know, it was like drinking fire. You can get pretty messed up.
I've never heard of grappa. You think they even sell it here in the woods?
Yes.
Probably not. You think that?
Yeah, I'm almost certain they do.
Is it cheap crap?
No, unfortunately, it's actually fairly expensive.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't want to waste money on it.
I've been typing this in chats all over the place lately. That's so funny. Me and Jimmy always do so many similar things. Every time I type it, I hear the girl in that video that Mookie made the clip on Tim's stream. Haters. Every time I see it, I hear that girl say that.
You do that, and you do the other one. What's the one that Oshin does?
Quattro D.
Yeah, yeah,
Quattro
that one when
D.
you do that Quattro
Yeah.
D.
Talking of the dragon, has the dragon actually been seen in New York? Has he
Oh yeah,
made any videos or
he's streaming right now from his hotel room with an unmade bed in the background.
Sounds like someone else I know who shall remain nameless. But hey, Curly, question on the dragon. When the boss ass bitch Mookie clip, one of my favorites. When he does the sniff and says, I don't know, I tried to slow it down and I still can't figure out what he says, and then it replays. It says something ba 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 da uomo.
Oh, he goes, "Mamma mia, che profumo."
Mamma mia che profumo.
Yeah.
Wait, he says it twice though. Because,
Yeah.
Oh, that's Mamma mia che profumo? That's
Yeah.
what he says? Okay. Mamma mia che profumo.
Che
That's what it is?
profumo.
And he sniffs it like he does the nostril thing.
Yeah, and that's not edited. I actually sent that clip. I sent that to Mookie, and then he put the music in it because I was like, wait a minute, what did this guy just do? It sounds like he's got like a bee stuck up his nostril, but that wheezing, wheezing that you hear, that's actually him doing that at that time.
Okay.
And you know what the funny thing is? That was in late August, and in late August, Venice smells like shit. I mean, just picture a lagoon with water that doesn't move that much unless it's the night tide when a tide comes in.
Swamp.
So yeah, it is, Duco. You know what I'm talking about. It smells like saltwater swamp. The people don't go to Venice in fucking August. That's why when he does that, you don't see too many people because it fucking smells like shit.
Yep.
Once you hit above 80 degrees in Venice, man, by the afternoon, everywhere smells like dead fucking fish.
Yeah. I'm going to be there this summer.
You need a tour guide?
No.
We need to get some tape on Duco's glasses so he can wear fighting nerd glasses.
Oh,
I've only been there once, and I would go back because it is beautiful. I mean, historically, it's beautiful. It's nice. It's quaint. The nice thing about it, even though you got a lot of tourist traffic, there's no bikes, there's no cars, there's no traffic. So at night, it's really peaceful. I mean, and getting around by boat is kind of quaint. It's kind of cute, you know.
I kind of like it.
Yeah, I mean, sitting in that plaza where he sits, they have in the summertime every weekend they have outdoor concerts. It's pretty cool. The churches, the basilicas are beautiful. I mean, it is it is one of the most ancient places that goes all the way back to the to the days where that was the trading hub before they opened up the what do they call it? The silk trading
Silk Road?
No, not Silk Road. When they the East
India Trading Company?
Yeah. When they opened up that whole thing, I mean, that was the hub of trading spices and everything.
I love that. I had to explain to my daughter, like she was, I think, 7 or 8. The East India Trading Company was not something that was made up by Disney for Pirates of the Caribbean.
Yeah.
I mean, I really want to go. I told my wife I'd like to go to Istanbul. I really want to go to Istanbul, like bad. Never been to Turkey, and if it's anything like it's supposed to be like Greece but on steroids, I'd really like to go there. I haven't done a lot of tourism stuff. The last year of traveling we've done is either family business, family sickness, family death.
Some parts of Turkey are absolutely beautiful, but there's a lot of it is, the places that people go to, the holiday resorts are just fucking, just like Spain, they're pretty shitty, like, but there are some beautiful parts of it as well.
I've never been to Spain, never been to Portugal. I want to
go see JB.
Absolutely, man. Absolutely. I want to go to Lisbon.
Then you hit Marbella. Yeah, Lisbon's very
amazing.
cool. I'd love to go to Lisbon. And then you could hit Jamie in Marbella, right?
I don't know if I want to meet Jamie in person.
Jamie's really cool in person. He's fun.
Yeah, but the thing is, I saw what poor Corrado went through being his babysitter for the night.
Oh,
when
well, I am
James
not
was-
chaperoning.
don't want
I'm,
to
telling
be his
you, I'm
minder.
putting out the disclaimer right now. I'm not chaperoning
daddy.
anybody. You're a
It's
grown
not
man.
easy, man. It's
Yeah.
not easy.
Nah,
Well,
just-
gangster, you kind of know a bit how that feels, right?
I mean, he's no Keslowitz, but he's pretty fun. That's right. I'd rank him in between Keslowitz and who did we lose? Ali. I think we lost Ali.
Yeah.
I don't know who I was going to rank him between. I'd rank him between Keslowitz and Blondie.
Oh gosh, that's a wide net.
I might have.
What?
I might have to have a look.
Keslowitz, yeah, Keslowitz is the best to hang out with.
I
He's
like,
very
I like
chill.
all of them.
You
Yeah.
can hang out with him. Jamie's a handful. You know, he's gonna do what he wants to do when he's hammered. Right? He's getting his pizza. He's walking around town, any neighborhood, talking to everybody.
Putting a mile on the treadmill.
And
Thank
then
God we
Anglo
talked him into
Saxon
that.
in New York. I love that clip. That's one of my favorites.
Yeah, that's a good one.
I think I might have to go back for seconds for dinner. I think I might have to have another little bite before.
Yeah, you got a long show to go. I got you linked up. I don't know. Hopefully,
I don't
can
know
make
what
it
it's going to
another
be.
hour.
It's actually Tommy's show. I'm just going to admit it. He's going to do the Ukraine war and some politics.
what could go
You know, we
wrong?
I never stream on Fridays.
Yeah.
But he wants to. We were trying to do a dry run to see, because every time that we try to do political stuff, when I play clips, it's a 50-50 chance that the stream's going to get taken down. So I figured we'll do a little trial and error in the afternoon. And I didn't even think to check that you had something scheduled. And I saw it, and I'm like, hey, dude, we can't start. So we had everybody in the chat was yelling at us, come on, start. I was like, fuck.
Fuck JJ, start.
No, they didn't even know because we didn't start the show, you know. So then we started and we told everybody, ran about a half hour or so. No, we'll see. I don't.
Look at this. We got REG in the house. $2 Californian. He says hugs to the team. Thank you, Ari.
When's Ari doing the
Up
next
Ari.
chip? Dude, the next chip challenge that's going around is pretty lethal, man.
Lethal.
It's
I think
with
he
that.
retired, man. He retired.
It is.
Yeah,
It is
I
with
don't
that.
think-
What is that pepper? They call it the chocolate. The chocolate pepper. It's called something weird. The name of it. It's way hotter than Reaper and
I just sent Archie the
Scorpion
chocolate
peppers.
pepper.
It's the.
I don't know. I don't know. what
They
it's
call it.
called.
They call it.
Okay,
They call
guys,
it something.
I'm going to. I have to leave. I got a threatening for a message from Archie that I have to get out.
All right. Don't get yourself in trouble. Mike the Snake already got a phone call. He got yelled at. Yeah, this is a good point, Chielski. If he's such an important asset, maybe you should consider paying him.
I'm going to see you guys later. I go to the show.
All right.
See you, Marcelo.
Thanks for coming on.
See you guys.
Marcelo.
Cheers.
And by the way,
Didn't
I can confirm Oshina's streaming with Tim right now. That's pretty funny.
On whose channel?
Tim's.
Oh, okay.
He's
So
joined
he
the
finished his hotel room stream.
Right.
This is good. Hey, good. Date night with Mo should be interesting tomorrow. I haven't seen anything. I haven't caught up with anything.
Hey, you got some new clips. We got the hot watcher in the house with a $5 super chat. He says, "Hello, watch people. Just got home from date night. Hope everyone is doing good. Awesome. Hope you had a good night. And yeah, we're just hanging for a bit. We've been going for a while. We're going curly style. Actually, I was gonna end at 7? That was like an hour and a half ago. But yeah, everyone wants to hang. So what the fuck? Why not? We'll just
Yeah,
keep
guys,
it
I'm
going.
going to have to jump because it's now 1:30 here. So
Man,
I think
gonna say,
I
it's
think I've
gotta be
done
late
more
by
than,
you,
more
Gary.
than my shift.
no worries, Gary.
Hey,
Thanks
guys.
for hanging with us. Appreciate it.
See you,
Catch
Gary.
us all
Night.
again. Have
a good
Good
weekend.
evening.
See you,
All
Gary.
right, good night.
Night, guys. Night.
Good night.
You know what it is? Cap is the glue that holds it all together. He's been on, and we can't shut it off. You
That's
know,
right.
That's what it is.
The
GMT comes and goes, but Cap remains the same.
I
He is the
remember.
glue.
I remember. Cap started a stream on GMT's channel, and it was all music, and I was like, "This is awesome. He's not getting taken down." I was like, "I think you were playing. What were you playing, Cap? Led Zeppelin?"
I don't know. I was throwing up some blues guy, some blues guitarist.
That's
whatever
what's
I
good
can
about
find.
having a small unmonetized channel is you could do stuff like that, and they
That
don't.
was-
The
That's what
algorithm
I'd
doesn't
yeah.
find you.
That's what I would love to do. You just throw that up there, even if it gets taken down. Can't you still continue to do it? Or
Well, you
they
know
just
what? I mean, look
take
at
the
what
channel
Timmy.
down?
Look at what Timmy does. So in YouTube Studios, okay. So you got your channel, the channel account, YouTube Studios. If you have YouTube Premium, they allow you to access their music library. And it's the non-pay is, they got some music in there, but some of it's lame. But I think it's $12 a month. If you pay the $12 a month, it opens up the library to copyrighted music, and all you got to do is include that link in your description, and you can play whatever you want. Because Timmy plays Guns N' Roses. Obviously he subscribes to the YouTube music library because that's where he pulls it up. I mean, as a matter of fact, people were super chatting him for certain music, and what it does is if you're gonna play it on your channel and it's a video and not a live stream, you have to include what you're gonna play in the description. So, in other words, if you pull out the album cover for Guns N' Roses, the album cover for whatever Steely Dan, you got to include it. But on a live stream, all you have to do is post it up on your on the screen, and you play it, and you play the full song. So you can play music. You just have to pay the subscription to YouTube to access their YouTube members library.
Oh, that's pretty cool. I didn't even know you could do any of this.
Yeah.
I really don't
There's
know
a lot
shit.
of well, if you look in your studios where you'll see the symbol. It's music. If you click on that for the YouTube library, there's actually a lot of music in there that's free.
Yeah, but Curly, how about this? Because what I was doing is just pulling up YouTube videos. Now, some of them were probably pirated, or they're not copied. They're not allowed to utilize the live footage, for example. So some other channel has that live performance. It might be the actual, performer, or just somebody else, some random YouTube channel.
Yeah.
And then you play that, which is like a live version of, let's say, Van Halen, for example.
Yeah.
I don't think that might be struck. Probably would be.
Well, here's how you find out, Cap. When you find that video, hit the description. Okay, so you hit the description. It opens up the description menu, and you'll see in there if they have the album cover or if they give credit to that person. It's a copyrighted credit. They paid for it.
Okay, so they have to. Yeah, they have to.
Yeah. So now, if you put that on a live stream, because it's a video, okay, so you could pay for copyrighted music. You could pay for it. But what happens is when you try to play it on your live stream, and obviously the only time I've ever played music, and it's even like I didn't even put it on the live stream, was in the background. Like I got background music going. The algorithm is always looking for, and I don't know how they do this. I mean, Sony must actually pay YouTube to sniff out their music. Anything I ever played that's copyrighted by Sony Music Industries, SEI, it always gets banned. Like I had James Brown in the background one day on the dungeon, and the stream got taken down. I had Frank Sinatra, stream got taken down, and what it does, it tells you. This stream was playing Sony SMI, Sony Music Industry copyrighted music, and then it gives you it listed out the Frank Sinatra, and then it listed out James Brown. I didn't even have it on the panel. I didn't even have it on the stream. I had it in my room.
In the background, they could just pick it up. So yeah, but on Instagram, for example, there's a guy, and I don't want to mention names, but he'll play like a vinyl record, and it might be a jazz record, or it might be Lauryn Hill, or whatever he's into, just to set the mood, and then he'll show, whatever he's showing. And it's like say a 10, or could be even a 20-minute Instagram live. And now that probably just goes away and vanishes, but some of them he'll actually have as like an Instagram post. And
see, every single one of the live streams I do is afterwards it's demonetized. You could never try to get ad revenue on it, and it's always
right.
It's always any music that we play. I'll give you an example. Like if Mookie didn't pay for the licensing for his clips, it would happen. It would happen automatically all the time. But since he paid, but it's never him. If I play an intro like the Big Schmo intro or Werewolves of London, it's it always gets demonetized. They pick it up afterwards, after the case.
Okay.
So
which one is which? The Big Schmo? Is that the one with the country guy? I think he's country.
Yeah, honky tonking and
great.
neighbors. Yeah, I could not every. I leave the live streams up just to leave them up, but you can't get any ad revenue on it. You can't get anything because in my YouTube studios, every single one says there's no strike against your channel, but your channel played copyrighted music, and then it'll list the artists.
Mm-hmm. But anyone's YouTube content, right? All these shows, all these other live streamers.
Oh, hang on one second. Duco's got to depart. Thank you, Duco.
See you, Duco.
$2 super chat. He says, "Got to run." Thanks for having me on, boys. Duco, thanks for hanging with us. Appreciate it. Thank you.
You know where they do tolerate it? You know where they do tolerate it? When you do shorts, you could play up to 20 seconds of copyrighted music, and you don't get dinged for the shorts.
Right.
That's why you see a lot of.
I thought all YouTube content that's created like on YouTube, like this show, is basically owned by YouTube, right? So if you play someone else's live stream, or let's say I'm just going to pick out an example, Bark and Jack talking about his views on a Seamaster or whatever, or release. And I play that, and every couple of minutes you stop and you comment and you say, I think Adrian, I disagree with him here, or he makes a good point there. And it goes through and you can just comment on that like you do with other shows. I think that's fair game, right? I mean, that's not copyrighted.
Absolutely.
They can't say, oh, I'm going to do a copyright strike because they don't own it. YouTube does.
Yeah.
And
I mean,
Cap,
what happens is say a creator finds out like, okay, so Bark and Jack could actually go in his studio and he could request, has my material been played on anybody's streams, and they'll show it. It'll show it.
Right.
Okay.
Right. Yep.
Now, for a YouTube creator to strike another YouTube creator, so that's called the owner's copyright strike. Okay. For him to do that, once they do that, and if the person who gets the strike contests it and says it's fair use, I was just commenting on it. Okay.
Right.
And especially if you're doing a live stream. Okay, if you take somebody else's content and you use it in a video, not a live stream, but a video, okay, you have a harder time appealing an owner's copyright strike. But if it's a live stream, a reaction live stream, it's a lot easier. So what happens is the minute you contest it, what YouTube does is they send the appeal. They say, okay, you struck that channel for an owner's copyright strike. They're contesting it. They're saying that they have the right to do it because it's fair use. Okay. Then YouTube washes their hands of it. Now, the person that struck you, they have to prove in 10 days that they're taking litigation against you.
Right.
And if they don't do that, then the strike gets lifted.
Okay.
But yeah, you could do it. I mean, you can't out and out steal it, take it and just use it as you could, but like I said, it's very rare that you see a content creator strike another content creator. It's very rare that you see that. Right. But if it revolves around music, because I know you've seen it. You've seen a lot of people that have reaction channels to music, right? Like there'll be a Stevie Ray Vaughan. You'll have somebody reacting to Stevie Ray Vaughan's song, as long as they're they're stopping and reacting to it, nothing's going to happen. But the only thing is they'll never be able to have that. They do it for views and traction, but as far as monetizing it for ad revenue, you may be able to make a deal and share the ad revenue with the guy who's got the copyrighted music. You can do that too,
Yeah, I know Rick Beato, who you probably know. Like he's the guy, he's the big music channel guy. Like he's got millions and he's always playing songs, but I actually think he recreates the songs because he could play like every instrument.
You could do that too. You could manipulate. Yeah. You could look, if you take your, they sell software and extensions that you could put on. I'm no expert at it. I've heard people that do this. Like they'll take orchestra concertos that are very popular, and what they do, they'll slow it down just a touch, or they'll speed it up just a touch.
Yeah, like karaoke.
The algorithm. What's that?
Karaoke does that too, so they don't get copyright. So they don't have to pay.
Exactly. But I don't know exactly how it works. I mostly learn from trial and error.
Mostly error.
A lot of errors, yeah.
Well, yeah, and nobody's taking it to litigation because they have, that would be cost and
depending on
hiring
what it
out
is,
some
yeah.
people, yeah, and they
nobody
probably
hears
lose
it.
anyway.
Well, if it's fair use, I don't see how they could win.
Right. I don't either.
Well, a court has to determine whether it's legitimately fair use or not. See, once
Right,
it hits
even
that
if
stage,
they win, what do they win? Like, you did one video, how much damage could there be? You know, it's like it's not going to even be worth going. You know what I mean? Going.
I know. I'll tell you of a case that went kind of weird. Was it happened to Ocean with producer Michael?
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if you Ocean did a review of producer Michael's watch collection, and he called producer Michael or emailed him and asked him permission to do it. The guy at first told him, "Yeah, sure, no problem, but just don't smear or slander my, my channel. Just be fair." And I guess the guy didn't think it was fair, and he owner copyright struck Ocean, and it took Ocean a year. You see, because that strike stays. You get 3 strikes. That strike stays. So it took Ocean was pissed that he had a strike on his channel for all this time, and he begged and pleaded and went back and said, "I'll edit it out, whatever." And he went back and forth with producer Michael, and after a year and a half, he finally lifted it. See, because of the guy could retract it, but he actually said, "I will take you to court for slandering me and slandering my content."
Right.
So what happened was Ocean didn't appeal it. He was like, "I'm not going to appeal it because, I mean, what is Ocean going to do? Fucking hire a lawyer? So you're not going to appeal it." Because the thing is, if you do that, if you receive that strike and you appeal it to the guy, if that guy takes litigation against you, then you got to prove you're taking litigation. See, because YouTube washes their hands of it.
Right.
They want they want to see proof from both sides that you have a legal representative, or you want to represent yourself in a court if the guy does take it. And producer Michael said, "I will take you to court for slander."
Well,
So
producer Michael, he's got the resources and the assets to throw at that, and a team of lawyers at his beck and call, right? So
see, and at that time, you know why he didn't fight it, Captain? Because at that time, Ocean wasn't live streaming. Because he wouldn't have been able to live stream. He wouldn't have been. You wouldn't be able to. You wouldn't have been able to live stream because you get demonetized for 90 days.
Right. Okay. Got it.
Some of it you do. If you appeal, they don't demonetize you.
Yeah, I think and in that case, he's probably giving his assessment of.
It's fucked up. You know how fucked up it is. You never get a human. You talk to a bot. You never get. Especially small channels. Now, bigger channels, you might have a. I think once you reach 10,000 plus subs, they give you a representative, a human being you could talk to. Mm-hmm. So it makes it a little easier. But I mean, basically you got guys that report your channel all the fucking time in hopes of triggering the algorithm to go in and snoop you. I mean, the other day we got demonetized like an hour into the stream for vulgarity, whatever the fuck that means.
They get me every day. They hit me up for that. Every day I get a limited, but whatever. I don't really give a fuck.
Does that demonetize you, JJ? Or
no, it's just if you curse, they'll give you a limited. So like they won't push, the algorithm will not push your video out. So you'll get less views. But I don't really care about the views that much, it doesn't really matter to me.
Yeah, I'm not exactly fucking in it to be a YouTuber. I could give a flying fuck about ad review and shit.
No, I know. I'm just saying this is what these people do.
But I mean, look. Hey, look. You know what that culture enables obsessed people. I mean, look at what happened to Strider. Look at the nonsense that a handful of fucking absolute losers do. I mean, I don't know what they do. I don't know what pleasure they get out of taking shit to the real world and being spiteful or something just because some people have fun. That really, I mean, the funny thing is, Archie listens to that fat tub of shit that he's got, and the guy's just a complete and utter fucking jealous loser. Most of the audience that we got are people that don't even fucking contributed to Archie's audience, and mostly don't even watch it. I mean, that's what's funny about it. You got a handful of people that are a common audience that go back and forth, but I mean, you know, you know, believe it or not, he does have a big enough he does have a big enough platform where the odds are that you're going to have 1 or 2 nut jobs, 3 nut jobs that take what you're doing seriously, whether you're doing it seriously or not, which I believe Archie is doing it seriously. I don't think it's a shtick. He could try to play it off like it's a shtick, but I guess if he doesn't want to suffer alone and he doesn't want to see people have fun.
No, he's a nasty person.
He is nasty.
I've never seen such a nasty. That's why I don't even want to. I don't interact with him at all. But you know, he keeps messaging me like a fucking freak. I mean, what do you want me to do? A guy hops on and wants to talk. Like, you know, he picks and chooses who he's going to bully too, right? He'll pick on Mike the Snake. He'll do this whole rant, but like, did he say anything to ABC who came on or anyone else? Like, you know,
he's used to abusing people to the point where they come back, and then when he gets that few people that you know are like, "Fuck you," you know.
No, I will never go on that clown show again. I went back one time to help him, and that was my mistake. I should have stayed where I was, and he forgets when he had 70 viewers and he was making 0 money. And I came with everybody, and everybody started super chatting him and helping him, and I was going on his panels. You know, very quickly he forgets. Now that he got back on his feet, you know, he's a big shot again. So, all right, we'll see.
I was never raised with that. What have you done for me lately? I was always raised when somebody builds you a foundation. Always respect it. Always respect the people that have, suffered in the past to give you a better life or give you a better existence, whatever. That's one thing I always respect the past. If you don't do that, then you got no, if you don't respect yesterday, you got no tomorrow, is the way my old man used to say it, you know?
Listen, all I could tell you is before me, Marco, and Tim went on there, he had guys making gay jokes and taking pisses in the background. They, you know, Bear and all these other jealous fucks could scream COVID, COVID all day long, but if you had people taking a piss in the background and making stupid jokes all day, we'll see how good they would have did during COVID.
Well,
so yeah,
I mean, I'll just say this: when he did the 3 weeks, when he did the 3 weeks in fucking China, if it wasn't for Duco coming on and you and Ali and you know, everybody else, and it was fun, and he made money. I mean, he made more money than he does now when he's got fucking like his big selects on him.
There he is. I mean, Rancher, I'm not even making fun, but I'm just being honest. Like, do you think doing what you were doing before you would hit 800 people because of COVID? No, I don't believe so. Sorry, and I know you don't either. Nothing against you personally. Just Archie's out of touch with reality.
I think that's what spoiled him, right? That's what spoiled him. I mean, he's literally in coast mode, and you got to snap out of coast mode.
He thinks he made that live show himself. He thinks, I mean, don't get me wrong, he was the main guy, he was the star, but the show wasn't cool and fun like that. It was us who did that. Then you had Coattail Riding and Bear jumped on there and became the fake manager out of nowhere. You see, your fucking detective went off. Your detective went off. You know, he's just an ungrateful person, is my point. You know, he forgets people who helped him along the way. So, you know what?
I like when Rancher zings him. He zings him. I think Rancher loves to.
He's not mean enough to him, Rancher. That's the problem. He goes.
But Rancher plays it good because he takes advantage of Archie's desperation. And I do like that. I mean, I think he more goes there for Mark Goldberg than he does for Archie.
Oh yeah.
But, hey, look.
Well, if you think about it, let's say COVID accelerated a lot of things, but certainly, you know, COVID accelerated people on YouTube. There's, as you mentioned earlier, Curly, cutting the cord. Like I'm very close. I should have done it years ago, but I don't have Netflix. You know, I use YouTube a lot. I have premium, but not, I don't know if I get the music, but I paid for the no ad one, whatever that is.
Right. That's what I have.
Yeah.
It's just premium.
So
that's not the music.
Yeah. That's premium. That's premium, right? Because I have Apple One or whatever that is. So yeah. But the point is, so that kind of started it, and COVID was like the the match that lit the flame. And YouTube now is bigger than normal TV, like regular cable TV. YouTube is the future. So like when people see live streams, what happens? And they're like, oh, these people, what's going on here? Not just us. And this is outside the Archieverse. And
it's all over the place.
Now it's all over the place. So,
wait a minute. Ari says YouTube Premium includes the music. Then how come I can't play it on the live streams?
You gotta go in your YouTube JJ, if you go in your YouTube studios, go into the music part, the library, and then like I said, if you have YouTube Premium, you get the extra layer of the music library, and then at the very end you'll see that there's a subscription part of it where it's got like the trending hits.
Studio, I don't see music. I see content, analytics, community.
Hang on a second, I'll find
subtitles, copyright.
It's a symbol. It's not easy to find. I think. Okay, it says check out. Okay. So if you go into dashboard, you'll see it says news, and then it says check out creator music.
Well, I just want to give Rancher a heads up. Rancher, if you come on, you're gonna get yelled at. I'm stealing panelists.
Oh, especially, I came in to specifically do that because that's going to piss them off because I really haven't been on there for a while.
He's furious today. He's furious.
Okay, I know.
Mike the Snake got punished. He got gulag treatment.
Rancher got punished. I think somebody timed him out for promoting Blondie's channel. He knows what it's like.
By the way, that's Cash App. $ Blondie.
That's been a great promoter of that channel, Ranch.
Yeah, JJ, if you go in the studios, you go on dashboard. Yeah. It's right at the right hand top. It says check out on mine it does. I don't know if it says check out creator music. Now that you're a YouTube partner in the YouTube partner program, which you definitely are, you get access to even more music. Use millions of songs worry free while monetizing your videos. And it says try now.
Nice.
And then if you go in there, it'll walk you through the menu of if you got premium, if you don't, what's free, what's subscription.
Rancher, like you know it'd be fucking hysterical. You should go on to you should pop on there and be like, oh sorry, I thought this was JJ streaming and pop off. We really start breaking his fucking ball.
He's wrapping it down. I was watching the log drainer a little bit. And between us, I'm now starting to troll the log drainer a little bit.
He's getting it too now.
Of course, everyone knows about Neil and Bob. I now have my tertiary account, which is Mike Hawk.
Mike Hawk. Oh goodness, I don't know what's going on anymore.
I don't either. I mean, like I said, I've got a couple watches. I've got my 1080 white sub, and I love that. God, I love that thing. I've got a few other ones, a couple of gold ones, and I've got a Gerard Perregaux from 1945 that bears a strong influence. Something attracted me to it, and I finally realized what it was. It's really like the Simplicity 34, similar layout. Except
JJ, I got to bounce.
All right,
we'll
we'll
see
keep
you guys.
You're gonna start when half hour, Curly?
Well, whenever you want. It doesn't matter. Yeah, it doesn't matter. We got I think we got a schedule for another half hour, but
yeah,
whatever.
I'm running on fumes. I'm running on fumes.
Whatever you want. You tell me.
A long one, man. I'm ready to bounce too, but
I'm just keeping it going until you start this way. But go ahead.
All right. I'm gonna have take 5 minutes to just have I made a fucking lamb shank and leek stew. So take me 5 minutes. 10 minutes. We'll be rolling.
I don't want you to choke it down. Go ahead, take your time. If you want, I'll go till 9:15.
We'll carry it. We'll let him eat in peace.
Yeah, 9:15.
Thank you, boys.
That's 20 minutes from now.
Hey, Curly.
All right.
See you guys. Hey, we'll open panel tonight, so anybody's welcome. So,
all right,
want to talk politics? It's all politics today. It's got nothing to do with fucking man-child beach ball or any of the drama.
That's always a safe topic, huh?
Yeah, exactly. Sit on a chainsaw, fucko.
By the way, we got we got a super chat from Ali. Hang on one second. We got a super chat from Ali Reza. Grateful for JJ and all the panelists and audience. They've helped in the hobby. with life, EDC, cigars, education, fatherhood, occasional debauchery, fragrances, drinks, everything. Truly grateful. Thank you, Ali. Appreciate that very much.
Thank you, Ali.
And we got Marcelo Time says, you cannot have fun going to JJ, Curly, Jock, Marcelo Time. No, you have to stay on my channel. Only you cannot have fun anywhere else. Fuck them. You belong to me. He actually said that to Mike the Snake today. You belong to me. You can't go anywhere else.
Marcelo did or Archie did?
What's that?
Marcelo said that or Archie did?
No, Archie said that to Mike the Snake because Mike came on here and then he sent me a tirade that I'm stealing his panelist. Like I can control who pops on and who doesn't.
Oh, hey, by the way, thanks for that invite and the $50 check there, JJ. That was nice.
Oh, you're welcome. I have to bribe people to get them on here, you know. It was pretty funny. I sent him you ever see the meme, the COVID meme of that porn star?
No.
You know what I'm talking about.
Of course, I was actually there. I'm the one who convinced Archie to go on live stream every day during COVID.
Yeah, he should give you royalties for that.
Oh, he doesn't give shit.
Yeah.
No. But the thing, and of course, I'm blamed for it because it's just like I keep telling you, it's just like, if you will remember, and I do this because I was there, what I said is, while we are all stuck in the house because of COVID, while we can't go anywhere, while we're sitting watching our TVs or screens 24 hours, 18 hours a day, all day for like 7 days a week, this is the good time to do it.
Right.
I didn't say until the end of the time.
Well, you gave him a perpetual business.
Well, no. Then I basically said, if you do it right, you can work less and make more money. And when I said that, he all of a sudden he stopped and his head jerked up. I got his attention finally.
He stopped watching latex porn for that.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, craziness. I don't even know where to begin. I just want to be left in peace, man. I just want to be left in peace. I don't want to deal with his crazy ass.
Here's what we really need. And I'm gonna invoke the holy name of Blue Shirt Buddha.
Okay.
We need watch time with the punters.
Can you elaborate? What do you mean by that?
Do you remember he actually had a channel and doing something on a regular basis, watch time with the punters?
Yeah, I remember that.
Neutral
with
ground.
Thomas Burnett. Yeah.
Yep.
Were you saying you need that show back? You mean
I think we all need it.
Yeah. That was a good show. It was nice. It was fun.
It was fun. It was informational. We laughed. We cried.
Yeah.
We learned. We loved. Yeah. It was a great time.
Yeah. Well, you know what it is? That was more of a passion project. This is more of, I'm not making super chats. Let me pick on somebody today. Let me bully Mike the Snake for 45 minutes. That's what that's become.
Well, Minotaur's gonna Minotaur.
Yeah, well, you know what? As long as people support that behavior, that's what's gonna happen. But I mean, I'm not gonna tolerate it. I calling him out for it. I don't give a fuck. I don't know. He doesn't like. See, for me, I could sit on here for a couple hours, and if it makes $10, I don't really give a shit. But to him, he's got to buy his Thanksgiving turkey. So,
he's Australian. They don't do Thanksgiving.
Right. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's it's more life or death. I don't know, but I mean, I never did anything to like hurt him personally. I don't know. He just has to constantly attack and try to make things bad for people. So now he's going to get what he gives. It's enough looking the other way. I don't care if he makes a living out of this. Actions have consequences. You want to be a complete asshole, then you're going to get treated like one.
Or similarly, inactions have consequences.
All right. I mean, I purposely leave the guy alone, but there's like only so much I could tolerate before I just start making fun of him on the daily basis. If that's what he wants to do, like we could, I could do the same thing he does, only a lot better. See, he just doesn't realize that yet. But if he keeps it up, he's going to find it out the hard way.
No, he won't. That would be.
And I just stream against him and play his clips, making fun of him the whole fucking time. That's what I'll just start doing. But I mean, and what is he going to do? Get the channel shut down? Like, I don't give a fuck. It really doesn't matter to me. I'll create another one and do it again.
Well, I have really been getting into coffee lately, so that's kind of my price.
I've been, you know what? Not because I've been getting into coffee, but I think Cap was just talking about coffee a little while ago too. I've been grinding my own low acid coffee.
Mm-hmm.
Just because I don't want to buy like a pre-made K cup, so I bought like I know it's travesty for people into coffee, but I'm in too much of a rush. I can't be playing with coffee. But I have the metal K cups, and then I grind my own, and I have like a metal like a can, but it has like a seal on it, and it stays fresh. So I grind it up, this low acid coffee, and I drink that. It's pretty good. Look at this!
Bomb just dropped.
We just got a $50 super chat from the one and only Roman SHARF. Let me tell you something. We've been pretty busy lately, and I would love to get in touch with Roman. I was actually thinking about messaging him recently, but then I saw I'm kind of backwards. Then I saw he was on PVD show, Patrick David Bet, which is awesome show, Valuetainment. I watch all the time. I'm like, oh fuck! Now Roman went from big time to really big time. I'm not going to be able to get him on here, but hey, for old time's sake, let's give Roman what he deserves here. Hold on, where is it? Here we go.
Roman! Did you see that?
One of my favorite clips. Good to see you in the chat, Roman. Definitely when you have time, let's catch up one day. I'd love to do a stream with you if you have time. I'm no PVD, but we'd love to have you on. Yeah, I love that. I love Valuetainment. That's a great channel. He has some cool watches too. I know he has. I wonder if he buys from Roman. I wonder if that's how they met. I didn't get to watch some of it, obviously, because if they mentioned that in the interview, I wouldn't know. But I know he has that gold. Is it a 5712? I don't know what he has, but he has some cool watches, PVD. But I definitely, if you guys haven't seen, I definitely suggest check out the Valuetainment videos with Roman. He made quite a few of them. You saw them, Cap?
I haven't watched it end to end. You know what? I think he also does on that show on Valuetainment. Patrick, what is it? Patrick Bin David?
Oh, well, let's find out right now. We got Roman here, and he's nude.
I'm not nude. I'm just comfortable.
That reminded me of
we get naked, Roman. This is a double bonus.
It reminded me of the video of Nico when he's sleeping in your kid's room and you scare him.
That's still the number one
man that never
trending.
sleeps.
Or actually, Jen Tingler when he passed out, like mostly nude, and didn't realize the camera was still on him, like back in the day.
What's going on, boys? It's been a while.
Nothing much. Just hanging. I saw you did Patrick David Bet Valuetainment. How was that? That had to be crazy, no?
It was pretty awesome. I mean, kind of went down by accident, to be honest with you. I get a phone call. Hey, it's Patrick Bet David, and you know me. I the only person that I get starstruck from is myself. So I didn't really. So I'm like, what's up? He's like, listen, you were recommended. I'm looking to invest a little bit of money into watches, and we start talking. And he asked me about the Grandmaster chime. It's a hell of a start. $6 million watch, right? And long story short, I basically talked him out of it, and he kind of said, listen, I called you, to spend a significant amount of money. You actually talked me out of it because, I always said watches are not an investment; they're an expensive toy. I said, furthermore, if you want to put some things away, like consider breaking it up into smaller increments because liquidity level goes down tremendously when you're talking about a watch that's $5-6 million and potential long term could be $7, $8, $10 million, right?
Right.
So we had the conversation. We had a good chat, and then he invited me to his podcast to talk about watches because I think it was the first time he had that as a topic, and got a really decent amount of views on it. Surprisingly, because PBD's usually a lot of politics, business, and things of that nature. But I really like the spot. I was in Florida actually for my son's grand opening of his second store, and I ended up staying an extra couple of days. We set it up to where I was able to do it all in one trip, and went out. His office is somewhere by Fort Lauderdale, a little bit past Fort Lauderdale, although they said they had like 3 different buildings. Now they're combining under one roof. They took a space that has like an airplane hangar. It's like a humongous property, and they're going to probably consolidate everything. My only concern is that the podcast takes place inside a bank vault, right? And the funny part is I walk in there. Now, meanwhile, I have like $10 million worth of watches with me. I got 2 security guards. that traveling with me. I walk in and I see a bank vault, and I'm like, I wonder what they need a bank vault. I mean, I know I have a bank vault. I keep my watches and jewelry in there. What the hell does he need a bank vault? I didn't realize that the podcast is inside a bank vault. So the studio is inside that bank vault. I guess for soundproof, it's the best. And then you have all these lockers in the back, like where grandma keeps her jewelry kind of thing. And they're all signed by all these famous people. Because, you had Trump on there, he had Como on there, Kobe Bryant, he had all these famous people on there. And I'm just like, what the hell am I doing here? Because at the end of the podcast, he said, go ahead and sign one of the lockers. And I'm just like, well, shit. Like, maybe I'll just sign somewhere in the back corner or somewhere. Because, you got all these big names on here. But very down-to-earth guy, very straight shooter. Big guy, too. 6'4", probably.
I saw the picture. I'm like, Roman's pretty tall, and this guy's even taller than him.
I'm 6 foot. I'm 6 foot tall, and then Adrian was there too, and he took a picture next to him. Adrian's a bit shorter, so he looked even smaller next to him. But we had a good talk. I mean, it was just me. I don't like scripted stuff, and because when they reached out to me and I was talking to their production team, I'm like, guys, if you got questions for me, I don't know. I don't want to know what they are, because they offered to send me some of the questions, right? I'm like, no, I'd rather you don't. They're like, you sure? I'm like, yeah, because it comes out natural, it's
right.
So it was cool. It was
Did he ask you about the Trump sneakers?
Yeah, he did. He asked me about the Trump sneakers. Of course, that had to come up.
I gotta watch it. I saw the things and I was like, oh man. I was like, I want to be able to sit down and watch the whole thing. So I've just been waiting for like a time where I have enough time to watch it all at once. But I see he's been breaking it into clips as well. But
well, that's his thing, and I think I kind of took note of that, and I think I told my team we shortened the length of our long format videos, because YouTube algorithms have been all over the place. I mean, it's been hard for me to break 100,000 views on a video that would normally do 200-300, and I'm thinking to myself, maybe we go longer and then do what he does and break it into clips, where the clips gets 50 to 100,000 views, but it's a lot easier to do it with the format of a straight podcast, because there are topics, right? He has his laptop in front of him. He has a set of questions. We veer off, but it's very easy to break it down into 10 different clips. And we talked about 10 different things, or he asked me 10 different questions. And by the way, in the back of my head, as I was doing it, I realized that it's not an easy job to moderate a podcast, like to be the lead in the podcast, right? To lead the conversation, to ask the questions, to, be able to veer off. And, I appreciated just the talent, I guess I should say, right? I've never really ran a podcast, right? We did a few podcasts here and there, and Avi was the moderator kind of thing, or the host. And it's not easy to do. But
hey, if you ever needed a moderator, man, you're only an hour away.
Yeah, I know. But it was more like this. It was more like just a casual conversation. Yeah, he had a set of questions. He had his team, the producer that sits inside the vault that you don't see. What I really liked is he was super quick. You know how we talk and you pull up clips and stuff? This guy literally did it on the fly so well. Like, I would mention something. Like, I mentioned a comedian. Remember the comedian Modi that did the whole joke about the Whoop, about the watch, the Rolex watch? It kind of went viral.
Right. Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, and I mentioned that joke, and like 3 seconds later, this guy found it on the internet. It's just great.
Yeah, if you get a good tech guy like that, that really adds a huge level to your podcast. Hey, look at this. We got Steve in the house. Steve from Leaf Cigars. Our buddy Steve is here.
Let's go, Steve.
Shout out to Leaf Cigars.
Yeah, we gotta give Steve a plug. Steve always does the right thing for all our members here.
Steve, we're not gonna see your pretty face, Steve. I don't understand.
Steve actually has let's see, I'm gonna pop this in. That was a good time to segue. I did it a few times tonight, but we're gonna drop Steve's link. He has a Watch Hangout section in his White Glove Cigars website. He hooks up the boys with a good discount. So shout out to Steve.
Steve, I was talking to him. Was it last week we talked? We were talking about cigars, and I was talking about a specific cigar called the Chili Pepper. And I said how, like, a long time ago, it was my buddy's 40th birthday, and I wanted to get him a really nice gift, and he's an avid cigar smoker. So I ended up buying this, Opus Humidor thing. It was like $5,000 or something. It was super expensive, and it came with these chili peppers. of course, he had to play Debbie Downer and tell me that, look, it's just the way that they're rolled, but the tobacco is the same as all the other Opus X's. I'm like, dude, don't rain on my parade. Like, I had one of those. I know, like, alone it's a $50 cigar. I'm like, it was just amazing. And of course, 3 days later, he sends me a picture of two of them. I was like, all right, I guess I'm driving to Jersey.
He has some of the good stuff for sure. Absolutely.
He does. And it's funny, we had he sent me some cigars a couple of months back, and I explained to him that, like, I used to be a pretty avid cigar smoker, and then I had to cut down because got to a point where I was smoking 2-3 cigars a day. So he sent me a bunch, and a couple of weeks later, he wanted to send me more. What's going on with the screen here?
I see you. Well, it went black for a second, but now
I see like an inch. Okay, but anyway, and so he wanted to send me another thing, and I turned him down. He's like, "Well, why did you turn me down?" I said, "Because I don't want you to waste these wonderful cigars that you send me. Let me smoke these first, and then once I'm done, I'll reach out and we'll figure something out." But and he didn't understand it. Why would you take free cigars? I'm like, well, because I don't want them to sit there and dry out and go to waste, or give them to somebody else, because it'll take me a while to smoke the first thing that you send me.
Well, he packages them real nice. He puts them in a package they're like mini humidors. They got I forgot what the thing is called, but there's like a little package inside that keeps them fresh.
Yeah, Boveda.
Yeah,
Boveda pack. Yeah, packed one so good. It was like double box. It took me like 30 minutes to open it. I said, Steve, I appreciate the care. He threw some M&Ms in there, which was a nice little touch. I was like, what is this for? Halloween is over. But he's like, I just thought I'd throw it in. And I got those Padron. I showed him earlier, the 60th anniversary individually boxed, which are nice gifts too, as the holidays are coming up. I like having that kind of stuff to give to, clients or friends or family. Or Roman, if I saw him at Watch Time New York. I don't know if he remembers. He's like, who is this guy? I'm handing him a cigar. I'm handing Adrian a cigar. They're like, who's this random guy handing me a cigar? Yeah, it was like 2 years ago, I think.
Oh, I was going to say.
And he's like, oh, thank you. Very nice. Very appreciative.
So I would say I smoke an average of one cigar a month.
Mm-hmm.
So like the last care package I got from Steve will last me, 8 months. So that's why I didn't want to take in the next care package, because it's just, it's just why, if it's just going to sit there, I'd rather you send it somebody that will enjoy it a lot faster than I would.
So what's new, Roman? What's on the agenda? What do you have planned for 2025? Give us the scoop. End of year.
Dude, I gotta tell you, I'm kind of waiting for this year to be over. Wasn't the best year, right? And not just me, I would say probably across the watch industry, right? It's been extremely difficult. Selling was pulling teeth. Everybody was waiting for the election. The mood was complete shit. People weren't really spending as much money. And while if I look at the numbers for the end of the year, we're still going to break the 100 million, but 90%, maybe 80 to 90% of all transactions that took place for watches specifically were trades, right? And what happens is that you become cash poor once again. I've always said that we're always broke in this industry, and if you ask any dealer and they tell you they're sitting on a load of cash, they're lying to you. We're always broke. But it got when I say there's broke and then there's broke, there's like the MC Hammer broke and then there's the regular broke, right? And but so when I say broke, it's a constant cash crunch, probably over the last 6 months, because although we prepare for things like this and we have our reserves, but sometimes a client calls and you just have to take a trade, and then
it's the mood of the people. I'm telling you, everybody I know who collects, myself included, everything I've done this year is involved trading a piece. Almost, I don't think I bought. I think one thing I bought one straight Submariner no date. That was it. Other than that, everything else was involved, at least partial trade or 2-for-1.
Here's a real live example for you. A couple of weeks ago, actually, when Zuckerberg showed up wearing the Centigraph, remember the Journe? Client of mine calls me. He's like, "Hey, I want one." I said, "Okay." I didn't have one. I know a buddy of mine had one, so I got it from him, and I sold it to my friend to my client for $165,000. In trade, I got a couple of Pateks and a Rolex. Right, literally the same day as the trades come in, one of my Alex, one of my sales guys, picks up the Aquanaut. He goes, "Oh, I have a client." I said, "Okay." Calls the client, sells him the watch, gets 3 trades, no cash. There was a John Mayer in that trade as well. Then the John Mayer, another salesperson sells, gets 3 trades. I literally did, I shit you not, 165,000 figure times 3. So over $500,000 in business, and $0 came in. Meanwhile, my cost, I think my cost was pretty high on the watch. I think I ended up paying like $155 for the watch because it wasn't mine. So I just had to source it for my client, and I couldn't really charge more. That was a fair price. So I laid out 155,000, did 500 grand worth of business, and got $0 back.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing you got to hope, and this is what people don't understand about that part of the business, I guess, is that you beat them up a little on trades, because what else are you supposed to do? You're not making any cash off of it, and then people get upset, like, oh, I'm getting a kind of low offer, and you know, they see what it's selling for, what it's listed for on Chrono, and they think that's what they're gonna get. It's like, come on.
Oh, yeah, that's the biggest head fake of all, right? People's perceptions must, you know, I'm sure you deal with that all the time, telling them reality versus.
So we have a way to deal with that. First of all, very straightforward, very transparent. Like you can ask Steve how many watches he called me about, and I literally would be on FaceTime with him, flip my phone over, and because when I'm logged into my website, I see my costs, and literally show it to him and say, hey, here's what I'm making, right? But we actually had this conversation with the sales team, because what we ended up seeing is, you know, due to inexperience, some of the younger kids, like this new kid that came in, and Kevin is still a little green behind the ears, even though he's been around for a little bit. People call us, and it's a very simple formula for us, right? A watch comes in, and the watch carries a cost behind it, right? It goes through our service center, then it comes back to us. There's the shipping cost of it going to the service center, coming back from the service center. Actual service, new straps, polish, whatever it is we do to the watch, it always carries a cost, right? People don't see that, obviously. Then we set a min price, and we set a sales price. You know, there's a small gap between that, obviously, to give room to negotiate for salespeople or clients. And there's not a huge gap between that. And then what happens is client will call in and say, hey, what's the best you can do? You go back and forth arguing, and eventually they can get let's say they get the salesperson down to the min price, and then they hit you with the trade. So I literally told my salespeople, I said, because of the environment we're in, as you're talking to clients, and the minute the conversation comes up in regards to what the best price is or negotiations, because everybody negotiates. There's nobody goes on a website and adds to cart and checks out, right? Unless it's a $2,000 to $5,000 watch. And you ask, hey, is this a straight purchase, or we're talking about trades? And when you do the trades, rather than saying, oh, I'm giving you $1 for your watch and selling you mine for $1.50, you come up with a delta. So your delta on the watch is going to be, you know, $5,000, whatever it might be. And that way you sort of get away from that offensive lowball, quote unquote, because when we purchase, and we purchase a lot from the public, we take into consideration what it costs to fix them, make them retail ready, because we warranty this stuff for 3 years. So it's like, it's still a sales pitch, meaning that no matter how you explain to the clients the cost, the hidden cost, they still take it as a sales pitch.
Yeah. Plus, if they're not giving you cash, if they're giving you something you have to resell, you don't know when you're going to resell it. If the market's going to go down, you take that risk. Part of that's got to go into consideration, the risk factor. You know,
we're very good about explaining specifically what we like to call internally liquidity level, right? And we rank every watch's liquidity level from 1 to 5. 5 being most liquid, that's your Rolex, steel Rolexes and APs and things of that nature. And then 1 being the least liquid. And we explain to people, we're like, listen, the gap between the buy and the sell, and I straight up tell people a lot of times, like, look, I'm going to buy your watch for $10,000. You're going to see it online for 15, 16, 17,000. And they're like, well, are you trying to make a smack? I'm like, no, because it may take me 6 to 9 months to get there. So I have to leave myself enough of a return on my investment for it to make sense. Otherwise, if I'm going to pay you all the money and make the same regular 10 to 15% margin on that watch, and it'll take me a year, I lost money.
So plus, you're not going to get what you listed for most
of
the
because,
anyway.
Everyone likes to haggle now in this environment. It makes you feel good, like you said. And you're dumb if you got to try.
And when you get rid of it, you're going to probably not even get cash for it anyway. You're going to get cash plus the trade, you know, plus another piece coming in for the moment.
Well, I've often thought there's like a difference between how collectors view these pieces, and to a certain degree, how dealers do, because we almost view them as these holy relics, and you almost have to have the perspective like laundry. Every time you touch a piece of laundry, you need to make money off of it. You're not going to hand anyone's dirty drawers for free.
Yeah, well, listen, you also, not a lot of people know that, it costs me $1 million a month to turn on the lights in my office every single month.
Yep.
Right. But I never put that on people, right? That's my business. These are my expenses, right? And because I have that many expenses, we do so much business because we invest into marketing and a lot of other things. So it's still always a difficult conversation, but I found that the more transparent we are, we will still get about 80% of the people that will actually believe us, and 20% that will still be skeptical and not believe us. Telling people, I don't tell every client my cost. It's also friends, clients, and close friends and clients, right? Because the minute you tell somebody, hey, my cost is X, they don't believe you. That's number one. And number two, I know a lot of salespeople that use the technique. Well, my cost is 10,000. I'll give it to you for 11. I only do that with people that I actually know and I consider friends. Everybody else, I will never say that because, and I tell my salespeople, I'm like, don't ever use the trick of saying, well, my cost is this, and not saying the actual cost, but lying. Because what if you are made an offer that's close to that? And the guy was willing to, let's say you say, oh, my cost is 10, I'll sell it to you for 11. Right, but meanwhile your cost is 9. What if the guy offered you 9,800 and you'd be willing to sell for that? Right? Don't cut yourself short. And 9 out of 10 times, people are still not going to believe you when you tell them your cost.
Yeah, that's very true. So
that is true.
What your son opened the second shop in Miami?
Yeah. I was there for the grand opening. In Miami, they built out this area called the Miami World Center. So think about where the basketball arena is. And right across from it, it's downtown Miami. It's right across from Brickell, right across the bridge. And predominantly was not a great area. Downtown has been shit in Miami for quite some time. Same thing around the Seabolt building, etc. And they cleaned it all up and they sort of made it like the design district, except more accessible. So you don't have your Louis Vuittons and all your fancy stores there. But what you have is you have a lot of cool keystone things like Sephora, Lululemon. And they're also building they call it, I guess, the head or the chief Apple store for Florida. So it's the biggest Apple store in all of Florida. It's 50,000 square feet. It's smack in the middle of it. And around it, you have these alleyways and beautiful walkways. It's a cool place for people to hang out, bars, wine bars.
Having the biggest Apple store is a huge anchor, no?
Of course, huge.
Oh, yeah.
Believe it or not, Sephora is huge and Lululemon is huge. And then also, I don't know what it's called. So the fancy gym Lifetime? Where you pay like $150 a month to go to a gym instead of like $15.
With that one,
I am. It's kind of like an Equinox.
Exactly,
Equinox,
but it's expensive. Like the membership there is more than $100. Where your regular gym, your LA Fitness is $20. So LA Fitness, to I guess compete, they opened up. I don't know what it's called exactly. It's like LA Fitness Elite or something, right? So it's like a high-end LA Fitness. And these high-end gyms, you get a high-end spa, you get a high-end locker rooms. Everything is a little bit more high-end. And it literally, it's like 20,000 square feet, maybe more, and that's there as well. So that's going to drive, and it's literally across from Marcus's store. So he's going to stock up on a lot of running shoes and performance shoes and things of that nature.
Oh, nice, yeah, and that's a good way to even get people in, right? Like you like it's almost like the milk and eggs theory, right? You have the basic, joggers and stuff that people need, and then they come in and then they see the more exclusive stuff that you could pitch them. That's good.
And my son doesn't really go after a lot of the high-end product. It's a very niche market. I'm talking about like the sneakers that are $1,000, $1,500. He'll have 10 pairs like that in each store because that attracts attention. But the bread and butter, it's the sneakers that are $100 to $200.
Oh yeah,
that's what that has the best margin, and that's what the stuff that sells on a daily. He'll have the fan plus apparel. He's been really hitting apparel, and it does really well with clothing.
What type of clothing, Roman, if I may ask?
It's like hype wear, brands that we're too old to either pronounce or understand.
Like Kith stuff, or
it's got Kith and
the background.
Hellstar, the type of stuff that younger people wear.
I think that's Steve.
I think that's Steve.
Steve's got a party going on back there.
I have a watch
What's up,
question
guys?
for Roman, but JJ, whenever
Please.
whenever you're done, let me know.
Yeah, go ahead.
Can I hit him with it? So Roman,
Can I?
Yeah, it's your show. The AP cause, like you're very trendy. Okay, thanks, Steve.
I think Steve, I think you got your YouTube on. Something's playing through.
I think he's muted now. Like you're pretty much on trend. You're ahead of the curve on all this stuff, and you're tapped in with the pop culture and artists and everything that you have seen. You collect a lot of different things. The Cause collab, like I love AP. I know I think it's your favorite brand. I think you've said. They did the Cause collab that they just came out with. The concept tourbillon with companion. And by the way, I don't know if you've seen the AP ad, the marketing that they do when they do new releases, I think is incredible, regardless of what people think about the watch. When I see that, and maybe it's just me and it's hitting something, and I know very little about Cause, but I do know a little bit from streamers that we know people who were into that and have been into that for many, many years or decades. But that kind of touches me when I see the marketing of it. What I don't know is the brand itself and the direction, that you think it's going, with the Travis Scotts and the Marvel stuff and now Cause.
So, first of all, as far as the watch itself and the brand itself, keep in mind, I'm going to be biased. It is indeed my favorite brand. Further, that the Alacrite concept, the original one from 2001, 2002, is probably my absolute most favorite complicated watch from AP. So the concept line in itself is something that's been near and dear to my heart, even though I cannot wear most of them. They're too big for me, right? Mm-hmm. But the reason I like the Alacrite concept is because it's the same reason why I like Audemars Piguet. Audemars Piguet always goes the extra mile, extreme attention to detail, and they're also not afraid to take chances. Of course, that only came about when Francois became the CEO of Americas, and then later on the global CEO of Audemars Piguet. And the way I broke down the Cause is what I'm seeing a lot in the watch world in general, not just with Audemars Piguet, is companies try to collide two different worlds together, right? And it's not just them; it's also it's look what's happening with the Tom Brady auction, right? You're colliding two huge markets: collectibles, memorabilia, with the watch market. And of course, they made the Tom Brady watch, which was the first watch ever from a major brand that carried a person's name on a dial. Nobody actually thought of that, but if you think about it, you can't think of another watch that carries somebody else's name on a dial. I'm not talking about Tiffany or store names. I'm talking about an actual person, right? But back to the Cause watch. What I love most about it is that, and this is where the extra mile comes in. If you look at the Marvel figure watch, right? First, the Black Panther, which was dubbed the BBC watch. Why? Because if you set the time at 6:35, the guy's got a schlong hanging, right? And then you have the Spider-Man. Yeah, I know. Once you do that, you cannot unsee it. I promise you.
They're not allocating me that piece anyway, and I've never seen it. But
then you have the Spider-Man watch, and what happened? The hands got in the way of the figure, right? Because the hands would block the little beautiful figurines that they made. Well, that's why they made this new peripheral movement where the hands are, sort of like on a rail, and they come around, and then the figurine is not obstructed in any way, shape, or form. Little things like the PVD bridges, the little X's on the screws. What else is there? Oh, the ratchet in the back has the X as well. So this is a smart way to bring in people from a different world that have money, because these Cause figurines go for some buku dollars. If you want to talk about the big guys you see in major corporate buildings, that's millions, tens of millions. And then, of course, there's some smaller figurines that trade and sold at auction for some ridiculous numbers, right? Mm-hmm. So all they're doing is they're bringing in two worlds together, because the first thing one thinks of is like, what the hell does Cause have to do with high horology, right? But that's not the thought process behind it. Again, this is my opinion. The thought process behind it is like, look, you have millions upon millions of people that follow this guy, that buy his stuff, that spend a lot of money on his stuff. There's going to be, out of the 250 pieces, I guarantee you, they thought that we will find 200 Audemars Piguet collectors, and we'll find 50 Cause collectors that are going to want to cross over and buy that watch, right? Mm-hmm. And then the benefit also goes back to Cause in that market, because now you have watch people that are going to say, well, let me look at this Cause guy. I've seen the figurines, obviously, it's familiar. Maybe I'll pick up a few, right? Mm-hmm. And that's how it rolls. And I feel that that's the idea. But if you want to back up a minute, just how far we have gone. The very first out of this world or out of the norm collab that Francois brought to the table was actually Jay-Z. If you remember, they made a limited edition Jay-Z watch. They made 90 in steel, they made 50 in rose gold, and 10 in platinum. It was the one that had the 10 in diamonds because it was the rock his label's 10-year anniversary at the time. When Francois brought that to the table to Switzerland, they told him, "You out of your fucking mind. You're gonna bring a rapper and put him on that." I mean, think about it. The Swiss are
That's
very
mind blowing.
conservative.
Oh
You
yeah,
know what I mean? And
100%.
hip
Yeah,
hop at that time, hip hop and Swiss watches were miles apart.
Mhm.
He convinced them. They allowed him to do. That's why they only allowed him to do 150 pieces. That's why it was
Right.
90, 10, and 50.
Mhm.
And then they said you can only sell it in the United States. Well, when they all sold out, they saw the light, and then everybody else started to follow suit, kind of
Yeah,
thing.
yeah.
Now we have ambassadors like Travis Scott. I'm sorry, Travis Scott and a refined watch boutique. Like, imagine that together, right? But yet it
Mhm.
works, and the price is still up on a secondary.
Right. That's a beautiful watch, though. I actually like that Travis Scott aesthetic quite a bit.
Yeah,
I don't
like
know.
that
I don't know.
watch.
I don't know if I need the Travis Scott, little. I don't know if you call them Easter eggs or just branding of him on the piece, but as a whole, I really like that.
Ceramic perpetual calendar
It's right.
skeleton. Like,
Yeah.
you know what
I'll
I mean?
take it.
Like,
I'll take it.
I like the
Gorgeous.
font on the
Gorgeous.
on the dial too. I
Yeah.
think
the whole
font is
Cactus
really good.
Jack thing. By
Very
the
cool.
way, price wise, just to give you guys an idea, I offered today 270,000 on the cause, 220 list, 226.5, whatever the Swiss conversion rate is. Today I offered 270,000, and here's the trick. Another client calls me. True story. This was today. And he goes, "Roman, I think I may have an opportunity to buy this watch." And he's not a client that is going to keep the watch. He would basically want to flip it to me, right? And I explained to him, I said, "Well, here comes the big if, right? If you look at Travis Scott on the secondary today, they're still trading at $400,000 because when they released them, it was a very, very controlled release. And the few ADs that did get him, they basically had to sign a piece of paper that said, if you find one on the secondary, we will literally cut your head off. Like, it was pretty intense how they kept a good lid on that, right? And they were coming out on the market very slowly, trickling out, and the price is up. But as of late, AP has started doing releases where they bring a ton out on the market, like the Marvel, like the Spider-Man, for example. A lot came out on the market at the same time. What does that do? That the price on the secondary immediately goes down. There's too much. So I told him, I said, it really depends on how these things are released. If they're going to keep a lid on this one, as they did with the Travis Scott, and do a very slow release, because again, it's 250 pieces. It's not, it's a lot. I said, you can see this watch whole price, but if we see all of a sudden there's 20, 30 of them out on the market, expect that price to go down. I know there was one posted on the chats today with delivery. It's a delivery 10 days, $350,000. And this is between dealer chats. I think 350 is too much. I think this watch hangs in that around that $300,000 price range, so long as the releases are somewhat controlled and the dealers are not just like flipping them out to guys like me and they're out in the open market.
So I'm trying to do the quick math here.
Hang on one sec, Cap. We got a super chat here from Vimal, $5 super chat. He says, "Congrats on the PBD podcast. Can you explain why quartz Cartier prices are ticking up, and despite high production, new old stock still holds value on the secondary?"
Let's see. Guys like Mike Naveau, right, are running around TikTok and making all these great videos on these rare Cartier pieces. I've always said that Cartier collectors have been some of the most low-key, hidden, quiet collectors, right? They always flex quietly. There's no big splash with these pieces, and it gets really, really geeky. Oh, well, this tank was done in London and this year, and this tank was done only in Paris in this year's, and so on and so forth, but they seemingly all look the same. So, if I'm a guy that this is appealing to go back to be really small and dainty, right? Because that has been the trend. And I say to myself, well, I can't really afford these French tanks that are $80,000, but there's a quartz alternative out there that's smaller and it's more affordable, that I'm going to go for that. Trends are a thing. They catch on. You know, people, I caught myself wearing a 36 millimeter watch, which is probably the smallest I would ever go. Actually, 35, which is probably the smallest I would ever go. And I caught myself wearing that for 2-3 weeks because I realized that, hey, it's a lot more comfortable than a clunker. And, you know, it is also kind of trendy.
Makes sense.
If I may go back for a
Yeah.
second, let's change it. Do you have another
I
question?
had one more question. I wanted to pull up Gen G's question. This is
Okay.
a quick one, and then we'll get back to you, Cap.
Okay.
Gen G says, Roman, what is the count of Minion watches you've sold to date? Also, does Adrian lose his mind knowing that you've sold as many as you have?
So mine and Adrian's relationship is exactly as you see it on camera. He can blow up at me and scream and yell and this, but there's never any hard feelings. So the way the Minions thing went down is when that video came out and Adrian started screaming, and I made the bet with him. We sold the very first, the minimum on the Minion was $30,080. And the way $80 came up, like, Adrian, really? You're gonna be that petty? He's like, I don't care. It's 30,000 plus shipping. I said, okay, fine. We ended up selling the first Minions watch for $32,000, and that took 48 hours. Then we ended up, and this, granted, post the video coming out, right? Then that wasn't the only inquiry. We received a few inquiries at the same time. So we went and found another one. We ended up selling it for $34,000. We sold a total of 4 pieces, with the last one selling for $38,000. And this is not because I wanted to make more, it's because I paid more to go find it. Because remember, there's only so many made, and it's not like I can pick up the phone and say, hey, Constantine, send me a Minions watch, right? I had to find them out on the secondary. And then inadvertently, that little spurt rose the prices from, let's say, 30,000 to almost 40.
Yeah, I always thought that was a cool watch. Every time I looked at that, people always said, no, you don't want that. You don't want that.
Constantine is a powerhouse. I mean, do you see some of this? I mean, never mind, he made the thinnest watch now in the world. You know, his astronomical grand complication timepiece is literally out of this world, from a different planet. If you read into all the complications that are on there, which I probably couldn't repeat off the top of my head, he does a wonderful job. And lucky for him, I actually asked him that. I was in, I think he's either Watches and Wonder or Geneva Watch Days. I spoke to him for a few minutes. We speak the same language. And I asked him, I said, the war in Russia, has that affected you and your fan base? He's like, listen, a couple of assholes out there that said, oh, you're Putin's somebody or other, right? But he's like, for the most part, no, nothing really affected. And I was glad to hear that.
Yeah, I wouldn't. I mean, I wouldn't even have thought of that. Like, you know, what does he have to, do with that? But
yeah,
I
but
guess.
Listen, remember what happened to me when I bought the Trump shoes?
Yeah,
yeah, I was dubbed the Russian oligarch that what I laundered money for Trump to give to Vladimir Putin. Like,
yeah, that was the most ridiculous thing I ever heard. Meanwhile, was that a good move looking back? I think it was a great move. But
so here's the thing: looking back, it wasn't a move. It was a sheer accident, right? Because I bought this. I was literally took the advantage to hang out with my son for a day when he came to Philly to do sneaker con. Trump shows up. I buy this sneaker. Somebody films it, puts it on Twitter, it goes viral, boom. Then the rest is history, as they say. But looking back, if somebody came to me and said, Roman, go buy those sneakers for $9,000, we're going to put it on Twitter and it's going to blow up and people, and you're going to be all over the news, I would have said no. Because no matter how you slice it, getting political in a business is never a good move. I never hid the fact that I'm a Republican. I never hid the fact that I like Trump, but I never threw it in people's faces, because you're going to alienate somebody. There's going to be somebody there, and there were people there that literally sent me DMs and said, I'm unfollowing, I'm not doing business with you ever again, and so on and so forth. Did I gain more than I lost? Yes. But I don't like losing either, meaning that you don't want to alienate people with certain opinions, which is why I love my friend Max from Tracks NYC, but I know he alienates a lot of clients, but with his Tracks News segment and the fact that he's, on one side, not the other. And listen, it works for him. As far as I'm concerned, I don't think he should ever alienate. It's like me coming out on Instagram saying, I hate gay people. What would happen?
Right. Yeah.
I'm going to alienate a certain amount of clients.
Right. No matter who you are for politically in any election, let's say 51% of the people are going to vote for one candidate, or 50 plus, whatever, maybe 60%, depends. So you're still going to have 45% or more that vote against the person that's running in any of these.
My only issue is that it's never been like this in America.
Right.
You never had a situation where you would be actually afraid to show what political side you're on. 10 years ago, 20 years
Right.
ago,
Right.
this didn't exist. Nobody cared if you're a Democrat or Republican. Now it's like, two sides have become almost enemies. It's gotten really bad.
Right.
Hopefully,
I honestly thought you bought them to promote your son's businesses. I thought that was the logic behind it.
This was a sheer accident. I'm telling you, I was at SneakerCon. Trump came on. I listened to him. The thing came on the screen, buy trumpsneakers.com for the ones that were $400. There's 1,000 pairs. I said to myself, you know what? This is a nice pair to add to my collection. I like Trump. I collect sneakers. I should say collect sneakers. I'm a sneakerhead. And so I bought them and I went about my business, went back to my son's booth, and it was Kevin that called me and goes, and Kevin gets overly excited. He's like, "Oh my God, Roman, come back. There's this one of a kind sign," and starts screaming like, "Kevin, relax. What's going on?" It's like, just come back to the stage. I come back. This guy's holding up this pair of sneakers that signed, and it's also a friends and family pair. So it was numbered 1 out of 50. And I'm like, in the back of my head, I'm saying, okay, it's got to be worth about 10 grand. And I started bidding and I ended up buying them for 9. When I came back to the booth, you know what my son said? He's like, "Dad, that was fucking stupid. You paid 9,000 for this?" And this is my son's reaction. 3 minutes later, guys come back, offers me 12. And my son goes, "Well, maybe it wasn't that bad of an idea."
I thought
I didn't sell them, but
worth a lot more. I wonder what
I was offered. I was
today.
offered the highest offer I had on the sneakers was 45,000.
Right.
Crazy. Yeah, that was a great deal. Let me just grab this real quick. Welcome, Steve, by the way. We got a member chat from Shot in the Dark. Shotty says, "Good show. Still enjoying the 36 mil date just. Wear your watches." I think he got that from you, Roman. So there you go, Shot.
Thank you.
And speaking of Cartier, I just wanted to pull up. This is the first Cartier I ever bought, this limited one. What do you think about this one? You don't have to blow smoke. You can tell me if it's shit or not. Do you think this is a good
I actually like it. So, but remember, like my opinion's often a biased by, or not biased,
Right.
or I tend to make my opinions in a multitude of levels of opinions, right? And with this watch, it's history for me, right? It doesn't get any more historical than this watch. It's the first men's watch, and aesthetically, I think it's a nice looking watch. It's not too big. It's also not too small, which is what I like about it. And listen, I've always liked the Santos. It's something that I actually like because I remember when I was younger and I couldn't afford it. A Swatch watch. Remember those old school, the 80s Santos on a bracelet? They were a lot smaller and they were a lot boxier. And this kind of reminds me of that. Like the older Santos on a bracelet, they were more squared off and not as refined as the current ones that we have, right? Because the current ones we have, the bracelet is sort of like almost as like smooth, right? Where the older ones from the 80s, they were a lot more, the links were boxier. And this is what this reminds me of.
Yeah, I just I like this. This is a limited one. I wanted this one. I was gonna buy this a couple years ago. It's a funny story. David SW, I don't know if you know him in Florida. He had one for cheap, right? Like under retail. It was like I'm gonna say like 9,300, or maybe that is retail. I don't remember, but so I reach out to someone I know and I say I want to get this watch. They said, "I know him. Let me see if I could get a price a little better." Maybe that was the end price. I don't remember. So I'm on the show and I'm telling people, I'm pulling up this watch. This is like when it first came out, like right after, maybe 6 months, 4 months in, whatever, after it came out. I'm like, "Oh, I found a great deal. I can't wait. I'm going to grab it." David SW, whatever. We do the stream. When the live stream ends, I go to buy it. It's sold. Like, I'm never again on stream saying what I want to buy before I buy it because somebody sniped it. Fast forward like 2.5 years, one of the guys that comes on the show, Nate, he bought this watch. He got it for a great price. And he wound up consolidating his Cartier, and he got a few different watches. He picked up a couple of longer ones. And he sold it to me, thankfully, at a very low price, pretty much what he paid for it. So that's how this ended up in the collection. But funny story.
For me, it's always been the same. Like, the number one question I'm asked via DMs is, to make a suggestion on a watch, right? I have a budget of X. What do you suggest I buy? And that is also the question I hate the most, right? Because it's like, well, where do you start? So I always come back with let me try to figure out what your tastes are, right? What are you into? What do you like? And what drives your interest? Is it history? Is it something that's limited? Is it flex, which is really the number one drive today, unfortunately, right? Is it the name? Is it this, that, and the other? And this is kind of how I help people actually make their own decision, which is why I always say buy what you like first and foremost. Now, when you're asking me about my opinion, if I don't like the watch, I'll tell you I don't like the watch, but I will also say take that with a grain of salt because that's my taste, right? And so if you like the Santos and this is something that you've always wanted and you like it, then by all means, it's a great watch, even though if I may hate it, which I don't.
I just thought it was a cool. It's a cool limited edition. I like the salmon dial, and I don't know. I just thought it was interesting and a fun watch. But I always like to get perspective on because the Cartier market has been pretty strong and it is limited. So I mean, not that I don't buy it for an investment, but it's always nice to try to analyze it a little bit and see is this
It's
something good
also
to
nice
hold
to
on
have a
to.
watch that's more or less money in the bank. I always said if you have a watch that's plus or minus 10, 20%, you win.
Right. Exactly.
You know?
And it's not a super.
Which
It's not like
by
it's a
the
big
way,
investment.
is a good topic to discuss right now because what's happening in the market today is people are still making the call and still looking at things like, okay, if I buy this, is this going to go up in value in the future? They don't say hold value. They said go up in value. And I gave everybody a very simple answer. And I think the viewers should listen to this as well. We're back to normal case scenario. And just because there's still plenty of hot watches out there trading over list, they're trading at a stable price. What that means that the upward trend has stopped. So it's stabilized, right? So therefore, there's really no watches out there today that one can name. And if they do, they're lying to that's gonna go up in value, right? They may stay steady, they may be money in the bank. And if they go up 10% over 10 years, to me, that's a losing proposition anyway, right?
Right.
But people are still under the impression that, hey, I'm looking for a watch that I'm gonna have for 5 years, it's gonna go up in value, I'm gonna sell it, and I'm gonna make money. You will not. Because what happens is watches get older, right? And very simple math. When we buy Rolexes or certain Pateks, the price is dependent on the date on the papers. The older the date, the less I'm going to pay you because the watch is older. Because people prefer to buy watches that are newer. If I have two, Daytonas listed on my website, one is a 2023 and one is a 2016, well, which are you going to go for? And they're obviously not going to be priced the same. So the one key point to understand in today's market, until we have some kind of a boom or some kind of a rush, and again, those rises are short-lived, and they come down. They never come down to the original prices or below. They usually stay up. But that whole concept of, and this is why I've been screaming, watches is not an investment for 20 years. And I said it during COVID, and people said, no, look at what happened to this watch, and so on and so forth. And then 2 years ago, when everything corrected, I said, well, what happened to the watch?
Hey,
Should have
Roman,
sold them all, right?
having said that, if I may, so I agree with that, Roman. Watches are not an investment, but if you're hoping to, let's say, maintain value, enjoy the piece, you realize when you sell it, you're going to take a hit most likely. There's costs involved, like you said. You sell to a dealer.
Well, plus you're selling wholesale for
on.
a quick sale. If you want to go through all the trouble of trying to sell it retail, maybe you won't get hurt as much, but that's also another thing you got to take into account. But sorry to jump in.
It's all right. So the question is that I have is, what do you see today that's had, let's say, the biggest declines or the best value? Meaning, you might lose money, but you could be okay stabilizing. You won't lose maybe a lot of money. So,
well, I guess I should go back to and say that there are exceptions to the rule. Don't get me wrong.
Rolex
Now,
retail.
the common denominator in buying pieces that that long term, and this is another thing, is that people think that 5 years is long term. It's not. 20 years is long term, right? 15 years, 30 years are long term. So what you can do, and this is what, when people say, I just want to park some money, is you want to go after watches that price becomes somewhat irrelevant. It's a question of just being able to get it, right? And what do I mean by that? If you go, for example, I have a yellow gold 3700 Conjar in stock, right? It's a Conjar Nautilus 3700. There are 6 of them known in the world. There were 2 recent auction results. One was $1.25 million at Sotheby's. The other one was 880,000 or something at Monaco Legends. The difference is the one at Monaco Legends was in terrible condition, where the one in Sotheby's was almost perfect, right? And I have the watch. I'm asking $1.1 million for it. So I had a client that called me and said, if I put that away, is it a good investment? I said, it's a catch-22, because now you own something that like if I wanted to go get another one today, I couldn't. It just doesn't exist, right?
Right.
So therefore, it makes it a good investment because now you're holding a commodity that nobody else can get. But the double-edged sword is that now go try and sell that particular item to another, unless you have an outlet, as you said, to sell it somewhere. You either go into an auction house, which is costing upwards of 35%, or you go to a guy like me, which is going to cost you 10 to 15%. Again, the money that we make, right? But at the end of the day, there are other safe havens out there, like particular Rolexes, for example, that are slowly but surely become neo vintage. If you buy the best examples of that, because it's all about condition, obviously, complete box papers, hang tags, all the stuff that's appealing to a client, you can't really go wrong. So there are those exceptions to the rule, which I would say you can treat as an investment, but then it's all in comparison. Invest that money into S&P 500 or Apple stock or Google stock and see what happens in 20 years, right?
Right.
Or some people do it with crypto now or metals or you name
Nvidia,
it. So,
yeah. Bitcoin
but
is did it hit 100,000 today? I don't know. It's close.
Yeah, maybe it almost did. I don't know if it did after
99 something, but we don't give crypto advice on the chat.
Yeah, we don't give crypto.
We don't give any investment advice on the chat.
I get my crypto advice from my barber. My barber gives me the best crypto and stock advice.
Exactly.
The only time I gave crypto advice was when Russia invaded Ukraine, and I said, when it goes below 19, buy. That was the only number I've given, and that's what I was doing.
You too, JJ.
And I bought from 19 to 16 up to 19, and I stopped.
You hit more than you missed. Let's put it that way.
Oh yeah,
by far.
I cracked in that one.
Yeah, that one. For sure. You were definitely.
But I mean, is Bitcoin a long-term thing? I don't know. I don't. Well, I don't give any financial advice. No. I just, you
knew from 18 to 100. That's good enough. 5x.
Yeah, that's good enough.
About 2 years. Give me the next one you have.
Put it in S&P 500.
And then I'll talk to Roman about a Conjure dial AP.
So we got a $5 super chat from Art Vandalay. Good to see Art in the house. He says, "What are you into? What are your interests?" Medicated Pete says. And I think that's a meme on Reddit. I don't know too much about that, but
with me,
right?
What am I into? Well, I like to spend spare time on JJ's chats and streams. I'm very much into Formula One. I collect Formula One cards. They're like baseball cards, but Formula One cards. I have probably over 1,000 slabs at the moment. But it's kind of hard to be into a lot of things, for example, like golf, because having 3 children, you don't really have time for golf, right? But I enjoy spending a lot of time with my little one. She happens to love Legos, and I undercover absolutely love Legos, and I use that as an excuse to build sets with her. But for me, it's Formula One. When it comes to sports, it's going to be Formula One, football, baseball. Not too big of a fan of basketball. I'll watch the fourth quarter and the playoffs usually. And then hockey once in a blue moon. I tried golf twice thus far in my life for a charity event that was benefiting my charity. And if you guys caught any of those videos, you can see how good I am, or not, I should say. I also have a new appreciation for that sport. It's extremely difficult and frustrating. But I love art, I love history, and I love to travel. And when I travel, it usually will incorporate history, it will incorporate art, it will incorporate wine. I love wine, whiskey, and good food.
There you go. That's all you need. What else could you need?
All good things.
And I enjoy an occasional FaceTime phone call with Steve down there on the bottom right corner.
I can't get a freaking word in here, guys. Sorry.
Yeah, you can. You got the floor, man.
You got to just jump right in there.
Tell us,
We're going to give Steve the floor right now. I just want to say one thing real quick. We got a 3-minute warning, guys. 3-minute warning. If you want to get in tonight's race, because we're about to wrap at 10.
Let me get in there.
Take it away.
I was going to ask Roman about his Ulysses Nardine on his website. You told me the other day it's the newest, greatest thing. Just want to know what you had to say about that.
So, again, take it with a grain of salt. I am somewhat biased. Ulysses Nardine was my #1 selling brand when I first started out because it was probably the #3 selling brand at the time. Again, taking Rolex outside of the equation. Ulysses Nardine did wonderful things under Rolf Schneider. I think the Freak is one of the greatest watches ever made. I think a lot of their Westminster minute repeaters that would motion like the Genghis Khan or the Circus, Alexander the Great, and so on, and Hannibal, and so on, I think is amazing. I think they also, considering the fact that they also Dame de Cardat, and they're able to create enamel dials in every aspect of it, the Grand Fou, the Cloisonné, the Champoulet, and so on. They are a well-rounded house where they make everything in-house. I've been to the factory. I've seen it in my first hands. The fact that they have silicium technology under their belt, the fact that their innovation, there's innovations under their belt that many companies can only dream of. The fact that they'll go back to the mid 1800s and they made a ton of their money off of their chronometers, where to a tune where the UK Navy got rid of their UK chronometers and used Swiss chronometers because they were that much better. I mean, they were at -2 accuracy, which was unheard of for the late 1800s, right? They're a full package for me in terms of history, quality, and also value, because if you look at their retail pricing for what you get with them, and we spoke about this, Steve, I think it's
Yeah.
absolutely amazing. Plus, I also happen to know where the company is today, post, getting away from the group that bought him over when Rolf Schneider died, and the company became a mess because the Caring Group overproduced. Just to them was a sheer play of, I'm going to invest X and I'm going to pull out Y, and we don't really care what happens to the brand, right? So it happens when you sell to a fashion house. But now that it got bought back over and became private again, both Gerard Perregaux and them, the production is cut down to 4,000 or 5,000 pieces. And the new CEO is taking the company in a direction where he says, I'll cut it down to 500 pieces a year if I have to, until we get back to our glory. People will start to appreciate it. Timing sucked for them during COVID because people were all about the dollar signs, but that's all going to go away shortly. And at the end of the day, there isn't a watch that you can point to me and say, oh my God, this is a bunch of bullshit. They just made a new one. Was a limited edition. What's that, the boat race around the world? Forget what it's called. Oh my God.
The regatta?
No, it's not a regatta. This is it happens every 4 years, like the Olympics, where it's a single man on a boat that goes around the world in a boat, basically. But anyway, they made a limited edition and it was like whatever, $12,000. But if you look at the watch, never mind that they made the case out of recycled materials like old nets and stuff like that, but it still has the silicium technology, it still has the carbon, it still has all these wonderful things. They don't take any shortcuts. They really give you a lot for what you get. So again, a bit biased because when I started in the business, this brand was it for me. I probably sold more Genghis Khan than Elise Nardin did, and this is at a time where they were trading at 600,000. And now with the new CEO that came in, the new direction that he's taken, look what he did with Nico and Gumball, right? I think that was a wonderful move. And again, it's the Freak. To me, the Freak is the quintessential iconic watch. Oshling came up with this crazy ass idea for a watch with no face. I did a little reel where I went through like the history of the Freak in the last 20 years and where it started and how far it's gotten to with the latest Nomad S, which is absolutely amazing. And also puts things in perspective when you visit the factory and you see the people that are putting it together and you talk to the engineer and what it took to design it and so on and so forth. And people eventually will wake up. Remember, the whole dollar sign that's clouding every watch collector's mind today, that's slowly but surely going away. It's been 2 years since the hype. It's going away. People are starting to open up the blinders a little bit. Not you, Steve, but open up the blinders from Rolex and stuff. And they're going to start to look for options and see what do they get for the money.
Snoopy.
And we got a $10 super chat from the captain. He says, thank you, Roman, for jumping on the stream. I second that. We love having Roman on. I got to get an early stream with you one day. Maybe we could get you well, at least one of you guys from the shop. Maybe we could look at some watches or something. That'd be fun.
Hey, listen, I would love to do that. Again, I see, I get a notification that you guys are live. The problem, I'll tell you why I'm so up and about and having all this time is because my wife and my middle daughter are in Boston looking at colleges. My little one is asleep, so I'm like, yeah, I can talk to the boys for a while. And my wife is not going to tell me, shut up, I can't sleep.
Yeah, you got a little time to hang out. All right, we're going to get this race going here. We're about to wrap up. It's been a long stream. We're at almost 5 hours now. That's it. Iron Manning it today,
Good old days.
Yeah, like the good old days. Exactly. All right, let's see. Let's get this set up here. Let me get the screen going. We got Roman in today's race. This should be good.
Well, I'm in a race. Let's go.
Yeah,
I've never won one of these, by the way.
We're gonna fly some. We're gonna fly some pigeons.
Today's your lucky day.
This might be your lucky day. You never know. All right. I think last time I did the pigeons, if I shuffled, it got all screwed up. So I'm gonna not shuffle. I'm gonna lower this volume for the music here, and we're gonna get ready to rock and roll. Here we go, guys. 44 seconds on the clock. Good luck to everyone, and here we go. And they're off. Here come a lot of pigeons. We got GD taking an early lead. You know what that means? He's going to lose. We got Vimal, the hot watcher, and the cap running mid-pack next to Brody and REG. Here comes Robert Wood. JT's sitting in the back of the pack next to Super Chat Checker. We got Shot in the Dark and Roman running in the middle. Roman starting to fade. Here comes Duco. Here comes Mossy. Here comes Big Sal. Who will win? Nobody knows. Mitch is holding first place with a commanding lead, but here comes Robert Wood. Robert Wood with 14 seconds on the clock. He's hauling wings here. Let's see who's going to take the zoom. Here we go. Here comes Roman. He's got that PG. Here he goes. REG subs Roman by a nose. No. Oh, Roman, you almost had it if it wasn't for that REG meddling into your plans here. All right. Congratulations, REG. You are tonight's winner. Oh, man. What a show, guys. What a show. That was fun. I got to shut this music. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, man. That was a good ending. Almost, Roman. You just missed it. REG got you. He took you at the end there. Those damn Canadians, you know, you can never trust them. But
I don't know. I had my DRS flap open. I was ready, but ran out of track.
So close. So close. All right, guys, we're going to wrap it up. That does it for tonight. We'll be back on Sunday night for a little Sunday fun day. I want to thank Roman, Cap, Darth Simon, Ali, Curly, everybody who joined tonight. There were so many people. I can't even remember them all. Mitch, everybody in the chat. You guys rock. We will see you guys on Sunday night. We appreciate it, and we'll catch you in the next one. Don't forget, wear your watches. Peace.
Hey, guys. Look what I can do. I know it's all fun, but I just can't do things. Hey, Archie, I'm leaving you tomorrow. I'm kind of getting tired of all the names like from Jimmy calling me. So I'm kind of saying, chink out, motherfuckers. Mike the Snake, I'm leaving.